Yo, we are live with a very special, very saucy edition of the Xbox 2. I'm Randall Thor 19, the man with the million, you know that. And we have Jez Corden, managing editor, Windows Central, purveyor of bad bets, who constantly loses all the time. Here, Jez.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Well, I'm going to win the next one.
I don't think so. We could talk about that in a minute, because we have a huge special show today. I mean, we did the podcast on Tuesday, and it was like, well, what are we really going to talk about on Friday? And I figured, let's get some of our best friends on here to talk about, to celebrate, or, I don't know, maybe just be saucy about all the things going on here. We have the one and only Code Eastwood of the X&C podcast. What's up, bro?
I'm just enjoying this wonderful victory and this victory lap that will be taken away from us, as Jez and I know that this deal will get shut down, blocked, and destroyed forever.
Wait a minute.
No, I think everything's going to be good. I'm excited.
You don't believe with Jez, do you? You're not on his side, are you?
No. I think come on. If there was a scorecard, it's going to be good.
If there's a scorecard, it's 3 special Nick, 0 for Jez lately. You know what I mean? Ugh.
Yeah.
But we also have Corporate Cog from IL. People don't want Corporate Cog today. Lord Cognito from ILP and Defining Duke is on the show. What's up, bro?
Yo, what's going on? The realm of Xbox 2. We got. Look, man, I'm telling everybody right now, the vibe right now. If you watch The Matrix, there was a city. The last human city was called Zion. There was a seed before they fought the machines. This is what the Xbox community feels like. It is Zion in these streets right now. People are going absolutely crazy. And you know what? No corporate talk today. I'm here for it. I'm here for the messiness today. It's gonna be a good show, and I'm glad to get the invite. We got to talk about it.
No corporate cock today? Good, because people don't want corporate. People want you to just step aside and let King David have his moment on Sunday in ILP, and I want saucy cock today, you know, because you know when I was talking to you on the phone, you have some bars you want to get off. Maybe not necessarily on this podcast, but there's some things you want to say to some people out there. You know what I mean, right?
Listen, rent free. I live rent free with a lot of people.
You certainly do. A lot of people do.
Which is fun. They wake up, they think about me. You know what I mean? That's great. That means I'm inspiring. I'm doing good things. You know what I mean? But right now, this is the moment for the Xbox. Right now, this is the moment. Like I said, this is the Zion moment. We ain't gonna let nothing stop what's going on right now. And we got to talk about it. I got my people with me.
Not even the FTC or the CMA. They ain't stopping this train.
Well, some people want it stopped.
Jez does.
They're kicking and scratching.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't want it to stop. I just live in reality, bro.
Mm-hmm, sure. Shout out to Brian Kress, newest member of the channel. And last but not least, the leader of the Sauce Nation, the one and only Septic Sauce, a.k.a. Gaz. He's here.
Check it. What's up, everybody? What's up? I thought everyone hated me. Why'd you invite me here again? Everyone was complaining last time. You're a brave man.
Nobody was complaining last time.
No, man. It's gonna be. I don't give it because I'm here with you guys, and I'm here with the sick. Look, so listen, chat. These guys are trying to be nice, but in the background, they just want to talk that. That's what they want to do because this is a momentous occasion. Even corporate Cog is not going to be corporate today. Cog, please, bro. It's been so long since me and you have been on a show together. I beg you, at least unleash Super Saiyan level 2. At least level 2. Level 2. So yeah. We're going to talk? Okay, that's good. Oh, it's going to be a wicked show, man. I'm here with my broski from another Moski, Colt Eastwood. I'm going to here with Jez, who's going to have a complete, absolutely ruptured anus after he eats that hot chip challenge. It's going to be a great show. Let's do it.
That is true.
Oh no!
When are you eating that? By the way, when are you eating that chip, Jez? What's up with that, huh? What's going on?
I'm on Amazon right now, and it does say, it's in transit, so I should have it by Xbox 2 Ultimate, maybe on Tuesday.
Oh, so you're gonna put this behind Patreon, is what you're saying? Huh?
No. We'll do it on Patreon, but I'll post the clip. We'll post the clip on Twitter. We won't paywall the suffering. My suffering belongs to everybody, so don't worry about that. But it does look like it might be an Xbox 2 Ultimate thing, which is exclusive to Patreon twitch.tv/XB2 if anyone wants to join and follow the fun. But I will post on Twitter as well, don't worry. But yeah, it's supposedly around 5 million Scoville or something, which is a lot of scoves. So we're gonna we're gonna see how it goes. And I do have 2 chips. The package comes with not 1 but 2 chips. So we're doing the 1 chip for me losing that Judge Corley would side against Microsoft. However, we got another bet now, and the bet is I bet that the deal will fall apart in some way, some form.
2 chips. That's it. You're having 2.
Yeah, and if it falls through, I have the second chip. But if it gets pat, no. If it doesn't fall through, then I have to eat the chip. But if it does fall through, Rand has to pay me $5,000.
$5,000? Nah, bro. That we ain't doing that. I'll give you 100. But it's a good thing that this isn't gonna fall through. I don't know. I know why you're doing it. Like, you know how many DMs I've gotten recently about like, why is Jez doing this? He's ruining the mood. And I'm just like, you don't understand. This is all like tactical. This is reverse jinx to its finest.
Yes.
This is reverse jinx.
No, it's
Yes. 40 chess with
not
Jez.
reverse
Mhm. It's 40
Yeah.
chess.
Yes. That man is smart.
It's not reverse jinx. It's legit. It's legitimate, guys. It's you just got to accept that the deal's just not happening. I'm sorry.
You would do the same thing Colt Eastwood was doing. He came on our show and he's like, I don't think this thing's going to do. And I know what you're trying to do, just trying to reverse jinx. And you know what? I'm not even interrupting you guys to do it because I actually believe in Murphy's Law actually murking Xbox so much. So you do that. You be the martyr for us. You're actually a hero. You're literally knowingly destroying your insides for us and this deal. So thank you, Jez. Shout out to
There's a long history of Xbox fans hoping and coping and thinking that things were going to turn their way, and then it doesn't go your way. So you use some of that magic of the Xbox L, and you transition it, over and 90 degrees to the right, make that L shape, and turn it into a W, baby. And that's what we did last week. Yeah.
Reserved.
You just kind of use that negative energy because I don't know. I've been around long enough. I've done my channel long enough where Xbox was like holding out and we're waiting and they were supposed to do this or that. And I'm just, it's all good intentions. But when I see Jez say something, I'm like, he's just being super pessimistic. I don't know if he's channeling that negative energy and whirlwinding it back. Like, I don't know, Jez. I'm trying to figure you out, but I feel your pain. Because I feel that too sometimes. And I had a discussion about Game of the Year today, it's something we could talk about way at the end of the show, but it's like, there's so many great games this year, and it's like, will Starfield even be acknowledged? Like, this is the Xbox way.
Ooh, interesting. That's interesting.
Mm.
Save that nugget for later.
Yeah,
Save
we
it for
definitely
later.
will, because we do have some housekeeping to get through. We have a sponsor once again for the show, but it's not Manscaped. We have HelloFresh sponsoring this episode of the Xbox 2. And with HelloFresh, you get farm fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. Looking to eat well this summer, HelloFresh's menu features calorie-smart and protein-smart lunch and dinner options, which is actually the ones I personally use because, as everybody knows, I'm trying to lose weight. Kind of fell off when we went through some bad things earlier in the year, but I'm trying to get back on it, and I use Calorie Smart and Protein Smart when selecting my personal meals from HelloFresh. And I've been losing weight, a couple pounds here and there every single week, as long as you just keep on it. So it works, and the meals are actually pretty good, they taste pretty damn good, which is the most important thing because I am very picky, as everybody knows here. Randall Bland,
because it actually tastes good. Because I might actually do this. I might actually sign up to this HelloFresh because I need to lose weight before Gamescom. I don't want to look like a mess. So if HelloFresh is in the UK as well, is it genuinely taste good?
I don't think
it does.
I don't think it's in the UK. Colts used HelloFresh before. It's good.
I think it is.
Well, it might be.
It is in the UK now.
Okay,
yeah,
it is. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
So you can
But I don't
also
know if
choose
it's
new vegan dinners to choose. Dinners to choose from. HelloFresh makes it easy to reach your food goals with flavorful recipes that leave you feeling satisfied. HelloFresh wants you to have it all and the free time and fresh, tasty food. That's why they take care of the meal planning and deliver the ingredients, so everything you need to whip up a delicious meal arrives right to your door. When you need dinner fast, don't call for delivery. Think HelloFresh. Their fast and fresh recipes are ready in just 15 minutes or less. Plus, HelloFresh is 25% cheaper than takeout. So, head on over.
Fat gas.
Head on over to HelloFresh.com/Xbox250 and use code Xbox250 for 50% off plus free shipping. That's HelloFresh.com/Xbox250 and use code Xbox250 for 50% off plus free shipping. The link and everything is in the description. And, if you decide to check out some HelloFresh, make sure you, tag me and Jez on Twitter. We'd love to see
Where is it? It's not in your description, bro.
It's in the description.
Is it? I'm trying to find it. Xbox 250 as in the words or the letters?
Yes,
numbers?
Xbox 250
Yeah,
is in the words.
Yeah, but the number at the end.
Yes, the number.
I put a link in the chat anyway. If anyone wants to check it out, HelloFresh is really, really good. They've been very, very good to us. So click on the link, supports us, supports you, and supports your stomach.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Cognito's stomach needs support. He's been going through a little bit.
Ooh, it applied the discount straight away. I've got £58.45 saved.
Oh, it does work in the UK. Oh, well, great.
Yeah.
I'm going to get on that deal as well. Are we allowed to use our own deals?
I don't know.
I hope so.
Maybe.
Yeah, of course you are. What do you mean? Of course. Why would you not be? Anyway, let's not talk about your HelloFresh thing. Let's go. Actually, I am.
Well, yeah, but we still got Patreon. Patreon.com/XB2. Jez, we have reached out to a guest this month, correct? I don't know.
Yes,
Would you want to announce who it might be? But we do have a guest in mind, correct?
Yes, we do. I think we're just working on locking that down now.
Yeah,
But yeah, we
logistics
do have
and
a
stuff.
guest.
But we got shout outs, right?
Yes, we do have some shout outs. So thanks to everyone who signed up at patreon.com/XB2. You'll get to watch me suffering live with the Hot Chip Challenge on Tuesday. A lot of people have been reaching out and telling me not to do it and that they're worried I'll die. But I don't think they'd sell it on Amazon if you can die from it. But hey, we'll find out together.
Can I be your new co-host if Jez passes away?
All
right.
I just want to jump on this while I can.
Yeah, right here. Opportunities. Ready.
Oh, I think Cog wants in, actually. All right.
Nah.
Cog already does 2 podcasts, though. So, well, actually, like 3. Technically.
But anyways, quick shout outs for the Patreon peeps. Patreon Xbox 2 / patreon.com/XB2. And the shout outs to Saucy Mods, James Wazo, The Grandest the Bit, Chris Panisse, Tharsman, Hey Blinkin, Army Dude 52C, Ryan Kuipel, Foreign Object, Mythic Marty, Macazilla, Randall Thor 19, Silas, Eric Gregory, Elijah Vasquez, James Moore, Halo is a franchise player, Katriox, Bright Tundra 1, Jasper Shapp, Hodel the Line, Justin Dwell, Frank Marino, P Bro King, Ace of T Madison, Untidy Tim, and special shout out to Untidy for coming back. Grizzly Mofo G, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Justin Sago, Andrew Courtney, Woggerman Achievement, Sekiro 121, Darren Torpy, Professor JJJ, Butterball 8, Ghostface Killer, Wolfgang KPZ, and Ralph Wiggum. Thanks all you guys for being with us, and a lot of you have been with us for a really long time now, and I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate you guys. And enjoy watching me suffer on Xbox 2 Ultimate on Tuesday. Tentatively on Tuesday. Oh no, actually we can't do Tuesday because I've got a doctor's appointment, so it might be Wednesday.
Yeah,
we'll see. We'll work.
But
it
doesn't matter because we'll be
so.
celebrating the close of the deal on Monday. So
no, we won't, Rand.
Yes, we will.
We won't be.
Yes, we will.
We'll be lamenting. We'll be suffering together.
No, we won't.
We will be celebrating the close of the deal. But before we get into the cool stuff. Gaming podcasts and everything. I figured I'd want to ask you guys, Cog, what you been playing, bro? What have you been up to? What has the gaming ninja, been up to lately?
Jez would be so proud of me right now. I can't let Diablo go, man.
Ooh,
I thought I was done. I beat it, and then it's just like, all right, I'll try the end game. Then you start the Paragon, And I obviously, Jez, we both have the ally, so it's the perfect like farming game also on the go on the ROG ally. So I absolutely love it on that. But yeah, man, Diablo still got his hooks on me. I was supposed to start Final Fantasy 16, but I just cannot let Diablo go. So yeah, then the new content's coming out. I believe a new season on the 20th. So yeah, man, I've been rocking and rolling still. Getting my how we do it? Diablo.
And of course Destiny 2 always, right? And
Of course,
forever,
bro.
always.
That's forever game. That's forever game.
Yeah, that's forever. You know who started Final Fantasy 16 the same time as me, but probably stopped playing it? That's Gaz. Gaz,
yeah.
Were you tired of the movie? Were you tired of what was going on? What have you been playing, bro?
Actually, I've been playing Bramble.
Ooh.
Bramble's a really poor game, but
What?
incredible spectacle. As in terms of mechanically, the gameplay is absolutely rote gameplay design that's not really going to do anything. Often it'll just frustrate you. But I can't stop playing it because, like Final Fantasy, the gameplay isn't the highlight. It's the spectacle of the whole thing. Bramble is a very dark. What was that movie that not Wizard of Oz, that French one? It's almost like the Wizard of Oz take on it. Come on, it's a classic.
Leon.
Not Leon.
Leon?
What? Leon? What are you
You mean,
talking about?
Like Hitman?
No,
Like what?
No,
Wizard of Oz?
Yeah,
Leon?
That's the only
Like a-
French movie I could think of. Is it even French?
no,
It's set in
I mean,
France,
like
right?
it's like the Wizard of Oz, the monster that has eyes in his hands and he puts his hand to his face.
Oh,
and
Pan's Labyrinth?
Oh,
Pan's Labyrinth. That's it. It might not be French, but yeah. So
it's not French.
Is it not? Oh, she.
No,
But
He's
anyway,
Spanish, isn't he? Del Toro. I don't know.
is it? I don't know. I have no idea.
Same thing.
But
No
yeah,
offense.
like what?
I just offended half of Europe.
And cancelled. But yeah, no, Bramble's like that. It's got very much darker than Pan's Labyrinth, but I'm really enjoying the storytelling. It's just really good. And Final Fantasy, as much as I clown it, gameplay isn't just there at all. The cinematics and stuff, I genuinely treat it like Advent Children and Spirits Within, which I actually really liked at the time. I watched it loads of times. Been playing those. I haven't played Diablo too much. King Thrash, you piece of
Jeez.
because I've been busy. Yeah, I'm gonna destroy him soon. But yeah, I've been just playing Bramble, playing other games as well. Street Fighter, that's just mad. Final Fantasy 16. There's a lot there, and I'm trying to get all of it out because we're gonna get a game that we will not forget. Colt Eastwood, that the industry will not ignore. Colt Eastwood is Starfield. Because that game
That's the game Colt Eastwood's playing right now. Oh wait, wasn't I supposed to say that?
Colt, you
Yeah.
piece of. Are you serious? No. You would tell me, Colt. Colt, you didn't hear?
I just
okay.
blew it. I
Well,
wasn't supposed
Sorry,
to say that.
your guys'
just-
your audio, all of your audio cut out for a second there. I'm back though.
Oh, okay.
Everything's good. Everything's
So
good.
just to clarify, Del Toro's Mexican, but Pan's Labyrinth is set in Spain. That's where I got confused.
Okay.
Continue.
Well, Colt
are
Eastwood's
you-
back. Apparently, his audio dropped out. Now he can hear us.
Yeah, that was
Conveniently.
crazy.
Yeah.
That was
Conveniently.
crazy. Yeah.
Oh,
it was
wow,
wonderful.
Colt Eastwood. I thought we were friends.
Starfield, as Fonz would say. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. I've been playing Prototype 2 because Gaz beat the game a few months ago, and I decided to go back. And once I got past the filmic 30 FPS, I enjoy another great game, another great series that needs to come back. If you're listening, Radical Entertainment's gone, but we would love to see a reboot of the anti-hero open world sandbox game, something you never get anymore. So that's what I've been playing, basically. And that and MLB 23, thanks to PlayStation Studios for putting that on Xbox. Appreciate
and
that,
Grounded.
PlayStation.
You're always playing Grounded with your kids.
I'm putting like 40 hours of Grounded every week with my kids and having time in my
Wow.
life. So unbelievable.
And how's Starfield? How
It looks like a really cool game. It's like an open world space RPG.
Wow.
From
Colt,
what
if
I
I find out of that, what there's even a modicum of truth to that,
Sorry,
I will absolutely destroy you.
I'm on dial-up internet. It was a little choppy there, but
Oh
yeah, that's what I've
my
been playing.
God, you pagan! Wow.
I mean, I'm a
Sorry.
paid bot. You know,
Yo, that's what I was
Microsoft just
gonna
cuts
say.
me checks left and right.
The only people playing Starfield right now are part of the Xbox Illuminati. So I'm kind of kind of looking at
Right.
Cognito,
If you
right?
put
Like,
your arms in a cross
yes.
while you had Aaron Greenberg pay for your dinner or your
they
breakfast,
win.
you're good to go.
You know, Cognito was at
This is
that
right.
dinner too. You been playing
Yeah.
some Starfield
Bro, I
too?
got
It's
the,
good.
the checks is coming in.
Oh,
bro.
yeah.
Don't
Where's
blow me up.
Where's my check? Jez, did you get a check? What's going on?
What, from Twitter?
Nah,
man.
not from Twitter,
Okay.
from Xbox, bro. We're part of the Xbox
Oh, from
Illuminati.
Xbox.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about Twitter paying people for a second there.
Jez, did you get like special
I-
gifts from Xbox executives at the FanFest thing?
Yeah, I did. I did actually get a gift from Xbox.
Did you have to claim
at
that?
the thing? Well, no, because I gave it away. I gave it away to everyone.
Okay,
But
that's
no,
all good.
I've got one of them.
They got the gift. The gift was cans of beans.
Yep.
What a gift.
So, yeah. What you mean? It's the best gift, the gift of beans. But
Yep.
I didn't accept the gift for myself. I distributed them amongst the people. So we had a lot of fun with the beans. Did you take any beans home, Colt?
I did. Yeah. One can. Yeah.
Did you cook them?
My carry-on was full, so I had to shove it down the front of my pants, and getting through the security was unbelievable. But I got some looks.
Beans and cheese.
Oh my god. Worth it.
So we have over 1.5 thousand already here with us. Thank you for being here. Make sure you hit the like button and please subscribe. I hit 96,000 subs today, so 4,000 more to go to 100K, which is incredible. But yeah, Gaz, are you upset that you're not part of the Xbox Illuminati? That you're not getting paid to do the sauce videos for Microsoft? I mean, because you got Cold Eastwood, Incognito, Risk It for the Biscuit, Addict, Hargeet, who's not even on Twitter. You know, all paid.
Bro,
And-
unlimited
well,
breakfast.
and here's-
unlimited breakfast, bro.
You know, the ILP is
Unlimited,
well
aka
funded.
buffet.
Remember, well funded,
Oh, we definitely don't.
well funded. How do you feel about this, Gaz? You feel left out a little bit?
Listen, this is the price of being the source boss. I'm just grateful they haven't sent me to Guantanamo Bay with my content, so I'm just fine.
Jesus.
Every time Gaz puts out a new sauce video, I'm like, I wonder what crazy prison he's going to be going to soon, and if he'll be able to keep his rear end protected. Good video yesterday, by the way. If you, I'll give a shout out and give a little sponsorship push for Gaz's septic sauce video, where he put clips up of Lina Khan getting just roasted, toasted, and crosted. It's just like not only are you a terrible person, but you're not even a licensed terrible person. That was great.
Hey, I have all you guys' channels linked in the description for anybody who comes in and is like, who the hell is this Colt Eastwood, or who the hell is Gaz, or I mean, everybody knows Cog, but either way, they're all right there.
Beefy Cog, right?
Very beefy.
Yeah, corporate Cog, right?
Small
Corporate
cog.
beefy Cog. I love it.
We do have some super chats, and one of them I'm gonna read right here because it's interdiscussion topic. Josh Ramey says, looks like Major Nelson has departed Xbox. So that was announced today. How are we feeling about that, Colt? I mean, I know, Colt, you had the privilege to have Major Nelson on your podcast along with Rubes.
Rubes.
Yeah,
they're so awesome.
This is an end of an era, isn't it? Like, seriously.
Yeah, and Major Nelson was even nice enough to give me a shout out in their podcast after he was on the show. To me, Major Nelson was like the face of Xbox Live ever since I can remember the Xbox being a thing. So like he was the Kevin Butler, like, you know, he was the guy. And yeah, I mean, what'd you say before the show, Gaz? Jump in about Major Nelson. You said where he's going.
I mean,
That was me. I was like, I mean, he goes,
was-
he's at PlayStation now.
I'm gonna do a Phil Harrison and reverse Phil Harrison, join in there and just completely demolish PlayStation from the inside, like Phil Harrison did. No, but I mean, he was a legend, man. Major Nelson seems to have receded back into not the shadows, but like he's like a ninja or shadow broker. But he was like quite prominent in the Xbox One days. Then he really took a back seat, and I think like we haven't really seen much of him anyway. So I wish him the best of luck. He was really nice guy. He seemed like a really nice and really communicative when he was active. So I wish him all the best with whatever he's doing. Because he said he's looking to his new career at PlayStation.
Well, I mean, Xbox changed a lot of how they did things over the years and how they communicated and marketed. And I think it got to a point where Major Nelson wasn't utilized like he was because they weren't doing that sort of face or personality driven thing. Like, I don't know. Well, there was a while where Xbox wasn't doing any marketing.
Ooh, hey Cole, is your air conditioning on? Is it hot?
Yeah.
Hot in your room? Oh yeah.
Can you hear it?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I'll turn my expander gate up, my noise gate up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just turn your air conditioner off, man, and get sweaty.
No, it's definitely it's probably super
Is that
hot.
it? Is it gone now?
It's not hot. Say something.
Yo, I'm right here. Oh, you'll be able to hear it when I'm talking. Yeah, it's really hot in here. It's like 90-some degrees.
It's weird. Like we didn't hear it at all up until like literally.
Well, I just turned it on because I'm sweating Bozaks over here.
Jeez, how hot is it over there?
It's like 90-something.
Dude, it's time for that pool, bro. Finally, right?
You know, it's like 45 Fahrenheit in Britain right now. I'm loving it. It's raining. It's grey. It's cold. I'm like, yes, this is my kind of summer. Is it like that down south, guys?
Yeah, it is. It is. You were so close to me at one point. Man, we could have touched it.
Yeah. I was in London. Dude, I had such a nightmare in London. London doesn't have Uber anymore. What the hell?
What are you talking about? Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. I was trying to get an Uber for like 30 minutes. I was like 30 minutes, and there was no Ubers picking up. And I'm just sitting there thinking, man, this is like the third world.
Mate, it does have Uber, man. I just think you're out of the way.
No. And then I got in I had to get a black cab, and the guy was like, "Oh yeah, Uber's banned here, and you have to use Get a Taxi, which is some other app."
App. Sorry. You know what? Yeah, I use another app actually as well.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
I went to
Dublin. London thinks it's special, man. So it's just like, oh, we don't want Uber. We've got our own app for Uber. What is that about? And it was like 1,000 times more expensive. Oh, no. But and then there was a power cut in the train station, so I was stuck in the train station for extra 50 minutes.
Welcome to London, bro. That's exactly. You pay premium for absolutely crap service. Welcome to my life.
And I was like, I'm going back north. I've had it with this London.
Well, you coming Gamescom? I
am going to Gamescom.
We'll touch it.
Let's do it. Wait, what? Rand's so demonetized right now.
I mean,
well, you're not demonetized for that. You must be joking. YouTube's not that.
I already got the notification from YouTube.
Gas says, oh my gosh.
Rand doesn't need any more money. Rand does not need any more money. Dude's like a YouTube millionaire.
I wish. I mean, you're going to be a Twitter millionaire. With all your impressions. Although, you know what's funny to see everybody being like, I'm signing up for Twitter Blue, but you still have to get accepted by a human into the program, and it's not like YouTube where if you meet the requirements, like whatever it is, 4,000 watch hours and X amount of subscribers, you automatically can make money on YouTube. Everybody, for whatever reason, thinks like, all I got to do is sign up to Twitter Blue and get the 5 million impressions for 3 months, and I can make some cash. But they don't realize in like kind of the fine print that you have to be accepted into the program, like personally
into the monetization
by Elon Musk and the people at Twitter, and they're not just going to accept anybody. So it's
they're not going to accept King Thrash or somebody who just Gaz. Good luck.
With your, no chance. No chance.
I know. Jez was gonna. Jez was telling me about his plan to basically stop working at Windows Central and become a full-time tweeter and make his money.
Well, I ratioed Senator Elizabeth Warren this week,
so
I think I could make a.
Do tell the story. Tell us what her tweet was and what you wrote.
So Elizabeth Warren, she tweeted. I don't really know who she is, but some people I just thought it was really funny that some people from the Xbox side were like really respectful and like with due respect, stuff like that. Whereas other people were just like,
I replied saying 1v1 me on Rust. And
exactly. people who don't know who she is, like, so maybe she's done some good stuff or something, but on this, she's a complete idiot. And she was just like,
politician, man, does the same. I'll be quiet.
It's true.
No, well, it's all just
I'm
like
with you guys.
We're for consumers, and we're for PlayStation. Well, not for PlayStation, but they don't know what's going on. They just see Microsoft, $1 trillion company, and this is bad.
Yeah,
right?
that's what
It has
she
to
said.
be bad. Yeah, essentially.
She said, great job to the FTC for protecting consumers against monopolies or something like that. And it's just like,
A monopoly?
What the
Xbox?
what the-
I thought
Yeah.
Xbox was about to be dead. Cog, Xbox has no games.
it's
right?
ridiculous, man.
And all of a sudden they're
Monopoly.
Monopoly? Holy crap. Even the government's using that meme? Wow.
Crazy times.
Yeah.
Crazy times.
But anyways, Major Nelson.
Wait, did you say that the government is about as smart as PlayStation only fans? Is that what you're saying?
That explains the world's
I mean, yeah.
turmoil. Do you not?
There you
see
go.
that? Especially in the UK.
It's definitely an end of the era for Major Nelson. I've only got to meet him once. I really only interacted with him twice, and I remember like always wanting to go to E3, and I remember watching the 2013 fiasco where Major Nelson was out front trying to explain all the DRM stuff to everybody, and it was just like, hey, you're earning your money, Major, because I mean, nobody liked it, and it was like, you can't. I remember him being on the Angry Joe show back when Angry Joe was actually, and Major Nelson says you can't just fluke a switch or whatever,
Yeah.
and then they literally like flicked the switch like the week later. But like to me, Major Nelson always just represented Xbox, right? I remember that. Still remember that picture he posted with him and like Cliffy B. You remember when Major Nelson had the Lancer and it's like how young he looked, and then you see him now and how old he is. But like in the beginning, he was Xbox. Now, yeah, he's kind of taken a backseat role. And when I did get to meet him at E3 2016, I could tell he didn't know who the F I was at all. Even though I got a picture with him. I got a picture with Phil. I got a picture with Ybarra. I got a picture with Major Nelson, who, by the way, did not want to be in that photo. Which, you know, as a lot of people may know, some of you may not, I was able to hit 1 million gamer score at E3 2016. Ooh. In fact, Cognito was there, but he didn't even know.
We didn't even know.
He didn't even know.
I've heard about this.
Right, but you don't know this, Jez. So when I did the interview afterwards, you know, Jessica Chobot and Phil, and I was like, hey, can I get a picture, right? And,
Don't do it, Gaz.
You know, I was really good friends with Phil and Ybarra, although I guess maybe I shouldn't say that because certain people would be like, you're not your friends? What do you mean?
Man.
Right? Even though I like talk to them all the time or whatever. But either way, I was like, can I get a picture? Because that moment meant a lot to me. And I'm like, come on, Major, why don't you join? Because it was Ybarra and Phil. And Major Nelson just kind of shook his head and started walking away. And he was in like a pink coat. And Phil basically looked at him and was like, come on, Larry, get in here. So Phil had to basically order Larry into the picture to take a picture.
Because maybe he didn't like, they had issues with Mike Ybarra? Or
I don't have anything to do with that, but I'm just saying, like, it was just funny. It was
way
like,
back then.
Yeah, this is 2016. It was just like me and Phil and Mike taking a picture, and I'm like, Larry, get in here, because how cool would that be? You know, Mike, Phil, Larry, and then Larry just like shook his head and started walking away, and Phil was like, "Get in here, Larry," and then Larry came back. So yeah, I mean, he's you know, pillar of the community. All right, I know Tim Dog talks very highly of him. Cog, you got any Major Nelson stories?
Yeah, man. I mean, Major, man. What a fixture. Because you know, people from way back, I remember even before IOP and all that stuff, and you know, saying the dream of mine was just to go to E3, just to say that I've been there. E3 was like this mythical place. It was like going to Mecca as a gamer. You know what I mean? So for me, you know, one of the first, you know, executives while we were waiting in the days of waiting in a mall for the hope of getting into Xbox Fan
the
Fest. The dream of getting into Xbox Fan Fest. And I remember he was one of the first people online, and he came up to every single person, and he was just like, look, you know, we're going to reward you guys. You guys are our loyal base. And it's just so interesting to see him, you know, because I remember, what is it, the Major Nelson podcast, and you know what I mean? And I remember Xbox Live and just him being a major fixture for what Xbox was. And then obviously what Cole talked about, as he's transitioned over, you see less and less of him. But what's funny is the later years, I've seen more and more of him. And I just recently got the chance to see him at when we did PAX East this year, and Xbox did like a little special event. And it was kind of like a small anime. It was like in an arcade, like almost like a barcade. I don't know if you guys have those around y'all. Yeah, it was really cool. I got a chance to really talk with him. You know what I mean? And he's a good dude. He's a good dude, man. He's been doing it for a long time. And salute to him. Whatever the next journey is, people will always remember basically Major Nelson being synonymous with the brand and always being as professional as he possibly is. So salute to the legend, Major Nelson, man. You got to give him his flowers.
Shout out to him, man. This is to Major Nelson. We love you, man.
Jez, you got to
This
get one
song-
of these things so you can play music during Xbox 2, shouldn't you?
I've got what you need like an XLR setup to do that, right, guys? I think.
Go XLR. You can get, mate. You can do it on your PC, but get Go XLR. Well, don't get Go XLR because they're not supporting it anymore. But you can get something else. I'll talk to you after the show. I'm not going to talk about Go XLR on the show. But shout out to Major Nelson.
of course. Yeah.
And shout out to that song I played. If you know the lyrics of that song, you know how appropriate it is for the send off of Major Nelson.
Right. I do got some super chats I want to get through because people are in chat saying we missed them. We didn't miss them. I have them all up. I'll get through them. Let's see if there's some really good ones here. We have Latia saying, "Let the battle begin." Yes. Just Bring It says, "Lucky we have the sauce for ranch chicken today." Randall Bland. Swagger 4000 with a super chat but no message. Thank you. The Don says, "The Xbox 5. Have a good show, my dudes." This is the Xbox 5. You know, I'm surprised the other people in chat being like, "Where's my invite?" Like Paris usually shows up and he's like, "What the hell? Where's my invite?" Hey Paris, if you're listening, just jump right in. You got access to the Discord voice chat. Just jump right in, bro. Come on. He's probably busy though. Brian says, "Amazing group of phenomenal humans. Bring the sauce and hold the line." That's right.
Hold the line.
Hold the line. We got Jax. Lina Khan folded like a cheap tent. Ooh. Saucy.
It's like a line my dad would
The way
say.
you read that, had some venom in it. She
That
folded like
was,
a cheap tent.
that was good delivery.
Dude, did you? The title, one of the titles of this podcast is Lina Khan roasted. So
Oh yeah,
you know,
fair
because I
enough.
watched your video and I also saw that Kotaku article that Colt Eastwood was in
Prominently
yesterday.
displayed in.
Yeah, underneath Xbox Uni and right before a picture of my guy, my boy Nick Marseille. He was also in the article as well.
Not good.
Oh my gosh, I got
man.
lumped in with just the pillars of the community. You know, what was my? I think I said, oh, if the FTC. No, what did I say? She was getting roasted. I can't remember what my tweet was, but I mean, I think I ratioed Kotaku in just a couple hours.
I mean, it's not hard to ratio Kotaku.
I was just about to say that.
They're awful.
Yeah.
We have Sith Lord. Hello, all my favorite people in one place. Hope you're doing well, Sith.
Sid,
What? What, guys?
he's good people. Shout out
He is
Sid,
good people.
man. He's really good people.
Our buddy Sin Vendetta says, "I cannot wait for the ABK deal to actually go through so that Toys for Bob can actually bring back Banjo-Kazooie, which will make me and Paris so happy and will make Colt scream." Well, you know it would be...
And me. Oh,
Yeah, can't wait for that juggernaut of a game.
Yeah.
Banjo-Kazooie. In the there. That's right. I'm with you, Colt.
Even if
Oh,
Toys for Bob make that game, they probably still have to put it on the Switch for actually it to be, you know, successful.
Actually sell.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
nobody...
I love how the two of the developers that used to work on Banjo-Kazooie said there is no draw for that game. Like, it would not sell. Nobody wants it. And I mean, if you want to get a girlfriend, pick a different game to play.
Yo, Colt!
Not like this.
Wow!
I'm just kidding. There's plenty of guys who probably made it okay playing banjo. I'm just joking. I like to be really rude about that game,
Dude.
because as Cog and I would say, Xbox still needs to have that one. Get that out the door first, and then you can banjo it up. But you
By the
conquer
way,
people, you get no respite from me.
I want to give Cog his flowers. Cog, that quote, yeah, just one, is so poignant to me because we don't. So a lot of PlayStation guys are like, "Oh, you guys desperately want the PlayStation format of that kind of game." We're only asking for just one, not two. We just want one, just to show. Yeah,
Not
once
9
done,
like you have.
Cognito's the
done.
leader
Yeah.
of that movement, by the way.
I am the
He
leader.
started it.
Yeah.
What are the
Just one.
requirements again for the hashtag just one?
All right. So the key thing people keep forgetting is, besides the AAA third person over the shoulder heavy narrative, it has to be a new IP, not a remake,
Okay.
not something that got the number 2 behind it. And again,
Yeah.
of those games. Those games are what I consider hashtag just one energy, Fable and Hellblade 2. Those count. But I just want Xbox to have that new face of the generation, like when Halo was the face of the OG Xbox. You know, we think Marcus Phoenix kind of the face of 360. That new protagonist that takes Xbox into the next. The series consoles need that. That's all. I just want one. We don't got to mimic the whole formula. I love the diversity that Xbox is doing from their whole line, their genre and lineup standpoint. Just that is the only thing from a new IP standpoint I want.
Yep.
I agree that I would even say it sounds like you were saying that you want a new IP and a series almost, because you were saying you want a mascot, but I'm just saying just one of those, one and done.
Yeah.
Literally one and done. They go back to enjoying the kind of quality variety content that we like on Xbox.
Absolutely. And again, the key thing is the high graphical fidelity. Like, for example, you know, we clown Xbox One a lot. You know, they had just ones. They had Rise to the Throne. They had Quantum Break. New IPs with that showed off the power of the system. Because that's a lot of times when people get frustrated. They're like, damn, I want to see that. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see Xbox flex that technical prowess with that style of a game. So Xbox One actually had 2 hashtag just ones in their generation. We just need them for the series console.
You know, people in
quality.
Hold on, they say South of Midnight.
Yeah, people in chat are saying South of Midnight. So
I don't know what that is. We don't know yet. We don't know if it's.
I don't know, but we kind of know it's not AAA level as far as from a production value. I'm rooting for that game. That game looks amazing. I'm not being disrespectful. I love Compulsion, but to say that's the highest of graphical fidelity, that's pushing the console. We got to be real. It's the same way the Hi-Fi Rush dudes was coming like, yeah, Cog, we got one. What's up? Just one. I'm like.
It also kind of has. It also needs to be open world or semi-open world with that strong character. It's got to have that. Who just ucked me?
It doesn't have to be open world. Most of the one and dones are linear. It can be linear.
It could be linear. It could be linear. It could be open world. Either one. That part is not the requirement.
I just want to live in a new world, in a new IP. And from what we know about Compulsion is they were basically kind of demanding that Xbox give them a AAA budget. I don't think they quite got a AAA budget. Rand and I've kind of looked into that a little bit or listened to that discussion. So it seems like maybe Compulsion wasn't given a AAA budget, but they're pushing hard. Yeah. And I hope they do something, because We Happy Few had some really amazing things in it, but didn't quite, go all the way there. And I don't know. I think we'll be there.
They deserve a AAA budget, because We Happy Few flopped hard. Like it looked nice, and so does South of Midnight. This is the trap. It looks visually like really distinct. It looks like great. But I think what Cog is alluding to is that traditional high fidelity kind of visual affair, like Horizon or The Last of Us. That's typically traditionally raw visual fidelity, and a stylistic looking game like South of Midnight may look great. So does Hi-Fi Rush. Is a beautiful game, but it doesn't hit that one vibe. I know which one. You know which one I'm talking about, right?
We know who got that high graphic, like Coalition. Like when you see Earbusters, you go, oh my God! Like look at that. You look at Hellblade, you look at Ninja Theory, you go, oh my God! You need that level to kind of, just to be honest, to get the casual to be like, yo, Xbox is doing like that's part of the energy to get people that wouldn't normally be in your ecosystem to look at Xbox a little different and serious. And trust me, Fable is going to do that. Hellblade is going to do that. I just want a new IP to also go alongside. That's all.
You have to you have to remember when it comes to like some of Microsoft studio acquisitions, they're trying to identify studios that they can nurture rather than ones where because Rand kind of alluded this into our last show, is that when Microsoft buys Activision Blizzard, if they manage to do it,
they will on Monday.
If Rand
and after and then you got to drink, you got to eat your chip, and then
apparently if
the stream has buffering.
Oh no!
It'll come right back. It's back. It's back. You're good.
Oh man,
it does it sometimes.
I don't think it's the internet. I think it's Rand's PC. It's from like the 1980s.
Oh,
he's got
I tried to get Rand to invest one of the dollars he makes from Microsoft paychecks on his PC, and the guy is like, he's cheaper than I am, and I'm notoriously cheap.
Just get a new PC.
It's
got a
not
1050
the
mode,
PC. It's the internet. It's the modem.
Put in another
Went down.
AOL disk
Modem.
and see if you can re-up.
It's the modem
Is it
went
back
down.
up now?
I mean, obviously you guys can hear me, so
Yeah, you good.
No, it only buffered for a
because
second.
then
Yeah, but sometimes
Jez
the
stopped talking.
Stream gets screwed up.
You
Yeah,
stopped
but
you
anyway.
stopped talking, and I said something, and nobody said anything,
Yeah.
and then I looked at my modem, and it was flashing. So you know, it is a very very hot day here in Chicago, so I'm sure
Don't you have
Comcast
AC?
is.
Don't you have AC?
Yeah, but it's not. It's Comcast. It's the internet.
Oh, it's Comcast.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, as I was saying, Rand kind of alluded to the idea that anyone high up at Activision Blizzard who's got stock, they might leave after their retention period and potentially take that culture with them. That's a risk that Microsoft's going to have to manage. But like when Microsoft looks to buy smaller studios, they look for studios who are still in that growth phase, and they're trying to identify things like this studio has something cool. We can nurture this and take it to the next level. And I think like Compulsion really has that. Like we all said it on the show. Like We Happy Few had something about it that was really creepy and compelling and memorable. Like even though We Happy Few's gameplay was horrible, there was something about that game that makes it really memorable. I still remember that trailer. Everyone remembers that trailer, right?
Have you played it, Jez?
I have. I played it quite a lot actually because I like.
Yeah, I got quite a ways through it and then kind of got stuck. But for people who don't know, the overtone of the game is his brother was taken by the bad guys in Germany, and he has repressed his memories. And the World War II stuff is so bad that people are taking this happy pill, and it is ruining society. So there's this really cool overtone that spills into the game. I know I saw somebody in the chat said We Happy Few sucked, and like I said, Compulsion is the one studio that hasn't proven to me that they can do something really, really outstanding right out the gate. Like they're one of the only studios besides 343 that I'm that I'm like the other studios are gonna be amazing. Like, but We Happy Few and Compulsion, I'm like I don't know, right? So there are some really special things there. Like that team, when we saw the South of Midnight trailer, it's like, okay, they've got something here. I don't know what it is. Is it third person? Is it an open world game? Is it linear?
It's a
they said it was third person, right?
Yeah, it's third person action adventure game. I mean, we don't know if it's open world or linear, but we do know that at least. Interesting idea.
And it probably won't have survival modes like We Happy Few kind of heard it, and they tried to patch or update that out of it. I think I haven't really been back to it in a while, but
as you guys were talking there, I was hoping it's like I'm so sick. I'm burnt out from the stale open world design of games. There are exceptions. Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Starfield is going to be one, but generally, even Ghost of Tsushima, I love that. But the like South of Midnight, I'm hoping it doesn't like. I just want it to be linear. I just want the Compulsion to hone in on their ideas. I feel like that's what they need. If they can just, they don't deserve a AAA budget. Yeah, if Microsoft, I can see where Microsoft's reluctance comes in. Maybe AA, or AA plus. I don't know how you define these things, but there's a burden that studio needs to discharge because a lot of hype. It was almost like with No Man's Sky, and how much flack they got, and they got so much. They got their flowers so early on, everyone was ranting and raving about this game, and it obviously flopped at the start. But then the guy went back to the drawing board, completely silent on social media for years, and he fixed that game, and that game is overwhelmingly positive or whatever on Steam right now, and Compulsion Games hasn't had that second chance. This is their make or break, really, even though they're under Microsoft's tenure there, under the umbrella. So I think it's quite fundamental. I feel like the studio will understand the pressure, and I think and because of that, my money is on them delivering something really special.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to be clear because I do love what Compulsion is attempting with South of Midnight. They're really going there with Deep South. They're touching some really historical things as well as the supernatural things. So I love what they're doing. And if you do some research on that studio head and how they're really doing their historical, especially for the Black community and stuff like it's really cool stuff that they're attempting. But to your point, from a budget and a scope standpoint, I do understand what you're saying, guys. You're making a lot of sense.
Yeah. We have a super chat here from Everyone's Idol Goro says, Jez writing checks his anus can't cash. That is that's gonna be you're gonna be Mr. Boomstick. Shout out to Mr. Boomstick, pillar of the community. He said that he would pay your marker, bro. He said he doesn't want you to eat that chip because he's worried for you. He's worried for your health.
I didn't see that.
He will he'll pay the $100 to me because I won that bet, and you don't have to eat that chip. So that offer's out there.
Well, Boom is a lovely gentleman and a scholar, but I've got to eat the chip, man. My manhood won't let me back down.
What? What are we talking about?
The hot chip, man. I got to eat the hot chip. But Boomstick said he'd pay off my debt. Boomstick said he'd pay off my debt to Rand.
That's sweet.
That sharky debt collector that Rand is. But no Boom. Thanks, but no thanks. I need to suffer for the community, for the deal. Otherwise, the reverse jinx will be unreversed, and there'll be a double reverse jinx. So, and then we'll end up in triple reverse unjinxed jinxed territory. So, in order to maintain the unjinxed double jinx, I need to eat the chip. I have to. It's
I just want to see you suffer, but just eat the chip.
I mean, yeah. I can't wait for this. Xbox Game for the Win says in the super chat, "In Addict we stand. # stand against Rand."
Let him in.
Yeah.
Let him in.
I mean, I did, it is on me. I did tell Addict I'd get him on, and we've done 2 extra shows. Addict will come on the Xbox too. If they close the deal next week, we might have to actually have 2 podcasts again, and one of those shows will probably have guests. So Addict could probably be on one of those.
That's what's up.
But yeah, I knew as soon as I told you, Cog, I was like, I announced this with these people. I'm like, Addict's going to say something. I knew it,
Bro, they waiting, man.
Yeah.
He's waiting, man. The guy's out here doing his thing, you know what I'm saying? But salute to my bro, the young wolf. He's going to be very excited. Like I said, we all anticipate what happens next week. That'll actually be even a larger show, because then we could literally say, it's over. It's done.
And no, it's sad. There's no go live this week. No go live on Saturday. How could you miss this show, guys?
I know, of all the bloody shows that we missed the week where everything changes. I'm at a friend's wedding, and Acer's, I don't know what the hell Acer's doing, but he's also not available.
Well, at least it'll be next week when the deal closes on Monday.
Yep.
You can have go live.
I'll do a hot chip challenge just for fun, just for Jez in posterity of his suffering.
Right. We have
Jez, man. Jez, no offense, I say no offense. I was gonna say no offense. You're a white guy. That sounds really racist. No, I say no offense. You're white and you can't handle spice. In terms of spice, like this will actually rupture your anus probably.
Ooh.
Do you know how hot it is? It's 2 million Scoville. I'm Asian, bro. I'm used to diarrhea all the time because I eat all kinds of crap. But what do you understand?
I can vouch for
gravity?
It's fine. It's okay. We got some pretty spicy restaurants in the Midlands.
Just get some milk. You're gonna need some milk.
Nah, we ain't doing milk. We're going in dry,
need some
baby.
milk.
Hey,
You need some milk.
Forte's in the chat. The one and only. He says, "Look at this star-studded panel. 4 wheels and a spare. I wonder who the spare wheel is. Keep up the entertainment, homies."
Wow, thanks a lot, Forte. Really appreciate it.
Forte, if you want to jump in here, Forte, be my guest, bro. You got the special secret access to the voice Discord in here. So if you want to join, come on in. We could always use some Forte, couldn't we?
Is Forte getting the check from Xbox as well? Is he in the
I don't know. Is Forte part of the Xbox Illuminati cult?
No, he's not. He's too pure.
He's too pure
in heart.
Yeah, Forte's also a PC dude, isn't he? So it's like kind of.
And did he sell a PlayStation 5 to Dirk Griggity of all people?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I mean, Zalker's in chat too. He was part of the Xbox Illuminati, but now he's just part of the Steam Illuminati, Steam community.
How in the heck are we supposed to win the console war when Forte's out there selling PS5s?
I know.
How? Stop it! Stop it!
We got Aramix saying, "Happy Friday, people! Glad to see Randall and Jeffrey getting some gains with all this beef on the panel. Hashtag Lord Beefy." Ooh.
That's me.
Joe Repko, Flame, says, "Howdy, Xbox 2 crew. Nothing brings me more joy than seeing government officials get slapped around and draped in silly string. Hi, Lord Beefy Cog." What's all this Lord Beefy Cog? What's going on? What's the
they
beef
killing
stuff?
me, bro.
Yeah.
The King started it, and they're killing me. They're throwing meat slab emojis in the chat. Like, oh man, they killing me right now. I said I'm a beefy guy. Cog would not let it go. I mean, King would not let it go. That's what it was.
You beat that meat. You do it.
Hey, you know, about a year ago.
Yes!
Sorry. About a year ago, Lord Cognito dropped by my house. We got to share pizza. That was about a year ago, right?
Yeah, man. What was?
Yeah, and then he got confused. He got there. I was like, "What the hell, addict? What are you doing here?"
That's funny. That's the literally first thing he said to me. Right? He's like, "I'm outside," because he took an Uber. So I go to open up the door, and he sees me. He's like, "Holy shit, you and Addict are twins." And I'm like, "What?"
No, you do look like, y'all do look alike.
I'm like, is that a compliment? Maybe it's a compliment for Addict. I don't know. Is that
big compliment, bro? What was the name of the spot that we had to?
We had Palermo's. Palermo's.
Yo, that spot is so good.
Was that one of them deep dish pizzas?
No,
that's the lasagnas. Real Chicago pizza.
Yeah, tavern style, I believe it's called. It's really good. I do not like.
But
the deep
I
dish.
thought Chicago pizza was that deep. The cake pizza.
I mean, that's what people say. I hate deep dish pizza. I cannot stand
Apparently, the real Chicago pizza is thin crust. That's what I was watching a video.
It is thin.
it. Ew.
Is that what you fed Cog? He flew all the way over there.
No,
And
it definitely wasn't.
Crust,
It definitely was not thin.
lean cuisine pizza.
No, it was not
Okay.
thin at all.
Shout out to Lean Cuisine.
Yeah,
Sponsor the channel.
Lean Cuisine. I wish. Flash says, "How do you guys feel about Microsoft buying all of Warner Brothers?" I mean, I wouldn't mind.
Hurry up, do it.
Hurry up, yeah.
Nah, and that's a waste of money, man.
Yeah.
NetherRealm. Come on, NetherRealm Studios.
They should just buy NetherRealm and Mortal Kombat. Trash the rest, man. The rest of it is trash.
Agreed.
We have
Squad Jez, your favorite.
Randall Rocksteady fight for you?
I mean, we'll see what happens
Gotham Knights.
after Suicide Squad seems to be like the latest bomb, right?
Yeah.
Didn't the Flash bomb as well?
The Flash is like one of the biggest like box office disasters ever, right up there with like the new Indiana Jones movie apparently too.
Oh, really?
man.
You thought this movie sucks?
It's not that they sucked. Well, maybe the reviews were bad, but
Nobody went
that
to see
Indiana
them
Jones
and-
movie
yeah.
had like a $300 million budget with like $100 million for advertising, and it's not gonna make any money. They're gonna lose like $300 million on it, and apparently Warner Brothers is gonna lose $200 million on the Flash because
Bring that stock down so Microsoft can buy him. Get
Yeah.
NetherRealm.
yeah.
Well deserved.
Yeah, maybe they're doing it on
Whoa!
purpose.
Look who did join! Look
do.
at this! Forte is here.
Ow!
Oh, listen, I'm out here doing God's work.
Oh man!
I'm out here doing God's work, Cole. I don't know why you don't be. I'm doing my part. I'm getting people to trade their PlayStations in for Xboxes, sir. That's what I'm
That's a
doing.
baby.
That's what we
a
want to
baby.
hear.
That's
Nah,
what I'm
nah.
doing.
That propaganda.
Hey,
Bro,
listen, man.
okay, I
can
love
take-
you,
hey,
bro.
Listen, I can take a picture of my back room right now with a bunch of PlayStation 5s traded in, and guess what? Not one Series X in the back room traded in.
Because there aren't any Series X's out there, bro. That's why.
That's very much true.
Rand!
That's
That's
very
true.
much true. Well,
Red
there
like
are
in the
Diablo
cloud.
systems. There's Diablo systems out there, though. So,
No one cares about Diablo? The masses don't care about Diablo, maybe?
shut your mouth. Diablo's the closest thing we got to Game of the Year next to Tears of the Kingdom, sir.
Can't stop playing it, Forte. Like, it's so addictive.
It's so good, bro.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the 20th. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, new season.
Can't wait for Diablo 5.
Are you
bro.
at work right
It's gonna
now,
be amazing.
Forte?
10 years.
No, I wouldn't sound as good if I was at work.
Dead Planet says, Forte, you gotta get the hell off Crossfire. Ew.
Oh man. Listen, man. Listen. Mooch is not here to defend himself.
That is true. Well, I mean,
And that-
I didn't say anything bad. I'm just saying a comment from what
I'm
someone
not
said in
talking about
chat.
you. I'm not.
I mean,
he's not here to
Mooch is the man. I was on
Yeah.
Crossfire for over a year.
Yeah,
Man,
Mooch is
Mooch,
good. Mooch is good.
Yeah, I like
IOP.
Mooch. Mooch got he in his
That
lane,
fan,
man. That man
you
got
know.
the voice, he got the voice for it. He's got the gift of gab. He good people on the show. They made-
Jez is a big fan of
Mo-
Mooch.
But
Mooch
got the-
is Colt's co-host, isn't he?
Yeah, I've
Oh
got
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
Canadian
Mooch is
Mooch,
yeah,
which
he's
is
got
even
Canadian
better.
Mooch. Mooch
Yo,
too.
man,
Older Mooch.
Cole, I gotta stop you. It is eerie though, right? Like when I first heard
Oh, yeah.
that, I thought you had Mooch on. I was like, oh, like when you first hear, if you take away the visual and you just audio tune in, it is eerie. Those two. I think one time those two did a podcast together. I was like losing it. I was like, what is happening?
Yeah,
Who's
he was
talking?
doing prime time with me right before when I was a permanent host on there with Boom, and then he came on like for the first 6 months before I left, and I was like swearing that Mooch was in the chat with us all the time. It's-
Shout out to Mag, man. He's so cool.
Colt's,
He's great.
Colt's
Love him.
incredible
Love that.
co-host. Although I don't know, Gaz. You should really have an X&C where it's like you bring Gaz on and you can do your two co-hosts together. You know?
Yeah,
At the
well, I'm
same
gonna
time.
do I'm gonna do a show early so Gaz and I can kind of have a reunion time again because I've been
Yeah.
on Gaz's podcast last week and we just oh my gosh, I loved it. I don't know what other people thought about the show, but we had a
I
good
can
time.
tell you what I didn't like about the show. You up there about to tear a hamstring trying to do the Tootsie Roll.
You know what's funny about when Gaz and I were dancing? Like I was like, yeah, it was great. Loved it. We were having so
Man
much
was-
fun.
Man
when-
was hyperventilating every time he tried to do it.
When are you gonna
Oh, yep.
when are you gonna have Jez on X&C? You know?
I want to do that too. If Jez will come on, I want to do the show like 4 or 5 hours earlier. I just have to take time off of work. Apparently, people think I'm just a house husband.
Well, dude, you
and
are
I
a
just
part
do
of the
YouTube
Xbox
for a living.
Illuminati, so
I am.
you know.
Sorry, my sleep cycle's really screwed up right now. I got up at like 4 p.m.
Mhm.
So yeah, hit me up, Cole, before I go
Okay.
back to Germany. That is. You got 3 weeks. You got
3 weeks. All right.
3 weeks.
And then we go back. We go back to Germany to the heat. It's like 95 Fahrenheit in where I live in Germany right now, and like 40 Fahrenheit in England. So I'm really happy I'm not in Germany right now. Put it that way.
What's it like living in the same country as Klobril, the mastermind, the real talent in the industry?
Well, a lot of Germans say that Bavaria isn't truly part of Germany, so I don't know if you'd agree with that. I can't remember which state it's from, but yeah, Germany's a big country, very big country, with lots of different cultures and stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure it takes 2 hours to drive all the way through it.
like
It's not like
200.
America.
Well, it
Yeah.
takes
Yeah.
2 hours because there's no speed limit on the autobahn.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
people driving like there's no speed limit, so you get people driving like 300 kilometers an hour up the autobahn, man. It's so crazy. It's
It was
terrifying.
mad, man. It is terrifying. I remember before I crashed my BMW, I was driving down to Gamescom and I fully floored it. Like I was going, I'm not well, I don't know. This is not illegal. This is the autobahn. So I just remember like, be careful what you're saying
That's
here.
what you said.
But yeah, no, this is on the autobahn, and I was maxed out like 150, whatever the limiter was, 160 miles per hour. And I kid you not, I think it's the left-hand side, the faster lane in Germany for some reason. The cars was just speeding past like I was
It's
standing
crazy.
still. Like, how fast is that person going? And it's like old, like German mums and 4x4s and X5s.
Yeah,
Just like,
Dude.
what
It's out there floating.
my girlfriend, right after she passed the test, we drove down. She was like, "Okay, I want to drive down to the Alps," you know, and like the first time she'd gone on the autobahn since passing a test and doing it for test drive, she was going at like 200 kilometers an hour, and I'm sitting there like, oh my god, she's
What?
driving so fast, I'm literally going to die. Because in Britain, you're going along at like 60 miles an hour, if that, at the motorway.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's enough
Can you
transport
imagine-
talk.
Can you imagine Cognito here in America
Bro.
if they had a road that allowed you to go from the
allowed that.
east to the west and do whatever speed limit you wanted?
Bro, it would be
Bro.
mad.
Be a lot of fatalities out here.
If you want to
Yeah.
decrease the population,
That's how you do it.
that's how you do it.
But I think this is like
Oh.
the most people we've ever had on Xbox 2. Like in the panel, by the way. 1, 2,
I'm glad
3,
that we
4,
weren't doing
5,
the job
6.
enough that you had to invite other people.
Well,
That's
no,
what
it's
you
just because
compensate.
it's a celebration. You know, it's that I'm reminded of the sketch from Dave Chappelle where it's like, it's a celebration, bitches. It's a celebration, right?
Tell you, man.
And then,
Zion
you know,
in the
because
Matrix.
the actual
Zion.
Discord voice
The
chat
Zion
that we're in
analysis is
here,
amazing.
that the use here is secret. Only certain people who've actually been on the show have access. So it's not like I could be like, hey, get in here. Like I would invite you know like other people in here, like Mav, but like Mav, since he hasn't been on, doesn't have access to it. But I know Forte has because Forte was on. So I was like, hey, if you're here, why don't you join? Right?
And
So-
it's Forte, so
And it's freaking Forte. You know,
Oh man, look,
love
heart,
Forte.
my heart is so warm right now. You just don't understand.
So
I'm warm too.
let me get some more of these. People are super chatting. So let me get to these things.
Gaz, look at Kevin Baldwin's comment, but don't read it out loud.
Read it out loud. What does it say? What's
Don't read it out loud.
I can't
Oh
even
my!
find it.
Oh my lord! DCG got caught pleasuring himself to Lina Khan courtroom footage. Yikes! Everybody's so harsh on Dreamcast guy. Everybody's
Jez, you will not laugh at that.
Has he still not said anything?
I don't know if that's
since this
true
whole
or
thing
not.
Went down? Did he delete his Twitter like a lot of other people?
No, no.
I mean the people that
My favorite is the one guy who deleted his Twitter, and as soon as the appeal went up, he reactivated his
Yeah.
Twitter. It's going to go back
man.
down in a minute.
How about those
that
ones that will
piece
write dissertations when there's bad Xbox news? They're the first one to tweet about it, to jump in other people's timelines, to show how intellectually superior they are because they use big words. And then when stuff like
Conjecture.
when bad PlayStation news happens or really good Xbox, they're nowhere to be found. They're silent like crickets.
They're crying on a train with their
Yeah, that
Twitter
too.
deactivated.
That too.
Why say they? Why you keep saying they? Everyone knows you're talking about Brap.
Brap.
No, crying on a train.
Oh, Woolly Gamer.
Oh,
I'm really
man.
doing it today, huh?
Yo, there's a lot of people that
You
can't
invited
defend
Saul.
themselves
Gog's like
today.
I was
Job,
never
this
here.
record today. Oh, all right. I see what this is.
You're part of it. You're not guilty by
Wow.
association. Listen,
I'm
bro,
chilling.
you tried to play it clean, Cog,
I'm
and they
chilling.
still came at you. I
I'm
got
listening.
vexed on your behalf and on your behalf because you're
Because
so
here's the
nice.
thing, bro. What's authentic don't need to be explained, bro. Like
I
what
know,
we do
but
is what
sometimes we need some
do.
fire. I want to see.
Sometimes we gotta
Look,
kill and
what is
shoot.
the point of all those muscles, all that testosterone, and you don't put anyone in a headlock? I want to see
There's
violent
no-
cock.
He said, I
wanna
want to see violent content. There is no need, man. Listen, anybody whose content is sole existence is off of what we're doing, it's like it doesn't even need to be talked about because it's like I feed your energy. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, Nick Marseille is literally going to make me money on Twitter because he quote tweets me so much.
Dudes got to do what they got to do. You know what I'm saying?
You got to do what you got to do. Thanks for the advertisement. Thanks for the push. Appreciate it. Yeah.
I just love
Cog,
this.
every day I try to learn from you. Not that I apply it, but I do try to learn from you. It is Gaz's fault. Like I
show's
try to
gone
be
off
clean
the
and
rails.
pure.
This Xbox 2 has gone left. I can't be in
I
control of
do.
it anymore.
What did you
I try.
expect?
Ga-
I try to be a good example, and then Gaz goes, "Cog."
Come on, Rand. Organize it, Rand. Give
I
us a
mean,
topic.
what?
Give us a topic, Rand.
Hold on. Let me. Cole, I gotta get to the people. You know, they're spending good money.
Super chats.
Yeah,
Super chats.
I'm sure there'll be a story here. John Messi says, funny story. I used to think Gaz and Jez were the same person until Jez came on the X and C show before Gaz left. I would be like, why does Rand call him Jez? And does he like Halo or not? I was so confused. So apparently, people thought you were the same. So
I get that. I get that.
True Iron Leg says Xbox 2 plus Colt Gaz and Lord
Three
Cognito.
letters.
Great panel. Don't forget Forte. He's here as well. Leaky Hum. Jez Colt, heard any info on Avowed or the Outer Worlds 2? I'm playing through Outer Worlds 1 and it's so good. On Outer Worlds 2 exclusivity, think it's bullshit. Reveal trailer and it's exclusive.
Oh, it'll be
mean,
exclusive.
I'm sure it'll be exclusive.
Yeah.
So don't worry about that.
I don't know what was the quote that references that it may not be exclusive. Was it like Phil Spencer is unsure, something like that? It was one of those articles that was written or something that came from the findings from the FTC. Like Phil Spencer is still unsure if that will be exclusive. I think that's what came out like 2 or 3 weeks ago. But
We have
I think.
Rich says, I need
Sorry.
Cold Eastwood versus the Red Dragon to happen in the ring ASAP.
Oh, jeez, give me a break.
At this point, you and guys, y'all doing celebrity boxing?
Yeah, celebrity deathmatch.
This is what it sounds like y'all doing. What's going on out here?
I paid that $29.99 for the pay-per-view.
I'll do it.
Manscaped will sponsor that fight.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that'll be one of those fights where he does like a roundhouse and hits himself in the jaw, and he just lays there until the count's done.
Yikes.
Peace and love. Come on now.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
yeah, peace and love. Yeah, sorry, that was gas on my shoulder. Sorry about that. Gas, knock it off.
But yeah, Leaky Hum, I don't think anybody has any info on Avowed. Sorry. At least, Jez, you don't have any info on it, do you? Any more info?
No, nothing new to say. We just kind of need to wait. On
Yeah,
that.
need to wait. James, currently racing down the M4 for a weekend in Wales, so can't catch the pod live tonight, but look forward to listening later. Just jumping in quickly to contribute to Jez's $5,000 loss fund.
That's $50 super chat. You read it like that.
I mean, I read everything like I read everything. What do you mean?
Just got it. There's not. Let me read it.
I know, don't-
How
don't
would
bother,
you read
guys.
it? How would you read it? How would you read
Rand's
it?
a millionaire, man.
No,
He wipes his ass with $50.
Shout out to
just
Tom
doesn't
Henderson
even-
in the chat.
Yeah, shout out to
Tom,
Tom.
Where's the PlayStation?
Hey, Tom
Where's the
also
PlayStation?
wrote an article today about StarCraft 3 coming back, by the way.
Yeah.
That was fake news, Tom. What
I think he actually sourced you, Jez, didn't he? At one of your
shit.
tweets.
Yeah, I drunkenly tweeted in reply to someone asking about StarCraft. They said StarCraft 3, and I said, yep. I shouldn't have said that because while I do know that StarCraft as a franchise isn't dead, I don't know that the next game is StarCraft 3. It might be. I don't know for sure that it is, but it could be a spin-off, it could be a shooter, it could be turn-based XCOM kind of thing.
Great if it was a shooter. Bring back StarCraft Ghost.
Yeah, that'd be
StarCraft
so
Ghost
sick.
had a potential.
Hopefully it's not a mobile game.
No,
Oh,
man.
Jesus.
Let's say that.
Everybody's got a phone, right?
Yeah,
Bro.
you guys got a phone, right? But yeah, I've heard StarCraft is being explored for new games, so we'll have to wait and see.
If
Nova.
StarCraft Ghost is announced here, I'll be so insufferable because I'm telling you right now, StarCraft would not exist if Microsoft didn't buy them. Microsoft are the reason why. I'm going to give Microsoft the flowers for StarCraft, and I'm going to be absolutely unbearable.
Well, Phil name checked StarCraft multiple times in interviews, so
That's true. Hey, Tom,
Man.
also, you want to check into your sources because Jez mentioned Project Stardust. Maybe if you find out what that is, that could be an article, right?
yeah, yes, someone asked me for codename, and I just put Stardust out there. I don't think Stardust is anything recent. I think it might have been for an older prototype or something. I don't know, but there are some codenames floating around. I put out a safe codename. Maybe it's the next Xbox, and I got it completely wrong. Who knows? Stardust is something. I don't know what it is.
Oh,
Xbox isn't going to make any more consoles.
Tom says the only reason he actually listens is to hear Jez is pissed and if he leaks something. Well, I see how it is, Tom.
We don't have any. Oh, actually, I do have some alcohol. I got.
Go on.
I
on
just
this
found a bottle of
panel.
vodka. I completely
Oh,
forgot I had
man.
that. Fucking
I should've-
covered in dust. I completely forgot I had that. It's just a random bottle of vodka.
Are you gonna drink it?
it?
Do it, man.
Awesome, John.
Oh man, I wish I contacted my dealer yesterday. But yeah, no, do it. This is
Your
loads of
alcohol dealer.
yeah, that's the one.
I got
That's the one, man.
Prohibition in London as well.
Yeah.
Nah. but nah, I don't know if I've got any mixer. I could just drink it neat.
Oh, do it.
Drinking
Oh.
vodka
Yeah,
neat
which
is
we-
horrible,
we
man.
had some
If you get
cameras,
drunk, you're gonna get new tidbits. This is a true story. Before I joined as soon as I joined the Discord, these two, because this is the first time I actually appeared early on something.
Jesus.
These two were talking, and then just like, I can't really talk about that now. How awkward was that? How nice is that as a guest to go into a Discord room and they're like, oh, sorry, I can't talk about it now. Like that's very inviting. Thank you for making me feel like an absolute leper.
I did think that was a bit rude, but then I thought, guys won't mind.
It was a bit rude,
I did mind.
but, you know.
But they were talking about secret stuff. So if Jez Corden drinks, there's a chance we might get a little bit of an insight.
You'll have to send me a dealer up north.
He's wicked. But yeah, good stuff.
We have Mr.
We are so demonetized.
MDJ saying, let's go. # tomato beefy bean sauce and Colt. Ooh. Okay. We have the J-Strom. I nominate Major Gaz to take over for the retiring Larry Herb and represent Xbox to the best of his ability. Can you imagine that?
Oh my god! Can you imagine the marketing would be absolutely insane.
Could you imagine
Source.
that?
It would be so volatile. It would be perfect. I'm not even joking. The aggressive marketing. Literally, I'd market the consoles like, yeah, we absolutely on PlayStation. Next ad. We're done. Oh, it makes sense. It worked. Remember Jack? Was this Thompson? What was that guy? The funny ads that he did. Really aggressive. He'd make fun of Nintendo and.
Oh, you mean when they had the Crash Bandicoot outside the building?
Yeah, yeah. What's his name? Something Thompson? Jack Thompson or something? I forgot his name.
Jack
Kevin
Thompson.
Butler?
Yeah, he was the Grand Theft
Kevin
Auto
Butler?
guy. No, Jack Thompson.
No,
yeah.
Kevin Butler.
Kevin Butler was the PlayStation.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Man.
Kevin Butler. Kevin Butler, the PlayStation guy. We need
The
that kind of
best
stuff.
marketing PlayStation ever did, right there.
Yep. Yeah.
Jigga J says Lina Khan got fricasseed.
Here we go.
Fricassee.
Fricasseed. Kendrick Star, don't forget Dead Rising 3 and Titanfall 1 on Xbox One. I mean, nobody forgets those. Jay Foley, 11 hours left to the Tro, and it feels like appeals court ignoring the FTC, lol. Hashtag Xbox wins, Jez eats that chip.
Wait, we find out today, right?
Well,
We
we
could find out.
could, but the
Could.
temporary restraining order ends tonight at midnight. So technically, if they don't, the appeals court doesn't issue like an emergency Tro, Microsoft could close the deal tomorrow.
Do it.
But
You
they're
think
probably going to wait
Microsoft
till
is gonna
Monday.
do it?
No, they're not going to. They'd probably close it Monday because that's when Activision Blizzard is getting removed from like the NASDAQ and stuff. Plus, they have like a meeting with the CMA, which we'll talk about. So I think if they close it, it'll be Monday. But the Ninth Circuit or the Ninth, whoever's that panel, they still could approve the appeal, which I don't think so. Which Jez disagrees with. I think that's what our bet's on, right? The ninth, whether the appeal is going to be approved or not. I say no. Jez says yes.
No. The bet is the deal going to fall apart?
Oh, okay. Well, no, the deal's not falling apart. So
Yeah,
sorry.
well, we'll see. We've
Well,
got time. I need
Now
to
you-
check the sell-by date on this chip.
I have plenty of time. You don't have that much time left.
Oh, the expiry dates. It says they're good for several years. So yeah, we'll be all right.
Me,
That's several years longer than your half-life after eating that chip.
Hey, it needs to be a long time because Rand's got to save up $5,000.
Oh, damn.
oh, jeez, you gonna really do that to me? Me Puppet says, any chance that Starfield is pushing the Series X? If so, is there any chance 60 FPS mode, performance mode could be added? Colt, that's up your alley, bro.
No, never. No, I don't think ever. The game is using a form of global illumination. It's heavily CPU taxed in its design of the game, and it looks that way. That game looks so nice, and that's how it's going to be on console. And we've looked at the specs for PC, and this PC specs are a little goofy. Like,
Man, those specs
basically
ain't right. That's stupid. Those are made
How are you
up.
finding the game though?
I
Colt?
don't know if those are official, but it's like a 10-year-old GTX 770
Have
for
you tried
minimum
it on your
spec.
PC?
No, I think are you looking at the
Silence.
Steam ones?
He's playing
So,
it.
yeah,
Ladies and
I don't-
gentlemen, He's playing Starfield right now.
There is not going to
Playing it
be
right
a
now.
performance mode unless Xbox decides for some reason to make a mid-gen upgrade console, and I don't think they're going to because they don't love us.
Sometimes you need to just take what these execs tell you. When Todd Howard came out and said that he wasn't compromising the vision of what he had for this game, you just gotta take him. Just got to take him at face value, man.
I told people. Yep.
As soon as God Howard came out and said that, I was like, it's over, bro.
Mod Howard.
You want to see the fidelity in every cup
Yep.
that you pick up. I was like, yep, there it is, 30.
He already said there's no way you could bake in the lighting for those hundreds and hundreds of environments. Like, so they have to use a form of global illumination that does it naturally for them, and that is like really taxing on GPU and CPU. So it's just not happening. It's an interesting discussion that Starfield might be the true next generation only game that we see released on these new consoles, because we just found out that
Like
Ratchet and
Redfall?
Clank totally doesn't need an SSD.
But that Ratchet and Clank is going to look ridiculous on PC, though.
With that
Dude,
regular
Redfall-
regular hard drive, that member
You talking about that 720p?
That that Ratchet and Clank that only could run on the PlayStation 5 because those portals, bro, that needed that SSD.
Man. That definitely didn't age well.
Hey, 2O PR in chat says, Colt described Starfield like if he's playing it or played it.
I don't know, man.
What is that? And notice the silence, the deafening silence. Because I know Colt Eastwood.
Notice the silence.
My mic was like, I actually pulled the plug on my mic on accident. It was like, whoops, that's supposed to go right
But not
there.
only that, guys, notice the silence on Lord Cognito and Jez as well.
There is more than one way to get paid from Microsoft.
Bro,
You know?
I'm waiting for my Xbox checks to come in, so I don't know what y'all talking about.
Are you waiting for like the monthly?
The best part is Gaz and I.
Aaron Greenberg emails being like, "This is what."
Oh my God, Colt! I game share.
The best part is Gaz and I are game share partners, and he hasn't even bothered to, launch the app and see if he has access.
Ooh,
That's the best part.
I'm literally doing it right now.
I love it.
Phenomenal.
we have J Dread saying Indiana Jez and the Chip of Destiny. It is in Destiny. JP says just got a new LG OLED. What game on Game Pass has the best graphics to showcase its capabilities? I mean, probably. I would say Gears 5 Highbusters. Probably.
Highbusters did look really good.
Or like Ori 2, Ori Will and the Wisp, I think, which I'm playing right now as footage. That game looks incredible on OLED as well. But if I had to pick one, it's probably Gears 5, right?
Gears 5, and here's a funny one. If you're talking about testing on a TV, I know some people might laugh, but take a few minutes and load up Sea of Thieves in the sunset and get out on the water and just watch your screen just look gorgeous as all get out.
Yeah, it does. Sea of Thieves.
Just give that a few minutes, but yeah, Highbusters or Gears 5 is like the one to load up.
Eduardo says, I've been eating a lot of fast food lately. My scale bounds to disappoint me next time I check my weight. Oh my God, another scale down reference. Every single show, there's always
That was the
one.
best one.
That was good though.
That was a pretty good one. I gotta hand it to you. That's pretty good.
That was the best Scalebound Easter
And he
egg
capitalized S in scale, and it was 2 words, so scales. Yeah. Kudos
Clever.
to you, sir. Joy Boy, is there any way Lord Beefy can show Rand the way of the seasoning?
Oh yeah, they're killing you with this bland out.
They are, bro.
Blando.
Like they're definitely killing me.
Obi, when I come back to the South Side of Chicago, we're gonna show them what seasoning look like. We're gonna show them.
All right, we got Enrique saying, "Will the Age of Empires 4 console launch be delayed to 2024, or will we have a release date in Gamescom for 2023 alongside Age of Mythology Retold?" Greetings from Spain. Well, greetings from Chicago. Forte, what do you think? You think Age of Empires 4 be still on track for this year? Something that might be announced at Gamescom, or does anybody even give a shit about Age of Empires 4 console edition?
I mean, everybody's still playing 2. Ain't nobody playing ain't nobody playing 3. Everybody playing 2, so nobody really cares. I do think it's not going to hit this year though. I think it's going to hit early next year.
Yeah. And by the way, we have almost 2,000 people watching. Thank you for being here. Make sure to hit the like button, please. We only have like 600 likes. It should be way more than that. I
guess I'll hit the like button.
We got Gaz here. We got Colt here.
I didn't actually hit him.
We got Beefy Cog in the house.
Oh, beef.
We got Jez before his anus departs him, apparently.
Oh man,
before he eats that chip. So I mean, this is fun.
Cog, how did you sign off on Lord Beefy?
They try to beef shame me, bro. Like I'm just,
I see.
Beef shade.
I said I was beefy.
What is beef shade?
Beef shaming. King is trying to beef shame.
Beef shade. Oh, that's a nickname.
Yeah, he don't like that terminology, so I'm owning it. I'm like, bro, you cannot beef shame me. I called myself Lord Beefy. So yeah, they killing me in the chat. Meat emojis, all type of stuff. I can't escape it.
I can't rock with this, man.
I mean, yeah. We have achievement. Major Nelson's retiring from Xbox. Which one of y'all are replacing him for the Xbox community manager and official Xbox podcast host? I mean, you already know it's Colt Eastwood.
Yeah, Colt Eastwood would be the best.
No.
Actually, on a level though, Colt Eastwood would actually, you'd be wicked for that.
It'd be really good. Yeah.
I mean, Colt's been lined up. I mean, he's been basically hand selected, groomed to be the replacement, right?
Paid off.
Yeah, paid off. Sure. I mean, I've seen.
Is that an anomaly? I can't get 2 Microsoft checks. How's that going to work?
Well, I've seen your Xbox checks, and they're eye-watering, staggering, bro. I mean, you do a lot, right? You do spend all that time making up graphics to tweet out that I always laugh at with Gaz about, right? So I mean,
Yeah,
Wow.
you're gonna laugh when I get paid from Elon Musk, bro.
okay. I mean, I will. I'll cry.
Yeah,
Then-
hey, Elon Musk pay me. I love the guy now.
yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking Elon's the best.
The funny thing is,
Let's
like,
go,
the
Elon.
funny thing is, like, nobody here is actually going to get approved for that. So it's just everybody's just.
I am pending. I'm pending right now. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, people have been pending
I'm
for
pending.
months. Elon doesn't know who you are, so you ain't getting in.
I
And
tweet
Elon is
tweet
gonna
him.
pay in Bitcoin or something. I don't trust him.
But yeah, Colt definitely going to be suddenly on the Xbox podcast with Rubes. He's going to be around everywhere. He's next in line.
This just sounds eerily like when everyone thought Miles Dampier and I were going to be on the stage at FanFest or at the Xbox Showcase last year. Remember that? Like, oh, we just know it. They're going to be on there, and then it wasn't us. They didn't have the little wimpy little dudes, Miles and Colt Eastwood.
We got Paris.
Couple
in chat.
nerds.
Paris is here. He says, "I see how it is. I tell Jez I won't ask Todd Howard about space fishing, and I don't get invited." Well, I know you're a busy man, Paris. But if you do want to join, the Discord's open. You have access. You can jump right in. Say your piece for 10 minutes and bounce. You don't have to stay. But
Yeah, Paris, they're not on camera. We
Yeah.
don't have to like make ourselves look super handsome before the lights go on. These guys are just hiding
I mean,
behind
have you
mics.
guys seen Colt Eastwood when he's not on camera? Ew. Let me tell
Oh
you.
man.
Jeez.
Without his makeup team.
Yeah, without his makeup team. Yeah.
Oh shoot. I got so many handsome comments in my comment section from all of Gaz's sock accounts.
Jesus. Def Side says, "Is the deal going through?" Panel answers. All right, here you go. Is the deal going through? You don't all have to answer at once. We know Jess says no.
No.
We know he's
No.
reverse jinxing it. I think
I'm not reverse jinxing it.
Yeah,
I'm
reverse.
reality.
You're reverse jinxing it. Personally, I think they're going to close it on Monday. And I don't know what's going to happen with the CMA.
Wait. Before
What?
Paris is going to come in here
I
and
know
him
Paris.
and Gaz are going to brawl.
All right, well,
They're going to brawl,
He's going to get in here.
bro.
But Cog, is the deal going through or not? Yes. Are you on Jez's side?
As the great King David says, we will hold the line. We are here. We are in the final stretch. It's going down. I mean, I've said this since last year. Like, as bad as 2022 was, and we all lived through that AAA, first party, games not really being there. They had good games, but they didn't have those bigger games. And then obviously coming off the Redfall situation and the initial CMA block, the morale was extremely low. But me and you, Rand, have talked about it. I said, this is going to be one of those things that they're going to have Starfield, they're going to have Forza, and I said the shot in the arm will be the ABK deal. And I said Xbox is set up to have a phenomenal year. But I know it looked dark. I know, to Jez's credit, the political aspect of this is always a curveball. I'm never going to say it's not. But at the end of the day, it's like, if you looked at what George Corley said from a logical standpoint, right? As far as lessening competition, almost having like a graph. Okay, this is the world we live in with Call of Duty, and these are the platforms that we will also get it in a post-acquisition, post-merger situation, and Nintendo gets it, and PC gets it, and all these cloud gets it. And from a consumer standpoint, not protecting Sony, but actually looking at what benefits the consumer, this is a no-brainer. So to me, yes, politics going politics. Right? There's always going to be kicking and scratching legally to the very end. We understand mergers and acquisitions of this level needs to be scrutinized. It has to be. Otherwise, the government ain't doing their job. So I understand that part. But we holding the line. This thing is going to go through. I've always said it. I've always standing on it. And when it does, then we could talk about, okay, you could talk about your concerns about mismanagement. You could talk about your concerns about a post-acquisition world. But this is where it leans to me. And to me, once this happens, then, the CMA hopefully will get that, whether they extend it or whether or not, Microsoft closes immediately and then works that portion out later. That's to be seen. But I anticipate it. And then I think it's a huge deal. This is one of those critical moments in gaming. It's like the trial of the century, right? We've learned so much as a result of this on how everyone's
Yep.
thinking. And it's so
Yep.
cool to see. So me personally, nothing has changed. We holding the line. It's gonna come home. They're gonna land the plane. That's where I'm at with it.
Facts.
Yeah. Colt, how you feeling, buddy?
Feeling really good.
Yeah.
Feeling that it's gonna go all the way through. Like I said at the beginning of the show, if there was a scorecard, FTC and any of these regulators, even CMA, like they've got nothing left to stand on. And my little speech that this increases competition. This is better for consumers. This offers more choice and value. And especially with ABK being the majority of their games, like 9 out of 10 games or 8 out of 10 games will remain the status quo on PlayStation and even added to Nintendo. Like if you try to block this, you're just against consumers and your political agenda is against big tech. And that's not what the consumer in the market needs. Doesn't need a political line. It needs to keep consumers in number one priority. And that's why I think it's going to go through. Judge Corley was pretty clear on that, and the appeal is going to go down just as quickly and over. And yeah, that's it. I don't know what else to tell people. And when I heard the representative Kylie say that, you're not looking out for consumers, this is better for competition, this is better for the market, and this is better for choice and value, or whatever he said. When he says that, I'm like, I don't ever want to hear anyone ever again come to me and say that this deal with Activision and Blizzard is bad for consumers, because it's absolutely not. It's really bad if you're a PlayStation only fan. If you only play on that one device, you refuse to play on anything else that allows you to play games. Yeah, this deal might be bad for you if Infinity Ward comes out with their new IP, or if Blizzard's new survival game is exclusive, which I think those two games probably will be. But guess what? PlayStation doesn't have obligation to get every single game. They don't get to money hat everything that's ever going to release. And if you're on PlayStation and that's the only place you play, you're not obligated to get every single game access to your one device. That's just not how it works. I would love to play Super Mario Brothers Wonder on my Xbox or on my PlayStation or whatever, but I got to play it on a Switch. That's just how it is. So I think it's going through. That's my long yes. It's going
That's
through.
your long
Well,
yes.
Yeah, I'll do that too.
my long no is that
Oh,
you're
man.
using too much facts and logic here. I'm afraid.
Des, I love
Because,
what you do it, Des.
like,
I
kind of
love
like
you
what
do it.
Cog said, curveballs can happen when ignorant people are involved. And unfortunately,
Sure.
the regulatory, political, judiciary landscape is full of ignorant people. As such, nothing is set in stone, nothing is written, and Rand's going to owe me $5,000. Can't explain.
Oh man.
Paris is in here, but I have to. I don't know. I dragged him in here, and usually you can talk. I gotta actually give him permissions. 1 second, Paris. If you're listening to this,
No. He's muted himself because he was eating
No.
chips.
I don't think he has permission. Yeah, he doesn't have permission.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
There he
There we
is.
go.
Paris
There we
is
go.
here. What's up, bro? Thanks for stopping by.
No, hey, I lurk in the chat all the time. So,
Yes, you do.
so I was actually late today, but I actually saw my name pop up in the chat, and I go, wait, what the hell are they talking about? So that's why I joined in.
Yeah. So I hear you got something to say to Gaz.
God, you want to fight?
Oh man.
Come to Gamescom. We can sort it out.
Here's what I have to say to Gaz. You ducked me in LA,
Ooh. Ooh.
and
Facts.
I'm a lurker. I've heard you multiple shows bring up my name in that goddamn cyberpunk chair. When I see it, it's on. I'm letting you know.
Write your review for Edge Runners now, bro.
But
What's sizzling in here?
Hey, Jez gave Cyberpunk a 5 out of 5 too. Don't let him off the hook.
Oh man,
You
them
know?
yellow
Don't let me off the
tattoos,
hook.
man.
You
I
did?
stand by that.
Jez loved that
I said
game.
yes. I said it was.
Gaz,
I
did
said
you
it was a
finish
candidate for one of the
Cyberpunk?
best.
No,
I
it's
said-
not 5 out of 5.
I said it was a candidate for one of the best games ever made.
Before or after all the problems.
There's never been any problems. It's fake
What
news,
the
man.
flip are you talking about, bruv?
It's fake
Just
news,
'cause
bro.
Paris came
It's-
here, you're gonna say
it's fake news.
You
bullshit
tell
like
me
that?
to
No,
laugh.
go and
Until-
read my review. It's 100% accurate. It's the best review ever written. It's like 4,000 words. I played that game start to finish. I had like 2 bugs. I played it on PC, of course. High-end PC. Well within the specs.
You hear that, Rand?
My,
Mm-hmm.
my experience might have been a little bit different. from people who played it on an Xbox
At least
One.
Paris
loved it.
admits that the game was not good enough. Paris, you did
Paris
that.
is wrong.
had
Thank
to-
you. Thank
Paris
you.
is wrong.
That
Paris
is
is wrong.
exactly what I said at launch. If you go watch the Kind of Funny review, I could not recommend the game because of all the issues it had at launch.
I
Yeah, but
recommend
I can't mention that because it doesn't suit my narrative of bespoke
I know,
name.
I know, and that's why when I do see you, it's on.
I can't wait for that.
I
but
love that shit.
But Paris, I don't know how long you're gonna stay here for. So I you could stay as long as you want, or you can leave whenever you feel like it. But what are you? How you feeling? We know we got Jez about to eat a chip, blow out his anus. Apparently, this one hot chip. Because he's trying to reverse jinx it. I mean, what do you think's gonna happen with this whole ABK stuff? The drama, the coming down to the last moment type thing. What's your?
Well, it's like I said the other day. Jez is just doing the triple reverse double jinx.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna go through. At this point, there's no. And now I do agree with what Jez said that when ignorant people are in charge of making decisions, you never know. But if you just look at it for what it is, why would this not go through at this point? It does not make sense. I fully expected to go
CMA. What about that? What's your view on the CMA's take on this?
I think they're going to negotiate and figure it out, or Microsoft is just going to work around them. There's no way the UK is going to stop a $70 billion deal from going through.
Yeah, that's my view.
Bro,
as well.
what are you talking about? The UK is very, very important. Thank you very much.
Not that important.
Yeah, you ain't important.
We have the best food.
Oh,
we
okay,
don't.
now
Don't lie. Don't you?
now you're doing the quadruple, triple, double reverse jinx.
Love it.
We do not have the best food.
Oh my gosh.
What?
The Illuminati. Are you part of it, Paris?
No.
The Xbox Illuminati.
Because it's one of the dumbest things that I've ever heard in my entire life, and I'm actually glad that I'm here.
Okay.
Because even though I was not there when the picture was taken, I knew exactly what happened, and I've heard multiple accounts of how it went down. And Aaron does that all the time. None of that surprised me. Because when I saw the picture, I remember when I saw it, I was like, oh, let me guess. Aaron was walking through the JW. Someone called him over. He's like, hey, guys, how you doing? He sat down, took a picture with the X, and he went on about his merry way. I knew it, but without even being there, I knew what happened.
The lie
nailed
is
it.
much more entertaining, though.
I know, but it's a thing of it's very disappointing. And Cog, you and I have talked about this privately, but it's disappointing on just so many different levels that you had someone that had an ounce of credibility who basically kicked all this off, and then other people who were just waiting for an opportunity to jump on something like this. Excuse me, just took that and ran wild with it. And the conspiracy theories that came out of it were just off the charts. And I'm like, really? That's not how this works. And look, I will say this as someone who has been compensated by Microsoft, because I've obviously hosted shows for them, done the flight sim stuff. You have to disclose these things when you're compensated for that. There's no secret agendas that are going on or any of that. I mean, Aaron's guilty of being a good guy. Phil's guilty of being a good guy. Sarah's guilty of being a good person, a good woman. I mean, that's it. They're literally good people who obviously are in high executive levels who don't have to talk to us at all. At all. You know what I mean?
Paris, what's your opinion of why they reach out and talk to fans and creators?
I can say from my standpoint, the little bit that and again, I'll just use the three of them as an example. The little that I do know of them and the interactions that I've had with them over the years, they're just good people. Phil is for a CEO of basically a major publisher of Xbox, is probably one of the most sincere people that I've ever met at that level. And that's just the truth. When the things that he's saying, when he cares about more people getting to play and all that, he said that stuff publicly and he said it privately. I don't think it's an act. I don't think it's, some kind of game that they're playing to curry favor with the community.
But there's obviously a marketing element of it as well. There's nothing wrong with that.
Of course. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, of course, like I think he said it during the FTC trial. Of course there's a part of that, but there's also a human element to it as well. Again, Phil Spencer does not have to talk to any of us at any time. Like, it's ironic today we're talking with Major Nelson, leaving Microsoft after 20 plus years. That had been his job forever, to be the public face of it.
Yeah.
They could have continued that. It doesn't have to be the CEO of the company that's out there taking pictures with people, talking to people. You obviously don't see people at PlayStation or Nintendo doing something similar. So,
well, Sherry Yoshida took a picture with Cole. So
yeah, well,
what a nice guy! Holy smokes!
But I guess my whole point on saying that is because they don't need me to defend them. It's just it's sad that you can't even, because again, the thing in LA was a fan event. So of course there's going to be a whole bunch of fans there. Duh. Of course they're going to be taking pictures with people. Literally, that's what Fan Fest is all about. Fans spending their own money, flying literally around the world to come to Los Angeles.
And Cog got a picture of Sarah at that Fan Fest. People were like, "What's he doing taking a picture of Sarah?" I'm like, "It's Fan Fest."
Yes. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
But a big reason for the motivation behind all of this, not on Jaffe's part. Jaffe was in earnest talking about it. Although
Jaffe talk behind the scenes, by the way, as men, and we square. So just
he's cool. Jaffe will just speak his mind. I have no issues with that. Obviously, the trolls behind him rallied behind and amplified that message, and he apologized for that publicly, which is fine. He had his view. Not
we all love
necessarily
Jaffe anyway.
Yeah, he's a cool guy, man. He's a rare gem in this space. But the big reason why all this got catalyzed is the fact that, and as bad as this may sound to the ponies, is really because the Xbox community absolutely defecates harder than Jez will when he eats that hot chip when it comes to unity of community. No, honestly, like when we started Game On Daily, look, I've always been an Xbox guy, and I've just we tried to appeal to all demographics when we started Game On Daily, and we very quickly came to the realization that the PlayStation community of content creators and general community, it is just completely eclipsed by the Xbox One. It's not even comparable. Like the only time you will see that community rally together is negatively against Xbox. And I just really don't see the quality level of that content. They don't put the effort in it. Don't ask me why. It proved me wrong. There's only one guy that gets repeatedly mentioned. That's Mystic. Yeah, and Mystic is lovely. In my opinion, I love BG. That's my personal favorite. In fact, and just generally, because I love that nature of discourse. But in terms of PlayStation, they got nothing on that side. So, it's a strategy that worked for Xbox. It does, the word evangelize has been blown up so much. That's what Phil Spencer says. They'll evangelize the brand if you show them whatever quality, etc. But people don't understand the English language, it seems. But really, that's nothing wrong with that. And the fact that you get to the prospect of being able to be part of something bigger, to be able to meet people like that, the heads of, I'd love to meet Phil Spencer. When I found out he told Hoggy that he was listening to Game On Daily the day before he met him, I couldn't believe it. I was like, what is he doing? Listen to us. We're a tiny channel. And he listens to us. And that means a lot, man. So, to weaponize that is stupid, because that's a position of strength. That is what Xbox does well. In my video, I said the direct communication last gen is absolutely fundamental to what Microsoft did in course correcting this generation.
Preach. Well said, guy. And last point I wanted to add on to that, because it's a good discussion point in reference to, I'm from the era, and Paris might remember, I'm from the PSX era when Sony used to do these kind of forward-facing shows, and the executives came out. You would see Sean Layden and stuff like that. So the fans appreciate that. And like you said, it really is something that Xbox does have as a strength, that they really appreciate to their community. They make themselves available, and it resonates. It does resonate, especially when there is a business aspect, of course, but when you're trying to course correct as well as genuine people who I have legitimate friendships with, who actually play games. It is possible that some people do these things. You know what I'm saying? I know they think everyone is a suit, but some of these people are legit cool people, and there's nothing wrong with that. So,
but I just remember when Xbox didn't do this, in the beginning of Xbox One's generation, and all those same people that talk negatively about it now were the ones that talked about, oh, Xbox, the executives don't come out and talk to the community. Like you said, like when it came to like Sean Layden, and they used to always come out, not as much as like Xbox does now, but they did have some type of relationship back when Andrew House and everybody, and they were all part of PlayStation still. They would come out and still have those conversations online and, on social media. And people was like, well, Xbox doesn't have that. And then when Phil Spencer finally took over, that changed and that conversation started happening. But now it just like people forget that Xbox used to not do that, and it's like this bad, terrible thing now, and I just never got that.
It's not a bad, terrible thing. It's being weaponized. They're trying to morph it into that, and it's not that. And I would urge, because I know someone high up, I won't mention the name, had a conversation with you about it. They noticed it, an exec, and they were like, "What's this about?" And I don't want, if there's on the off chance they're listening, to think that, oh, maybe we need to scale back on this, or this is a negative. That is
they were
wholly
asking me
positive.
if this is a problem, the executives, having discourse with fans, and I said no, it's a small subset of people that
Twitter.
don't understand that this is fan fest. And I'll do one better by playing devil's advocate. The part of this has to do with, which you could use as an insult, that Xbox has to do this because they are sort of in a grassroots situation right now where they have to reach out to the fans and have a personal connection with them as they build up the brand, because Xbox has basically hit the reset button like 3 or 4 years ago when they decided to start building studios and buying them. So they do have to do grassroots, and you can't sit back as a corporate overlord and just say, oh, we're too good to talk to people. But it's not really a knock on PlayStation. It's their corporate, what would you say? It's their culture from where they're from, where it's like the corporations don't need to be speaking to the fans like one-on-one. It's part of the culture in that space. But Xbox does have to do a little bit of grassroots efforts, and it's been kind of nice. Really nice.
Yeah.
We know more about games, or we get to hear from developers that are more vocal on social media about how they feel about where they're working and how excited they are about what they're not allowed to talk about, but they're super excited. It's been pretty nice.
Yeah, but look at the kind of funny thing, Paris. Like that
I was going to bring that up. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I'm going to bring that up. I got something I want to say on that, but please go ahead.
Well, I'll just set up to introduce it. That was a commitment that Phil Spencer agreed to previously. It was a horrible week because the CMA or whatever was happening looked like the deal wasn't going to go through. Phil Spencer looked visibly distressed, made it very obvious, I'm having a terrible week. Even when you were trying to be nice and saying, look, last year wasn't all that great. I think it was Snowbike Mike. He said, no, let's be real. Oh, was you?
Yeah, it was
you?
Spurs, yeah.
Yeah, and he said, no, let's be real. It was terrible. And that kind of discourse opened it up. Like, no one at PlayStation would do that. We appreciate that because that's honest. He didn't need to say that. He looked visibly stressed. He looked like he was just not having a good time. And he held up his hands. And that is a direct result of accountability. That's direct accountability. That's the kind of stuff we want. That was not a canned interview. That wasn't anything pre-planned answers. And there were some awkward moments there. And he handled it.
You have to think like, for all these people saying like, oh, these people are fake, blah, blah, blah. You have to think like, there's so much churn at Microsoft at the moment because of layoffs and stuff like that. If these people were like fake or faking it and lying about, saying that they want to do this, want to do that, you can't keep up that kind of act. Like even Hollywood actors can't keep up the act and the pretense for that long, that consistently. The only way you can keep consistent is to be real. You can only be consistent. Otherwise, like eventually you trip up, someone notices, you end up like, having to post an apology video on YouTube or something, and the mask slips. Like you can't fake it forever. Nobody can fake it forever.
Absolutely.
So the fact we're going on, Phil, how long's Phil been there now? We've got 9 years. We're going on 10 years, Phil, now. I think 2015, 14, Rand?
2015,
Rand,
I think.
14.
15.
14, yeah. Rand's a numbers guy. He's got a degree in maths, Rand does.
No, I don't.
That's why he's so good at accounting, and that's why he's so rich.
Yeah. But, if I could jump in on that to the point of what you're just saying, Jez, and then obviously what Gaz just set up, I've had multiple people at Xbox tell me there is no Xbox if it was not for Phil Spencer taking over when he did. The Xbox division would not exist today. So I say that to say this: be very careful what you wish for as far as executives and how they interact with us and the feedback and the things that they listen to and don't do. So to go back in time to that interview that we were lucky enough to do with Phil Spencer. So the setup on that is that had been planned way in advance. And the whole point of it, him coming on, was it was going to be a very positive interview. It was going to be, hey, let's look at the future of Xbox. Let's look at the showcase that's coming up. Let's look at, some of the other initiatives that they're doing inside of Xbox, like ID at Xbox, Game Camp, the Game Camp series they're doing, how they're enabling more creators, around the globe, things like that. That's what the conversation was supposed to be about. And then Redfall and the CMA thing happened like right before, right? We made the decision. We're like, well, we got to pivot. We have to address this. There's no way we can ignore it and pretend that this isn't happening. And obviously PR, we're in contact with them and, they want to know what we're going to talk about. And we explained it. And to PR's credit, you can ask him anything you want. We just want to kind of get an idea of the things that you're going to ask. So we said it. There was never you can't ask this, you can't say that, whatever. So he knew going in, this is what we're going to talk about. And I'll say again, to his credit, that was a side of Phil I'd never seen. Obviously, I think a lot of people had never seen publicly. Yeah. And for him to be as candid as he was, and for him to not be afraid to own it as the head of Xbox, like he's falling on the sword for things that happened below him. Let's just keep that a buck, right?
Yeah.
That whole Redfall thing was a fiasco. We all know it. He fell on the sword for it and took full responsibility for it. So that's what you want from the leader of a company like that, where he's not making excuses. If anything, like you said, I was trying to be nice and kind of steer it more positive. He's like, no. We're going to live in negativity today because my personal opinion, I think this was a message for the entire org. Like we need to stop doing, we got to stop doing this shit.
Yes.
Like we're screwing up because
I said that.
Because the way I look at it is this, and I said it back then, and I'll still say it. Redfall should have never seen the light of day before 2024. I don't care if there was not one improvement to it. That was you telling me, we're going to start charging you $70, and this is the first impression you give me. They'd have been better off saying, you know what, Redfall needs more time. We'd have complained for a week or two. We'd have got that Starfield Direct. No one's talking about it. And then we get Starfield coming out in September. We'll obviously see what that's going to be. So I think him actually doing that not only humanizes him, but I think it kind of humanized people below him of what they're trying to do. They screwed up. They made a mistake. Now they have a great opportunity to correct those mistakes moving forward. We'll obviously see what happens here with Starfield as being, the first indicator of that. But I personally, just since I'm talking, I'll rant a little bit. Again, it's ironic that Major Nelson's leaving now, because I just tweeted out a video from 2007 when I went up there and I butchered Guitar Hero. And that was kind of to watch the evolution of Xbox, because I think one of you even said this earlier. Back then, they were very heavily community focused back then. And then kind of during the Don Matrick era, they got away from that. And I remember being very disappointed by that, thinking, wow, they don't really work with the community anymore. That's the bummer. And then Phil took over, and slowly but surely you've seen them now really get back to that and embrace the fan base. I love that. I want that. You want to feel like you were part of it. That's the one thing with Xbox, even though they're in quote unquote third place, you feel like you're a part of it. You feel like from Phil Spencer on down, it is one big community of people. And that's why, obviously, I'm on an Xbox show and, I've done things with them because I genuinely, truly am a fan of that. And I believe in that. And I will say, on the objective side of it, as a creator, as someone who has to be critical about it, there is a balance that you have to have. You can't just have the pom-poms out all the time.
So it's possible, Clarence. It's possible to be critical.
100% is possible.
I'm just joking.
Look, we know there are certain individuals out there that so badly don't want that to be the case. But the truth of the matter is, I can be a cheerleader for Starfield if it's great, but I can also be a heavy critic of Redfall because it wasn't. You can do both. It is very possible. But the one thing that I think when you are critical, You can be respectful and critical at the
There we
same time.
go. Ding, 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 ding.
That's all it is. I can
I don't
say
know. I don't know how to feel about that.
I know you don't. But I can say Halo Infinite has been a disappointment because and Colt, I know you remember this because I think you were someone that he even said something to me at the time. I was on XCast saying before it came out, that game can't just be okay, it better be great. And people lost their freaking minds telling me, yo, how dare you say that? Because that was the flagship game of Xbox. It needed to be great. It needed to be something that people would rally around. You wanted people engaging into that multiplayer constantly. I actually think Halo Infinite in its current state is pretty freaking good if you go play the multiplayer right now.
Yeah.
But the reputation, look how long it took to get to that point.
That perception, it'll never shake
it's
it.
the perception of it. So to me, that's honestly the biggest lessons learned that Xbox needs moving forward is if you got to delay something, delay it. Don't put it out. Don't piecemeal it together. We'll fix it on the fly. I think you do more damage to the brand that way versus just delaying something outright. I think they've learned that lesson. I hope they have. Again, we'll find out here in a couple months.
Well, it sounds like it because they've pushed Starfield like almost an extra 2 years of development, but it seems like they asked Arcane to give Redfall another year, and Arcane just said no. And it was a mess.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it seems like. I don't know what the official info is or whatever, but Gaz and I were banging on that drum for a year that Halo Infinite had to be amazing. It couldn't be good. It couldn't be good enough. And we got a lot of heat for it.
I still get heat for that.
Yeah, I was.
You still do. Yeah.
I mean, Cole, you took a lot of hit for liking the Redfall preview, even though a lot of people like the Redfall preview, but it seemed like you were like the lightning rod. Everybody was
I think the mass majority liked the preview. Paris, I don't know if you kind of like gauged that. We talked about that behind the scenes.
Can I give my perspective on that? Because again, can I curse on here? I don't know if I can curse.
You can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here we go.
You're good.
But Colt's been getting a lot of shit over that. I'm just gonna say shit, not a big deal. But I'm just saying he's gotten a lot of shit over that preview. I was at the preview too. And what I think people are not understanding is when you go to a preview, you understand it's not final product. So like me personally, when I saw Redfall, I'm not worrying about the frame rate right now. I'm not worrying about the resolution I'm playing at. I'm playing on a PC. So I'm not judging the technical aspects of it. It is literally a preview. So I'm just going, well, how does this opening level feel? Do I think this game has potential? And that's how I viewed it. Like, hey, this is a good start, but let's see where it goes from there. And obviously the game never improved from what we played at that preview. The 30 frames per second thing. Yeah, all that.
They literally gave us the best mission in the entire game. And that's what we played. And yeah, and we didn't know how old that build was either. I mean, the game was 3 months away or 2 months away, or whatever it was. And we were like, well, this could be, fairly recent build. It could be fairly old. Who knows? I wasn't worried about those things. I was worried about the characters, the powers, the feel in the world, and all that stuff. Yeah. And
one of the, it's really funny because the other day, I don't know how. Actually, I do remember how now. I had insomnia, right? Which is a frequent thing for me. And for some reason, I decided, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to organize my camera roll in OneDrive because there's like I don't know 80,000 pictures in there. I'm going to organize that instead of going to sleep. And I went back all the way to like 2012, and I was going through these old pictures, which is why I posted some really old photographs of me on Twitter the other day at work because I was organizing my OneDrive folder, and I actually found some really old screenshots of Reddit where there were some people discussing what I'd said about Sea of Thieves from the Sea of Thieves preview. And like, oh, is this Jez who said Sea of Thieves was going to be really good and have loads of content and stuff? And I think like the annoying, I've learned now, but I think like with previews, you often go in with this mindset of like, I'm not going to judge it on what could be there and stuff. But like, sometimes you sort of fall into this trap of like, well, the game surely has more content than this. So like I'm gonna be optimistic about it because I presume there's gonna be more stuff. You get to a higher level or something, you unlock more features, and like I presume like with Redfall, it's probably the same way. It's like, yeah, okay, maybe this can't be the whole game. They give you an hour to play. This can't be the whole game, but the problem is with Redfall, the first hour is the whole game basically. There's like not a lot changes in terms of what you do minute to minute. The game doesn't really get going, But and Sea of Thieves was the same at launch, it didn't really have that much to it in terms of raw content and raw stuff to do. And I've learned that now. But I think sometimes you can fall into that trap, and especially if like, you know, you can see the potential. Like everyone who looks at Redfall, you can see the potential, and you kind of think, well, surely they realize that potential later on, right? But
that was my problem, because I absolutely adore what Arcane did with Prey, and I know that people love Dishonored to death. And I just thought, oh, whatever I'm not seeing or whatever we don't have access to, that Arcane magic is waiting in behind the curtains, and I was dead wrong. And I took it the worst because I had a viral tweet with like 1 million impressions where I said, this is the combat, and I had my montage. But of course, everyone said, Colt said it was going to be game of the year. Colt said you have to buy it for $70. Colt said it's going to be the best game ever made, because I had a really positive preview. It was like 15 minutes. I was really excited about the characters. Like I played as Layla, and I thought, well, she wasn't, I don't know, she was good, but I kept hearing from everybody else, all the other characters are even better. So I'm like, if it just gets better from here, this is going to be a really special game. And then once we got access to it in the review period, I sat that weekend and I was like, oh, this doesn't do anything that you would expect from an action adventure game or an open world game. Like if there's 3 stages for every cool thing you do in a game, they barely did 1 stage, and just everything you did was incomplete and unfinished. I thought, this really sucks. And I took it really good. It was nice.
If it was me, I would have clocked it. I don't know what you guys would play.
All I
love it. I love when people say that. Oh, I would have told it. Yeah, I would have grilled them at the event. I would have asked this. I would have done this. Like there was not
how that works.
That's not how that works.
The game. I would have clocked that the game was shit.
Gaz would have been like, I think this is going to be game of the year if he was there.
I know. And it's funny that Gaz says that, because I hear that from so many people. It's like, I would have called them out.
I was at the Rise right behind the booth, and I grilled the game there. When I went to Gamescom 2013, this is how I got in. I pretended to be press. I had the little press badge I pre-printed, wore a little blazer, and I'd go into the Sony booth because they were just doing press only, and I'm like, we're supposed to just completely made it up. So we're supposed to be here in 15 minutes, and he was like, oh, sorry, who are you? I'm like, we just spoke to Maya at Sony. We're supposed to be here now. Can we just get out of the way? They're like, okay, like, just go and do it. So I got a Killzone Shadow 4 preview of that game, and I right in front of the developer, I was just rinsing the game. I said, well, what's this about? Or with just breaking it down. Rise, Son of Rome, right in front of the developer there at Gamescom. I said, well, this looks a little bit, because the QTE fiasco had made its noise. So I was viewing it from a critical lens, and I said it to him in the face. I know everyone has that, by the way. I get that. But there's different strokes for different folks. True. With your fiasco, Cole, that should be a warning shot now for never again. For everyone here, I'm not going to get invited to these things, but I'm just saying, for never again, never again allow that to happen. Because I'm not saying you guys are guilty of.
I don't understand. Anything. Allow what to happen? Like I know that you give me a speech behind the scenes.
But no.
You give me a speech, but I'm telling you, I was at the event. I played the game. I talked to the people, the peers that I played the game around, and one of the guys I became friends with, he has a 1 million sub channel, and I said, dude, I don't know what happened. I'm playing the game now in review, and it's just not good. I mean, I like the preview better. He goes, really? He goes, I like the preview. I'm loving the full game. I'm like, what?
You don't love the game,
I'm like,
too,
what?
Gaz.
Seriously?
Mm-hmm. Right, I mean, like, it wasn't in Paris like that. I mean, so it's like, I don't know,
I mean, no, what I'm saying isn't that your opinion on the game is wrong. I'm saying you need to be careful, because if you're going to get another vertical slice, you can get screwed again, and you're just going to get bombed by these guys who give you a vertical slice.
Well, no, I think Colts.
I don't know how you get out of that.
I think Colts if
they give you a vertical slice, it's amazing. How could you sit there and say? I guess you can make a disclaimer and say, well, this is amazing, but I don't know about the rest of the game. I guess you can make that statement.
I did see a YouTuber who did go to that event who did mention the resolution and the choppy frame rate. He did. Someone did it. It's not impossible.
No, it is. Here's the thing, guys. I know where you're going, and here's the thing. And I was at the event as well. The thing is, when we played that vertical slice or whatever it is we played, right? from a standpoint of first, it's being on a high-end PC, right? And it actually played solid. Yeah, there was minor frame rate stuff, but nothing that I saw to the point where I'm like, this is detracting. Oh, I'm worried about this game. The thing that I comment on that worried me was the AI, because I started to get into the scope of some of the cultists, and I'm like, man, they didn't see me, they didn't react. So I said, like, I'm hoping that would improve. Now, the mistake I will take ownership for myself was I should have asked, what we're playing here, is this going to be representative of the Series X? That to me was the biggest part, because
I
when
asked,
I actually see, you asked, I did. That was my mistake, and I learned from this. And I was like, okay, because now everyone's getting the review copies, and we boot up the Series X version, and I'm like, what is this? I swear, guys, this is not what I played. What I played was smooth. There was more density in the enemies as far as when you walked around Redfall. And when I'm getting into the Series X version, I'm just like, man, this kind of low-key look like an N64 game. So, like, what is
They
this?
did dumb down the graphics on the Xbox version, and I asked, I said,
Big
hey,
time.
what's the performance targets for Xbox Series S and X? And I just we're not talking about console right now.
Got you. And
Yeah.
I think that was the learning lesson, but I totally hear where you're going, guys. Like, it's a learning lesson for us all, but at the same time, we can only give our impressions based on the vertical slice in front of us. And from what I played, I felt, it's solid. It's got potential. We'll see what happens as it goes on. But yeah, trust me, I learned a lot.
I liked the gunplay.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to give you guys crap. I'm just saying, just be careful.
Yeah.
I'm putting myself in your position. If that could easily happen to me, and I'm just saying, just got to be careful. Because that
absolutely.
You know why Colt got it? It's because Colt's hated by a lot of people on the PlayStation side of things.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
They
it.
needed that, and I've made plenty of mistakes, but I don't know.
Human
I
being.
like.
Can I say this? I can tell you why. I know exactly why. And Gaz is guilty of this too, but Gaz doesn't care. You both love diving in the freaking mud of that console war nonsense.
Ain't that the truth?
You mean Lord Sauce?
I love it. It's how I breathe, bruv.
That is, I mean, you're 100% sure on that, Paris. Colt loves that.
Colt be up here acting
Colt
like
loves
he
And I
don't,
love
but then he'll put out
Rand will sit here like he's so innocent. He sits in the bushes. He literally sits in the bushes
Hey, I'm
with
smart.
no pants
I'm smart.
and revels in the console war.
So
He sits in the thorny bushes and goes, oh, look at this. And he throws out little things to people.
I love that.
Yep.
That was vintage, man.
Hey, I'm smart enough to know I ain't saying a word. I'll let other people say stuff, but I'm not saying anything. Give me all the drama. I'll send it to me. People send it to me. I see that stuff. I laugh. And I'd be like, Gaz, look at this. And Gaz will be like, I'm murking them. And I'm like, yeah. Dude, Andre in the Super Chat says, whoa, the deepest voices of Xbox all in one place. Paris, Cognito, and Gaz. Don't know if my straight hood can take it. Damn.
Man.
To transition to ABK, I wanted to ask Paris, assuming this gets finished next week, right? What do you want to see from ABK in the future of Xbox? What do you want to see from, like, we all know Call of Duty is probably going to be, well, for sure, be multi-platform, right? But how do you want to see exclusives come from Blizzard and other things? Do you want to see new franchises return, new IPs, or older franchises come back, like Guitar Hero and stuff? Like, what do you want to see from ABK in the future, whether it's next year or whether it's 10 years from now?
So I'll start it by saying this: the first thing I want to see is something very similar to
Bobby
what they did with Bethesda. In a way, I would love them to have a leadership roundtable discussion on here's our plans for Activision Blizzard King, across console, PC, mobile, the whole thing. Kind of talk about some of the current IPs, where they're going to live as far as platform goes. So to your point, the Diablos, the Call of Duties of the world, the Overwatches of the world, they're going to stay multi-platform. But I do think, and this is, I can almost sense Phil saying this, new IPs, it will be a case-by-case basis.
Yeah.
And I think that's fair. I think some of them could go multi-plat. I think some of them could go exclusive. Basically the same way that we've seen with Bethesda, where you're damn right they made Starfield exclusive, because that's going to attract people to that ecosystem, a game like that. So I could see other new IPs coming from those studios doing the same thing, where other ones are like, no, let's put it on everything, especially multiplayer stuff. Of course, you're going to want that, it to live as many places as it possibly can. I think as far as legacy IPs that are no longer being made, yeah, absolutely. There's a few I can think of off the top of my head. I would love to see if a studio has an idea for it and says, hey, we would love to try this, Xbox giving them the opportunity to do it. I'm very curious to see how they're going to handle legacy, like older games with Game Pass, because I think that's going to be the biggest, outside of mobile, obviously, but I think that's going to be the biggest thing that this acquisition is going to do. Does it make sense to bring back old Call of Duty games via Game Pass, where maybe the multiplayer servers aren't even live anymore, so it's only a single player component to it? Things like that. The old Diablos, like World of Warcraft, are they going to incentivize people to subscribe to PC Game Pass because maybe you get World of Warcraft sub for free or heavily discounted, things like that?
No.
Yes.
That will not happen.
Well, the thing that I look at with that, Jez, being serious, I look at the Riot deal. Now they could do something similar, obviously,
No
on
one
the
cares
PC
about
side.
Riot.
Oh my god!
Who plays League of Legends? Like 3 people. Small game. Small indie game.
I see.
Okay.
But to the point, yeah, I think this is. I think we will see a mix of exclusives and multi-plat with their IPs, because I think that just makes sense. Clearly Call of Duty stayed multi-plat.
Well,
God, they've argued that 1,000 times.
I mean, it looked like that was the breakdown between Phil and Jim. Was that Jim wanted everything to be multi-platform in the future from ABK, and Phil wasn't having it.
Right, nor should he, in my opinion.
Nor should he.
If I'm spending $70 billion, I need to get some tangible benefit from that.
Say the phrase. What's the Simpsons mean? Come on. Say that thing you always, you're known for at Paris, right? You don't
Xbox
spend.
Game Pass is the best value.
Well, not that
gaming?
one. The other one.
You
You don't spend X amount of money to keep things.
Yeah, you don't spend $70 billion to keep things the same. Of course, they're not going to do that. Why would they? That doesn't make sense. It never did. But keeping like they said through the trial, Call of Duty, of course, should stay multi-plat, because there's just too much money on the table to not do that. That's just smart business. The same that they did with Minecraft. But if Blizzard has an idea for a brand new IP that's never lived on a platform ever, why wouldn't you put that in the Xbox ecosystem?
There's a Odyssey, according to Jez, their survival game that they announced that they're hiring for. There's a good chance that gets revealed at BlizzCon this year.
90% chance.
And you know what? Jez thinks it's multi-platform. I think it's going to be exclusive, especially if they own it by then.
No, don't be silly.
Bro,
don't be silly.
I'm telling you, like, the fact that Phil's not bending to Jim. Jim wants everything multi-platform. I understand why, right? Phil's like, no, we ain't doing that. Blizzard, bro, I'm telling you, I wouldn't, because Blizzard games live on PC, so it's going to live on PC. Why not just have it exclusive to Xbox? Who cares about PlayStation at that point?
Nah.
Right?
I agree.
Nah.
With Rand. I agree. With
Exclusive, Jez. Exclusive. It doesn't even matter if there's a lot of work done on the PlayStation.
If it's getting announced this year, it's not exclusive. It's already set in stone, I think.
No, it's not. They can easily.
If it gets announced next year, it can be exclusive. But I think if they have to announce it, well, they didn't say anything about Indiana Jones.
Mm-hmm. So I'm saying, you never know. They could easily just be like, you know what? No, this Blizzard game, where it's going to get the most of its players on PC, but we're going to have it as an Xbox console exclusive.
Yeah, I think they'll be stupid not to do that. I think they can do it, and we'll explore that. The discourse between, we've seen the internal memo, they really do understand. This was my biggest problem with Xbox, that this Phil Spencer's being really too open, very kumbaya, but looking at the correspondence, listening to Matt Booty and co.
Did the appeal just get rejected?
Yeah, I just saw that. Oh, is that
People
just a chat clowning?
They're just clowning a chat.
Jazz's life just flashed before his eyes right there.
Nah. I saw that. First thing I did was go over Twitter. There's nothing there. People are just clowning.
You guys, I swear to God, my anus just crushed. I could crush a rock into a diamond. You don't do that.
Even Zocker's saying it. Like what?
Nah. There's nothing on Twitter.
Nah. There's nothing. Tom Warren would
nothing
be
there.
all over this, right? Tom Warren would
Tom
know.
Warren would be all over there.
Yeah, Tom Warren.
And so would Red Dragon would be crying about conspiracy. What was I going to say? God, relax my anus. Yeah, we've talked about anuses a lot this podcast. But I was going to say, look, Matt Booty understands. Phil Spencer and co, they all understand the value of exclusivity. Everything is now clear to me now that they understand that. Because Sarah Bond was there on stage, waxing lyrical with the words emblazoned Xbox exclusive for Starfield. If that wasn't an indication, then we saw what's happening with these games. The new IPs will almost definitely, the case-by-case basis ones will be more like your gas games, more like your Minecraft, those kind of games. But they will be more exclusivity. You will see it from Blizzard. You will see a StarCraft game. I'm almost convinced of it. So I don't think you're going to get... I think I'll be bitterly disappointed. It's not true. And it's not just me saying it because I want that to be the case. Based on my observations, I'm just thinking Microsoft is definitely going to angle as best as it can to make those games, whatever IPs it can make exclusive, they will be exclusive to Xbox. Watch this space. I'll take the L in a few years.
I think the easiest way to look at it is anything that is single player focused, you're going to make it exclusive.
Yeah.
Anything that's multiplayer, you want as many people as you possibly can to play it. So you're going to put it everywhere you possibly can. It just makes sense.
Yeah, that's my mindset on live service at this point. If you want that community to thrive, that population to thrive, it makes sense. And we got to give Jez his flowers on the, when the announcement of ABK happened, he was staunch about Call of Duty being multiplayer. Because at the time, it was like, we thought, maybe, this is before we have all the legal documentation and behind the scenes things that we see now. But at the time, we were like, wow, there's a potential for Call of Duty to be exclusive to Xbox. But now we see the financial sense it would not make to remove it from those platforms, as well as the fact that from a population standpoint, from an engagement standpoint, and from a finance, it just makes perfect sense for them. So yeah, I'm of that mindset as well. I think we've learned so much from this trial behind the scenes, just the thought process on them with acquisitions, how they value in M&A. And yeah, I agree. I think that this will definitely, I just want to jump in real quick. Me personally, I want to see that Xbox Wire post. I want to see.
You want me to wake you up at 7 o'clock in the morning or whatever? Get that phone call.
Just like the ZeniMax situation in Bethesda. I want to see that graphic of what this actually means to the Xbox ecosystem. Me personally, I want to see how they handle back compat, and if there are some older titles that come into the fold. I'm extremely biased, Paris, when it comes to G1 Transformers and the best Transformers games ever made. War of Cybertron, Fall of Cybertron. Shout out to my man Matt Seeger from High Moon Studios. Like there's some things that they could do from a light. Jason Rauner, if you're listening, there's some things y'all can do that would really
Come on, nobody from Xbox listens to this show. Come on.
Nobody. But like to really give a shot in the arm to Xbox back compat. So we can say, okay, as of now, almost similar to Bethesda, we got a small burst initially, and then as they work things out from the licensing standpoint and things of that nature, maybe they can continue to add other things. I know people are talking in chat, DJ Hero, Guitar Hero, all these other stuff that they could be potentially sitting on. So you got that. And then, like you said, they have to have that statement, that forward-facing statement, whether it be roundtable, saying, okay, this is how we look, whether it's the classic game. This is where, new IPs where Game Pass exists line from Phil comes out. We just need clarity moving forward. And then we can't forget about King. The mobile aspect here is huge. This is something that Microsoft has really been aggressively trying to get into that space. And I do think there will be some shift there. This is something that they really coveted from ABK. So I look forward to that. And I think that ultimately having clarity on the direction of how things go. And the last thing I'll say is I am curious with the way they leverage Call of Duty from a marketing standpoint. I think that it is huge and it would behoove them to link the Series S to Call of Duty for that casual base. And like, I know, Paris, you were talking about they're sitting on a gold mine with a Starfield Series X or Series. Like, to me, they're sitting on a gold mine with a Call of Duty based marketing theme, Series S or X, to let the casual who's not aware say, wait a minute, this is the home of Call of Duty season. Even though it's still on PlayStation, marketing does work for a lot.
Yeah, this is all they got to your point, because that's a genius idea. This is all they got to do with that Series S.
Facts, bro.
Throw Call of Duty, throw the new Call of Duty in there for free. Same price. You don't even charge no extra for it.
boom, and then you already got your Game Pass. Like, then I'm very curious on how they fold it in. There's so much potential here, and even though I'm not the biggest Call of Duty guy, I understand how important this is. So yeah, man, this is going to be a big deal. I'm looking forward to it. We're close to the end. This is fun stuff to talk about.
Yeah,
I just think when I think even just beyond this ABK deal, but I will say the one thing, because like you said, Cog, the King portion of this is huge, because I think a lot of people are now seeing just through this FTC trial, their ambition is not just about the 200 million people that play on console. They are truly trying to reach not only the PC crowd, but the hundreds and hundreds of millions of people that play on mobile. That's what this is really all about. It's not just about the console. And that's why that if you go back into the archives of things that Phil Spencer has said in the past 3 or 4 years, PlayStation is not their direct competition anymore. They're more worried about the Tencents and the Amazons and the Googles of the world, because they're all chasing the same thing. And that's the mobile market. And this is Microsoft's gateway into that now by getting King. But when I think beyond just that, when I look at just Xbox as a whole and their ambition, and I think about Game Pass and the subscription service and how they can leverage that to get more people playing games, assuming that this deal does go through, it looks like it is, we're now talking 30 plus studios that they have that is continuously going to be working on things across multiple platforms, across multiple genres. It's kind of exciting in that way. As a gamer, that there's a huge opportunity here that we're going to see more risk being taken by Xbox, because they can afford to do so, because they have so many teams working on various games. Matt Booty has said multiple times, and Phil reiterated it, getting to that cadence of they got an internal release coming every quarter. And it looks like we might be getting to that point in 2024. That kind of stuff excites me, and hopefully the quality of the games matches the ambition. That's the other part that they have to hit. Mm-hmm. And it truly starts with Starfield, for lack of a better term. It has to. Starfield, it better be good. Forza better. Turn 10 is usually great, but Forza needs to be good. And then when we get into the Avoweds and on down the road into
Paris,
2024.
Don't you know that Starfield's good? Aren't you playing it right now like Cold Eastwood?
I'm not Cold Eastwood.
Oh.
You know what's so funny? So funny? I had tweeted, because I had the Ally thing or whatever, right? And I had a wallpaper of Starfield on it. People thought I was playing it. People thought I was playing it. I had to delete it. I was like, you had to delete the tweet. Yeah.
I mean, people are always thinking, how many times does someone ask you, Code, if you're playing something like, you have this game? Are you playing this right now?
Yeah, you get that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Forte, what do you think, with the Bethesda deal, we saw games hit Game Pass like almost immediately. I think it was like the following week or 3 days later, like right when that roundtable happened. How quickly do we see the back catalog of Activision hit? Because some people are like, it's going to be so many like games hitting Game Pass, like 40 games or something, all the CODs, all the Crash Bandicoots, all this stuff. But then I talked to Tim, xCloud Tim Dog, last night. Me and him had a nice long conversation, and like Tim kind of was like of the opinion that they're not going to do that. That they're going to drip feed content from Activision's back catalog like every month. They're not going to do like here's 50 games in Game Pass, like Diablo 2, Diablo 3, Diablo 4. He thinks they're going to spread that out throughout the rest of the year. What do you think is going to happen with that?
Yeah, I kind of think the same way. I think it honestly, it makes no sense to drop that much, because you're not going to be able to get to that much content that fast. And then a lot of people, call it, especially the Call of Duty and stuff. Most people play the Call of Duties for the multiplayer and stuff. So drip feeding those campaigns over the course of like the last 5 or 6 years that people are definitely going to be interested in will be probably the best way of doing it. It brings more value to a month-to-month basis of Game Pass. So you got something to kind of look forward to every month as they drop that stuff out. I know a lot of people are thinking games like Diablo 4 and stuff is going to get put in there soon. And I'm like, you're not going to see stuff like that until like next year, because that game still has a really good long tail on how it's going to sell throughout the rest of this year, going through the holiday, and I can start seeing games like that hitting, starting in like February or March of next year. But I do think there will be a influx of games that's going to hit the service, not no 30 or 40, probably like 10 to 15 games that are going to hit the service probably in that first month to 2 months after the acquisition finally goes through. It just really depends on what games they value the most and which ones are going to bring the most value to Game Pass at that moment when they do it.
Yeah, I mean, you and like Tim kind of convinced me that maybe that's what's going to happen. Honestly,
That's definitely going to happen. Oh, I'm surprised you think that.
Well, I mean, it's because they did it with Bethesda, and it was a whole bunch of games, and like
They
That's
dropped
just
like
very
20 or
different to
25 in the one.
yeah,
in the first
and
moment.
like the ones that they didn't were, I think, all held up by rights on different services, and I was because I was like,
right.
Because like Tim was like, no, he's like, because Tim doesn't think they're gonna drop Diablo 4 right away.
No, they're
they're
gonna do that.
I think they will. If they can, they will, because you want to make the optics of it is really important. The manner in which you propagate this thing. Now, there's two things that you want to go out big and celebrate, and you want to make this message known. You've spent $70 billion. You want the world to know, like the masses to know, that here it is. We've bought this thing. Diablo, boom, day one. Some games you cannot afford. If you put it later on a few months, Diablo it just won't make that noise. You want to go big and land with the Diablo and land with another big game. You get that promo image of Game Pass games. I'm pretty certain, and we'll see if the deal goes through, that then after you'll just see almost exclusively, you'll just get an ABK suite of 10, 15 games, whatever, in there. But I think you'd be stupid not to put Diablo day one if you're able to do that, because you want to go loudly pronounce that we've made this deal. This is the future of Xbox. This is the kind of quality and value you're going to get. If you stall that and then you do it a few months later, I don't see the strategy behind that. I don't see what you're going to glean from that. If it's purely based on sales, that means that you don't even believe in the value of your own IP, because you've got that game selling on other platforms in terms of digital sales and PlayStation as well. So we'll see how where Microsoft's heads at. They've got the access to the metrics and the player numbers, but I think it's going to come down.
I mean, the thing is, no one's going to listen. I tell people this all the time. And when I'm at work, I'm like, listen, man, everybody wants to get stuff on a discount. So nobody's going to sit there and say that they wouldn't want something like Diablo to be there day one, the moment that they announce it. It'd be like, and you're right, it will be the headliner. It'll be the game that everybody be like, yo, I can get into Diablo. And they'll probably throw, if they're throw Diablo 4 in there, they'll definitely throw all the other ones in there to kind of line up to. Because I think 3, like none of the other ones are in there at this moment right now. So I do think that would definitely happen if that's the case. But I just feel like you don't really need Diablo to be a part of the service right now to like show that you own Activision. I think just the fact that you know that Call of Duty and stuff like that is going to be part of that ecosystem at some point is kind of good enough at this moment. And then as you get into those early months of like 2024 or even in December, even if they did it in December and say Diablo or something like that hits Game Pass in December.
December's more reasonable.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying it's not going to happen instantly. I don't think that's the game that you're going to see. If this deal closes next week, they're going to come out and say in September that it's going to hit instantly.
I don't think those metrics are a reason why they would drop in, or you have to look at Diablo 4 as it's got a 40% drop off this past week. And if you bring Diablo into Game Pass, let's say at the beginning of August or the second half of August for a Game Pass reveal, it will spike heavily the playership of Diablo 4. And I don't know how far Diablo 4 will go before it starts to kind of quiet down and it's had its great run of like a full entire month. But you're going to bring people to sub to Game Pass if a juggernaut like Diablo 4 is dropped in while it's seeing a decline in players as they get through their playthrough of the game. And I think that's what you want to look at.
Absolutely. You touched the Game Pass point. You're absolutely right there as well. Microsoft will be intrigued to see just how much they can stretch the Game Pass's reach on console as well. Because right now, Phil Spencer said, look, it feels like it's kind of stalled. But they want to see if they can shock that on the console space out of that and hit the 30 million or whatever mark. So if I'm Microsoft, I'm like, right, well, we've got the deal done. Let's just go and make one big splash. We've got a lot coming from this 70 billion, I hope. Diablo is just, like you said, the player numbers have gone down. Just go up and do it. Again, it's a strategy call, and we don't know for certain.
There's probably some contractual things that might stop it from happening. I mean, I can imagine Sony was like, okay, well, if you want to put, because we've already seen from the Epic Games court case, the PlayStation already bakes Game Pass into licensing agreements, and that'll be like, if you want to put this on our platform, you have to agree not to put it on Game Pass for the next 5 years, which is why, like in the court case, I think Tom Warren shared this line. Call of Duty couldn't be on Game Pass until 2025 at the earliest. That's probably because of that contractual thing, right? So there might be contractual reasons why Diablo can't go in there day and date. But I agree entirely that they should make a splash. Like, even if it's something like, we saw this week that Activision started updating the back end for a lot of classic Call of Duty games.
Yeah, they fixed the multiplayer,
Yeah, they fixed the multiplayer for like World at War and all the best Call of Duties, I should say, because modern Call of Duty sucks. They could just dump all of that into Game Pass, like day and date, and just be like, play all the great the actually good Call of Duty games in Game Pass. I can see that them blowing up, and they don't have any hackers, they don't have any PC gamers with their mice killing everyone. There's no stupid microtransactions, or there's no costumes like Homelander and all that stupid crap that I don't want in Call of Duty. It's just pure Call of Duty goodness. Dump all that into Game Pass, and you've got Prototype and a lot of classic games that are backwards compatible that could go in there, or games that haven't even hit backwards compatibility yet that could go in there. So even if they can't get Diablo in there, there are ways they can do this kind of stuff. We'll have to wait and see.
What about this question? We got Highlander. We got one from Highlander Cog. He says, what about the rumors that Jim Ryan may end the COD marketing rights early? Think he will do it? Does it make sense?
Ending the rights.
I don't know. I think Pong and Mav were talking about it on their podcast last night.
Supposedly, this is the last year for it, and the fact that they're releasing Modern Warfare 3, which seems to be the game that's coming this year, it's like they kind of want to end it early so they can renegotiate that contract now versus it being a brand new standalone Call of Duty game and that being the game. Because that's what they were kind of thinking, that the last Call of Duty would be a standalone, newer Call of Duty and not the remake of Modern Warfare 3 that they're actually just getting it as an add-on to this year.
Yeah, I think that it's Microsoft's best interest, whether it be legally, contractually, to get this into Game Pass as soon as possible. I think if there is a way, they will explore it. I don't think it's going to be a situation all the way like how what was it with Bethesda? We had with Ghostwire Tokyo and Deathloop and stuff. I think they recognize how important Call of Duty is into that platform, and if at the end of 2023 or 2024 they can do it based on the legalese of Judge Corley and that verbiage, they will push the issue in that. This is too important to them. Again, they will be as respectful as possible so they don't get themselves into trouble. But I'm listening to what guys are saying, and I'm of the mindset that if it's possible legally or contractually, they are going to best to try to make a splash with either of those games if possible. That's just my mindset.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right. So I guess this is definitely going to be one, COD, because you always get clipped on this. What's next? ABK. Let's say it all goes through like planned, and we can always have discussions about what we would want to see from it and stuff, and we can have that some other point in time, right? But it's always you look into the future. Right, Phil is on record saying, "Hey, we're not done." Tencent just bought a new studio this week. They bought Lucid Games, makers of Destruction All Stars, that 60 rated PlayStation exclusive. Right? They're always, getting their 20% or 40% in on these studios. Sony's probably still going to acquire. I've seen a lot of PlayStation fans and PlayStation content creators suddenly say, "Uh-oh. you just woke the beast. PlayStation's about to buy Take-Two and Square Enix, right? Like, so they're condemning Microsoft and Xbox for trying to compete and for the consolidation of the industry. But then at the same time, they're turning around and being like, please, Sony, buy Take-Two and take Grand Theft Auto away from Xbox users, right? But we know Xbox is not done. We've seen their list, right? We've seen their acquisition targets. So I'll throw it to you as Lord Acquisition.
Yes.
Oh Lord.
Lord Acquisition. What do you want Xbox to do after this? Who do you think they go after? Who would you personally want after this is all said and done?
First, I want to address your first statement. And listen, I understand for a lot of people, this is tough on them from the traditional way of how the console, space used to work, right? But we do have some outline. We do have some things that we can point to and say, okay, this is where the industry is going, and from Microsoft's standpoint, they have changed the rules of the game. They've changed the rules of engagement. The rules of engagement now is Game Pass, services, cloud. That's where they're going to leverage it. And if you're going to be in this business of Game Pass, then you need to feed that beast. You need to acquire companies to have that consistent output. We've heard Matt Booty come out there and say games take at least 4 to 5 years now to develop. So that 2 to 3 year cycle that many of us were used to, these games are bigger, they're more expensive, and they're taking longer. So they know they can't have a year like 2022 where Redfall and Starfield were delayed and the major first party offerings, were not there. They need that consistent that content, and you need studios. So to your question, I'm a Sega kid.
I knew you were going to say that.
One of the things that really warmed my heart was to read Phil's document to, I believe, was Amy, and showing, verbalizing the value from a Japanese standpoint, from a legacy IP standpoint. These were things I was told as Lord Acquisition could not happen. It is impossible for them to, you're playing video games, you're playing trading cards. That's not how it works, God. And it such a validation to read everything. Shout out to my man Everborn Spark, because he's saying,
I knew you were going to say Everborn.
Everborn,
We got
Lord Conspiracy.
And I got to talk my talk because I was told, oh no, Cog, Sega's and Microsoft partnership, it's only cloud. It's nothing to do with gaming.
It's Japanese. It won't buy Japanese.
Remember that, guys? Right? It was. And we started to see the fruits of the relationship improve. I told people when Yakuza Like a Dragon comes in the game, that's a huge deal. You're seeing the Persona series. You're seeing Sarah Bond makes the trip. You're seeing Phil is always the visual of Xbox at a Tokyo Game Show. I always said they are not getting their flowers for improving. We've seen how this console has during the Xbox One era, where Japanese games completely missed the platform. Completely. So to me, this is a marriage that everyone can see happen, and I got the validation. So ultimately, I would like to see it. The question becomes how soon. And then, I spoke to the great Hogue Lord, because even me, I was like, okay, I am Lord Acquisition, but when is it enough? Too much.
Never enough.
Here's the thing: it all comes down to the evaluation. When you're talking billions with ABK versus millions or whatever with something else, it's just about the scale. So once the scale is smaller, the regulatory concerns are not going to be as much, kind of thing. Now, granted, I'm not going to say, hey, every publisher now get everything. I ain't on my King David yet. He wants Dark Phil. He wants to destroy them completely. I know I'm being a little realistic, but I do feel Sega makes sense.
Can I be Lord Negative Nancy?
Let's go, Lord Negative Nancy. Let's go.
Lord,
here we go.
Devil's Advocate, I guess.
Well, no, this is just my own personal opinion. It's not even devil's advocate. I do not want Xbox to acquire Sega.
Ooh.
I do not want them to acquire another. But no, it's becoming too much.
Too much.
Ooh, too much.
Interesting.
You're listening to Colin Moriarty too much. No.
Too much. It's too much consolidation of the industry to have another major publisher taken off the board. I don't want to see that.
So would you like to see
studio?
Would you like to see
Now, if they were to
PlayStation
grab some
buy
studios, look, if you get a studio or two, that's fine. But an entire publisher, that's concerning. Like, imagine if it was Devolver Digital. That would concern me.
Now,
I don't want to see
I
that.
want to push back a little bit, Paris, because the only question I have for you is if you saw the documentation, what I thought was very interesting was that the games would all remain multi-plat. and it basically just seemed like
Oh, really? That sucks.
yeah, they got it out of it. Oh, I wanted to take it away from them.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
But
Now,
I thought that
hey.
was interesting. I thought that was interesting that they were willing to at least concede the multi-platform for the value of adding it to the service.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, as a former president of the United States once said, or says a lot, are you ready?
I'm ready.
They're multi-plat until they're not. Because now Microsoft / Xbox controls all those IPs and studios. So look, I'm gonna be Lina Khan for a second. Maybe this is the concern long term. They're saying all this now, but maybe 10 years from now, they're not saying that and they're all exclusive. Is that good for the industry?
So you go with the nefarious. We will listen and capitulate now, but after 10 years, who knows what could happen to Cole? That's the
But now I'm gonna contradict my own self and to say, who's to say any of these games? Like, let's just say it's Call of Duty. Who's to even say it's relevant 10 years from now?
10 years from now, yeah, that's what
you know what I
5 years
mean.
from now, the way it's going.
Yeah.
I've got a counterpoint though.
Let's go.
I think consolidation's a good thing.
Talk to him.
I think Microsoft
Thank
should
you.
buy everyone.
Oh my god.
I don't know about that.
I think Microsoft should buy Sega. They should buy Capcom, Square Enix, EA, Take-Two. They should buy all of them. All of them.
You sounding like Fonz right now.
Why? What's wrong with what Jez is saying? Like, if they buy those games, they'll be available to nearly everyone that plays games.
Shut up! No, that's just too much.
Here's why Sony.
Here's what I truly. Here's what I truly don't want to see.
No, this is what. But seriously, just quickly,
Right.
They should keep buying studios until they catch up, and once they're caught up, then they stop.
Catch up
Because
to
right
who?
now,
Catch up to who though?
To Sony.
But they have more. If the ABK deal goes through, they got like 10 more than them.
I'm talking about market share. They need to catch up in market share because until they do, there's no balance right now. There's no balance. It's not fair, right? That Sony and Microsoft put themselves in this situation, sure, but it's not fair that Sony can dictate the terms of an exclusivity agreement with favorable terms. That's why we're not getting Square Enix games. So how else can Xbox fans get Square Enix games unless Microsoft buys the publisher? You know, unless there's no Sony's dictating these terms and saying like there's no other way for Microsoft to compete. They have to buy.
It pays like double to get a money-hatted game than PlayStation
Are
would
you
because of their market.
Are you implying that Sony is using their market position to leverage these deals to?
Yes.
Well, of course they are.
It's written in.
Own course of action is posted because they have been, excluded by these remove it off Game Pass deals.
Microsoft has no choice. Microsoft has no choice, and just having Blizzard will not stop that. Microsoft's not going to be able. Microsoft's not going to be able to say, "Well, Sony, don't get Final Fantasy exclusive, or we're going to, make Call of Duty 720p on PS5." They're not going to be able to do that. The only thing that will be able to really balance the scales is if there's equal market share between the two companies, and that's not going to happen without more acquisitions. Blizzard and Call of Duty is not going to tip the needle. It's not going to tip.
And I do agree. I do agree on that, Jez. And to your point, being serious about this, and this is why Microsoft is doing exactly what they're doing. The only way they're going to catch up is if they balance out the market so that PlayStation, their direct competitor, isn't signing these kind of exclusivity deals with third parties that basically locks them out of things like going on Game Pass. And obviously we see what's going on with Square Enix, things like that. But I also, to my original point, would not want to see a publisher the size of Ubisoft be acquired.
Okay.
I don't think that's good for the industry. I do think we do need third-party publishers out there that put their games across all platforms at all times. But to the point of where we currently are in the industry, PlayStation has such a huge market share that they're dictating these terms to third parties, and that's not good for consumers, us. Forget Xbox and all that. It's just not good for us to have that.
So how would you feel if EA was bought by Amazon?
Yeah.
Well, they would still be third party, so it would be we would have to see how they're going to handle it. I would be concerned to see a Google or an Amazon acquire an EA. There would be pause, but it would be a wait and see. I mean, what is going to change because they purchased them? How does that? Are they still going to put their games on PlayStation and Xbox? Are they going to try and make their own freaking console? Are they going to put it in the cloud? What are they going to do?
There is a weird problem that no one talks about with allowing third party to continue, and I don't think everything should be acquired. We say it as jokes, but the situation where third party exists and they can release a game on PlayStation, PC, and console that no one talks about is that if I want to buy Assassin's Creed Odyssey or Mirage, if I want to buy Assassin's Creed Mirage, I buy that for Xbox, and that game exists nowhere else until I make another purchase. And that's not the same truth when we buy music or movies. Like, it's not exact, doesn't exactly work that way. And Phil has kind of tried to guide the market and the gaming space where if you own a game, it is truly yours, and you could play it on the Rogue Ally, you can play it on the Steam Deck, you can play it on PC, you can play it on a laptop, you can play it on the cloud, you can play it on console. They've tried to do that for a lot of games, but most of their games, they can't do it all the time. I would like to see them steer toward a better situation for gamers where when you buy a game, you truly own it and you can play it where you want. But the market's not going to go that way because they have to make bespoke versions or they have to make a separate version. So if Xbox bought something like Ubisoft, the majority of the people would get to play that game, a Ubisoft game, wherever they want, except for on a PlayStation, because we're in this cycle where PlayStation locks their stuff down to one device and Xbox is trying to give you better ownership of your game in more places.
PlayStation locks
for now, meaning
their games on one device for now, because their live service stuff, which they talking about investing $2 billion in R&D, they've already sort of said their live service stuff is day one on PC, as it really should be. And it's only
their other stuff will eventually get there as well.
I think it's only a matter of time before eventually they're full day one on PC as well. But part of me, Paris, I'm with you. I don't want Sega either, really, because Sega's boring. Let's be honest. It's more like Capcom is the wave, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Capcom.
I mean,
look, I they need Square Enix, man. They need Square Enix. Square Enix has a presence in mobile already. They need Square Enix. I think.
Well, I mean, I
know that would make people so mad.
It would.
Sega has that mobile presence.
But I mean, but it's like I do think Xbox is going to have their hands full with managing ABK. I think it's going to be absolutely a tough thing to do. I think
Sarah will.
Well, whoever manages it, I don't think it makes sense to make Sarah Bond to run ABK.
That would be a mistake.
I don't think that would make a lot of sense. I do think they're going to have their hands full. I do think a lot of people from ABK are going to they're going to leave because they're going to take that stock payout and they're just going to bounce. And they're going to go do other jobs. They're going to create other new studios. So Xbox is going to have their hands full running that. So to me, it's like, while Sega makes a lot of sense business-wise, legacy IP, PC development, right, stuff for Game Pass, Japanese stuff, it makes a ton of sense still. I do kind of agree with Paris that might be way too much for them to actually handle. I'm more of the opinion you should go after.
Mabu's fine, he can do it.
I'm more of the opinion you need to go after individual studios. You need to go after certain affinity, for Halo and for their Monster Hunter stuff, right? You need to go after and get Crystal Dynamics and Eidos from Embracer because they're having money issues. You need to look at IO Interactive and some of these other studios that you're partnering with, and more go to the individual route.
Absolutely.
I know it's like pie in the sky to think about publishers, but at some point that is just too much to handle, right?
The strategy will be that. I'm almost convinced that exactly what you've said is what Microsoft will do. They'll have too many regulators' eyes on to do a publisher buyout anyway. I'll be very surprised if they even go ahead or even have the appetite to do that. The strategic smaller acquisitions make sense. You need a fighting game outfit. You need the likes of Crystal Dynamics, Embracer. They're offering. Obviously, this all depends on whether or not a deal is available at the time.
Sure,
they hopped on ABK because that opportunity presented itself. But
before they hopped on ABK, what was in the documents they was after? I'm just curious. Because we have the
yeah.
tangible evidence of Sega. That's my
Yep,
point.
yep.
I get what you
Yeah.
guys are saying, and I just got to push back again as Lord Acquisition because there is an advantage of it. The advantage is they get to self-manage themselves. They've come in with a hands-off approach. We've still seen with the transition, yes, it needs work. The pipeline needs work. We saw the Redfall situation. We're not going to say that. But if Starfield lands what we most expect it to be, one of these genre-defining games, that Microsoft helped fund and for the most part gave them the resources that they need in the pipeline to give them the best possible product, that to me is a better alternative than pre-Bethesda, pre-ZeniMax, when they were making a whole bunch of, Fallout 76 and Wolfenstein Youngblood and all these attempts because they would try to tread water. So to me, at some point, my thing is, what's the alternative? Do we want these people who can't manage to go out of business? You know what I mean? Whereas Microsoft can say, "Hey, we can fund you." Now, I'm with you guys on there has to be a limit. In fairness, there has to be. I'm Paris. I hear you. Like there has to be. You can't just video game trading card, free agency, everything. Like I'm with y'all on that. But to me, it was very interesting to see the evaluation of saying it was. So, but to your point, Rand, I think you're making a fantastic point as well in reference to, I'm not opposed to, hey, if they after ABK, they say, look, guys, the feds are on us. It's a bit hot. Gotta calm down. We got through a major hurdle. And now let's make strategic deals. Let's do another realm. Let's do, all these maybe partner studios or Sobo, certain affinity thing, people that we already have these established relations. I'm not opposed to that. I was just very curious to see how much, Sega was valued to them.
I think this is all single entities after this. I think publishers are pretty much gonna be almost a no-go with them going forward. Just to, like, people got to think, like, all of those evaluations were before this whole ABK thing.
Good point.
You guys got to remember, like, ABK, like the stock dropped to like $61, and then Microsoft was like, yo, $97, we'll come in higher than that. That was like something that nobody ever expected to happen, and they just jumped at the opportunity to say, we're going to throw it in and see what happens. I think that's part of the reason why the Square Enix, their overall relationship kind of fell apart, because I think they were in the process with Square Enix at the point to make some type of move.
They got left at the altar, Forte?
I swear, the Square Enix, listen, they divest so much of their Western IPs and their studios right after this all happened with the Activision ABK deal. That's when you started seeing them sell off Square, Crystal Dynamics and IO Interactive and everything, because I think they were looking at Microsoft like, hey, we want to sell our Western division, and I think Microsoft was heavily invested in doing that, but they just couldn't. Like, there's no other publisher out there that can even match the revenue that Activision, and they solved so many issues that Microsoft had when it came to like things that would be beneficial to them when it comes to PC infrastructure, when it comes to the mobile side. You're talking about the biggest, revenue generating game, single generating game of all time in Call of Duty. So it's like they couldn't pass that opportunity. They had to throw that into the fire to see exactly what happened from that. I just think that that's kind of it for them when it comes to that. And then after that, like, do I think that they still have opportunities to go back and get singular studios? Absolutely. I don't think that Crystal Dynamic is even off the table. I think that's something that they're going to still get at some point in the later future. But I do think that when people talk about, all of the different things that's happened over the course of the couple of years, I just think they kind of forget that Square was right there. And I think it just like Jez said, that would be a really good move. But I think that ship sailed just due to the fact that Microsoft was like, yo, this is bigger and we have to go after this. And I just don't see Sega would be a really good move. Phil Spencer spent a lot of time in Japan. We saw, shout out to Diller and them. Diller couldn't stand all of the Sega IP and Persona stuff that was at the showcase. He couldn't stand it. He thought it was a waste of time. But I told him, I was like, listen, bro, this is the way that they needed to move. This is that partnership that they've been working on for years at this point. And I think that was definitely a conversation they were having. You know this of anything, Cog. when a company tells you like we're not interested in being purchased, that's not something we want to. We're not even entertaining that. That's what Sega said after all that was said and done when it came out. Who else said that?
Oh,
Didn't Pete Parsons
come to the front of the congregation, sir?
Did Pete Parsons say? He said, "Oh, when all those Activision talks for Xbox came out, and Pete Parsons came out and said this ain't true."
He said, "Grub and Jez their flowers. They got crucified. They got crucified for reporting that news." And lo and behold, we see the paperwork.
The paperwork was there. The paperwork was there. So definitely, I think that all of these things are true. I just think Activision literally
you're right, brother.
The biggest wrench in all of that stuff that you see. And guess what? You think Microsoft would change now? If this doesn't go through, then they'll definitely rethink everything.
That's the other thing here, right? Because I see Tom Ward in chat saying, "What's going on here?" You know, and it's like, well, we're waiting for you to announce that the Ninth Circuit appeal's been denied, so we can all just dogpile on Jez. So we got your Twitter feed up. We're just waiting for you to make that announcement. But also, someone in chat said, "Aren't you guys all just celebrating a little bit too early? Because nothing's happened yet." You know, and this is to Jez's thing about, you know, Jez's whole reverse triple jinx.
I like what Jez is doing.
You know,
It's not a reverse triple jinx.
It is a
man.
reverse triple jinx.
I love it.
If he stays
reality.
to triple jinx, then it doesn't work. You have to play the cards and
He's
believe
played it right, and I love his passion. Jez, I gotta give you your flowers. Like your passion.
You're giving me a lot of flowers today.
No, bro. You got to give it because I know
He's still with us. He's still with us.
This is the same guy that wanted to ask Todd Howard, "Can I fish in Starfield?"
You gotta respect.
Yeah, but he was asked that. Gary Whitta actually asked that, though.
That was a pertinent question.
I still can't believe Gary did that.
I love how Gary Whitta turned my dumb question into something that sounded smart, because he was like, well, actually, it's not a dumb question because the science says life's going to start in the oceans or something on primordial planets. I was like, oh, wow, he made my question sound smart. That's really
That
impressive.
man doubled down and asked him, "Can you go to any hole in the ground with water and take a pole to it?"
I just love how he discussed while doing it. It was great. That was a great interview. I absolutely love that interview.
So Paris, who's next for Kind of Funny? You got Phil, you got God Howard. Who's next on the bucket list?
I'll tell you straight up. I'll tell you straight up because you called it because I asked her straight up. She said yeah. I asked her and Matt Booty because Sarah Bond's actually been on XCast before I officially was a member. She came on very early on. Matt Booty's never been on, but yeah, when in LA I asked Matt Booty straight up. I'm like, yeah, I'd love to get you on. We just got to go through PR, obviously, but yeah, I would say look for both to come on at some point.
How come no one wants to come on our show, Rand?
You got to ask.
I mean, it's because it's because you leak stuff. It's because you're blacklisted by Obsidian and Compulsion for leaking their games. That's why.
Nah, it's because you were mean about Crackdown.
That is true. I was mean about Crackdown.
It's all your fault, bro. It's all your fault,
I was mean about Crackdown, and people at Xbox did not like me and wouldn't talk to me for a while. But hey, guess what? I was right. And I even had Xbox executives telling me, like, I had one Xbox executive at the time was like, "You're so stupid for doing this," or whatever. He's like, "You have no PR training." It's like, yeah, no shit. I'm a dude in a basement, like, talking about Xbox. Of course I don't have any PR training. But then he was like, "But I agree with everything you said."
Wow.
So Rand, is it possible that we could be critical of Xbox?
Like, what do you think?
I'm possible.
I'm waiting for John Jr. to say the same thing to me because Halo officially blocked me. It's like, come on, man.
Hey,
I was right about that.
Paris, Tom Warren has a question or a statement for you. He says, Paris, make sure to ask Arabond about her, quote, vacation to London just before the CMA attempted to extend the appeal process.
Tom, we both know you know way more about that than I do. So why am I asking?
You got to ask her. Be like, so it's weird that you were vacationing in London at the same time you guys were coming to some sort of agreement about... I guess maybe we talk about that. Jez, does the UK consumers lose out on the fact that Microsoft is going to have to divest something to do with their cloud gaming?
Well,
and, like, what is that all about?
I've got a feeling Microsoft thought it might go down this route because they've been engaging everything everywhere. The UK, BTEE, they're called the UK's biggest telecoms provider, who also have a minimum service level agreement with the government because they own all of the infrastructure for telephony. So they license out the infrastructure to ISPs and stuff like that. And I think what they're thinking is we'll divest Xbox cloud gaming to everything everywhere, and they can like license the infrastructure or something. I don't know what they're thinking, but I think that's how it's going to end up playing out. And the CMA will be like, "Oh, we can sell this as a win because Microsoft's investing in our infrastructure or some bullshit." I don't know, and it'll come down to that. You know, it's. I think at this point with the CMA, it's about saving face, and it's about getting a win out of it somehow because they know they've overstepped, and if it goes to court, it's going to be messy. They were getting reamed by the CAT, and they probably watched the FTC hearings and probably thought, "Oh my God, this is going to happen to us," and then it's going to be all political, and we're going to have to get in front of an MP committee, and the MPs are going to ream us as well, and they're going to cut our budgets because they're cutting all the budgets right now. So they're probably looking at a way to turn this into a win, and Microsoft's probably like, "Yeah, so guys, about that deal, what do you think? Can we work something out?" And the fact that, like, you know, I think Tom Warren himself said this, but you know, the fact that Microsoft was also like, let's put in a joint application to stop the CAT proceedings, which is the CAT regulates the regulator sort of. They put an application together to end that litigation, because clearly they've come to some sort of prospective agreement. But again, the deal's not going through anyway, so who cares?
Oh man,
I hate this. I hate that you're saying this, and maybe there's a possibility. No, you see, you're not right. I was gonna fall for your trap.
Oh, you're
not
about
right.
to try
Hold the line.
Hold the line, bro.
Nah. You never know with these ignorant people that are in charge. And and so Tiziana in chat reminded me that for Americans, EE used to be T-Mobile in the UK. So
Shout out to
you guys know T-Mobile, right?
Yeah.
My wife works for him, so definitely know him.
I will say, I know we're over 3 hours right now, and me and Jeff still have a bunch of super chats to get through as well as Patreon questions. So, you know, I always have like, hey, if you guys need to leave, if you want to stay, that's great. So, if anybody here who needs to actually bounce, let me know so we can do an outro. Thank you. Or I mean, because I don't expect everybody. I know Colt 2 hours hit. Colt's was like, "Oh, my butt, it's getting tired. I don't know. I can't sit here. I gotta leave." Oh, Colt.
No, my kids are begging me to go hang out with them. So
you can't hang out. You don't even hang out with us that much anymore, Colt.
Well, I mean, you're on PlayStation playing Octopath Dad Traveler or whatever it's called.
Excuse me, is Oxenfree too, sir.
Yep.
But thank you so much for coming on, Colt.
Thanks for having me on. You know, it's Jez will try as he might, but this deal's going through, and Xbox is going to have a whole bunch of money so they can buy Capcom. So yeah, it'll be great.
Yeah. Make sure everybody's already subscribed to Colt Eastwood's channel, best Xbox YouTuber around with the highest level of production. Shames me at least. You know, I don't want to speak for
the
anybody
production
else.
you don't watch, Rand, because you listen to my videos.
I listen,
phone
bro.
Turned over while you eat
ravioli. I said that to make you pissed off, and it sure did make you pissed off. Anytime you want to make Colt pissed, tell him you watch his content, but you just listen
with the screen off,
because Colt spends like 4 or 5 hours making that stuff. And it's like he turns red and like steam starts coming out of his ears. Like, what? You spent all this time putting everything together. But thank you for coming on. And
thank you. It was good talking to everybody.
You know, I'm off of PlayStation. I finished Oxenfree 2, so I have to be in a party later. So
okay, good. I saw that.
Yes.
Thanks everybody. Paris, it's good to hang out with you as usual. Gaz, shut up.
You man.
When are we getting the Colt Eastwood and Gaz reunion on X and C?
In a couple weeks, I'll set it up.
Weeks?
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Paris, I assume you probably gotta bounce too, right?
Wow, you're trying to kick me
no,
out.
I'm just trying. No. If you want to stay, that's I would love it. I know Colt was like, I need to go or whatever, so I was just putting it out there for anybody that wants to go can go. Cog, all right.
I could probably hang around another 15 minutes.
Cog, thank you, bro, for stopping by, being Lord Beefy, Lord Acquisition. You got a huge ILP on Sunday. One of my favorite podcasts out there, King David's. I don't know what it's gonna say. There might even be some Randall Thor on that show. Maybe a little bit of it. Maybe even some Jez Corden too, and other people. But yeah, let the people know.
What's up, man? What's up, buddy?
But before you do your outro, I have one request for Sunday, because you know I lurk. You know I'll be paying attention. I know. If this deal closes, if this whole thing goes through today, and we know it's going through, if King does not come out in a crown and a robe with a green scepter, I'll be disappointed. I'll be thoroughly disappointed.
The beauty of IOP is during the week we talk, but we never talk about the show, because I always want it to be a genuine surprise for me, just how it is for you guys. So I don't know what he's going to do. However, this time he did say, I ain't ready. I don't know what this man about to do, but listen, one thing about King, I love him, but his conviction, when he believes in something, there is nothing more beautiful to see. And when he is right about, I don't even get mad anymore if I'm wrong and King wins, beats me up, because I'm like, it's glorious. So his belief in the platform, his belief in Phil Spencer, and to see things just line up for him right now, and we're right at the cusp of this moment. Yes, IOP is going to be crazy. I'm assuming the general will be there at some point. Hold the line will be ringing off. Come check us out. We're going to have fun. It's all about fun and celebration and keeping it positive and having jokes with this stuff. We love gaming. We learn a lot about it. Rand, always the homie. Love being on Xbox too. Paris, finally the pleasure of us breaking bread together.
Yes, that was a highlight of that weekend, man. Finally getting to meet.
Finally, man. I love what you do. Super proud of you, what you're doing in the community. Keep pushing. Forte, my homie. I haven't talked to you in a long time, brother. It's always good to hear your perspective and the fun little banter. Gaz, we're going to work on the sauce, but you're doing better, brother. Doing better. You're doing a little better. You know what I'm saying? But look, you do what you do. You're passionate about it. I want to salute Colt that obviously jumped out. It's always good to see him. Us getting our free breakfast and our Xbox checks was always good to see. People do see us.
Yeah, how much is your Xbox check, Paris, by the way?
A lot.
You gotta love it. Right? Hey, Jez, man, bro, I love you. I know what you're doing. I respect it, because I know how passionate you are about what's going on. And
what do you mean? What am I doing? I'm just expressing my God-given right to an opinion, bro.
Bro, you're clever. You're a clever cat. I got to give it to you. But hopefully we're at the finish line with this stuff, and looking forward to hearing from all of you. So thanks for having me. This was fun.
Yeah. Thank you. Love having you on. And Attic, awesome. you'll eventually be on too.
Free #FreeAttic.
Yeah, free Attic.
Free Attic.
Anybody else? Gaz? Forte? You want to stick around?
Do you want us to stick around?
I'm just asking.
To piss off, we'll leave.
No, I'm just asking.
Yes.
Okay. Actually, I do think right. I'm going to take off, because I hear my wife.
Cognito's gone, so Paris is like, I'm leaving too.
Yeah. I don't want to be here with Jez.
I got to be here with them every single week. You get to interview Todd Howard. I get to interview Jez. We're not different. But thank you for the surprise appearance, Paris.
Of course. I am a big fan. You know that. I'm always lurking. I'm always sliding in your DMs during the show saying nonsense. So. Yep. I truly appreciate you having me on, and yeah, man, this was a fun conversation. It was good to be here with everybody.
Yeah, I think everybody forgets.
Where's my XCast invite?
You've been on XCast, haven't you?
Yeah, but I was supposed to be on a few weeks ago, and then Snowbike Mike ghosted me, man.
Yeah, I thought you ghosted him though. Wasn't it you ghosted him because you fell asleep?
I can't remember.
I thought it was I thought they canceled it because they couldn't find you.
I can't remember. I think I would never do that. So I'm assuming Snowbike goes to me. Yeah, that's
I can tell you, I'm not going to be on in 2 weeks, so you can go on and to replace me. Message me.
Ah, sick. I'm down.
Ooh, there you go.
Time to take over another podcast.
There you go. But yeah, people don't realize, Paris, that how long you've been actually doing this for a long time, because people only look at the now. They don't recognize the hustle and all the work that you've put in over the years.
I've been at this since 2006.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mate, you look old. We know that.
Yeah, I know. I'm an old man.
No, was I leaving high school?
Wow, I really feel old now.
Not to make you feel old or anything.
No, but that is part of it, though.
That is awesome, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I just magically appeared in 2020 or something. It's like I've been doing it.
Just came out of nowhere, bro.
Yeah, but it's because we love gaming, man. That's all, and some dumb luck. I mean, I credit Ryan McCaffrey all the time. If he did not invite me to come on Unlocked, and I almost said no, if he didn't invite me to come on, I may not be talking to you right now.
No, I knew who you were though. I filed Gamertag Radio. I knew who Paris was.
I was always like aware of Gamertag Radio. It's like it's so sort of it's like a part of the zeitgeist of gaming.
Well, yeah, but it was a thing of like escalation. It was this funny thing. Like it started at the Game Awards in 2019, right before the pandemic. 2 weeks later, we got the green light that Phil was going to come on for our 1000th episode, and that was in February. Pandemic happens.
Huge.
Yeah, pandemic happens. We're all at home. Like I said, the Ryan McCaffrey thing happens, and then next thing I know, I'm doing stuff because I came on with Ryan on Unlocked. He then liked the convo we had so much, he invited me to then, when they revealed the Series X, I was a co-host on that show for IGN as well. So that was obviously a big deal. Then I did the Night City Wire thing. Then Alana was like, we should get Paris to replace Gary because he was out on XCast one day. And then that led into Alana leaves. Tim and Greg reach out. Hey, you should come on XCast full time. It's just dumb luck. All of it's dumb luck.
It's not luck.
It is.
You deserve it, man.
Right place, right time. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you. We're gonna have to have you on again. You know, you can. I mean, this thing is like you can always join. You know, the whenever you want because you do have access. But you know, everybody loved the Xbox 2+1 we did with you. So I'm sure at some point we're gonna have you on again for that down the road.
I appreciate it, but I have a sneaking feeling. Not that I have any, I'm not Jez. I don't have any inside information, but I have a sneaking feeling that I'm going to want to love to come on about the second week of September.
Second week of September. Okay.
Yeah.
What's happening the second week of September?
What's happening?
Starfield would have been out for a week at that point.
Oh.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
That game. That little indie game.
That game. The game that Cody Eastwood's playing right now.
Yep.
Where are you playing it too now, Gaz?
Nope, I checked.
Yeah.
He's got one of those codes.
That's because I made it up, but whatever.
Oh my god.
But nobody would know that. I don't know. But thank you very much for stopping by, Paris. We really appreciate it.
No, thank you. You have a good rest of the show.
You have a good weekend, bro. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Take care,
bro.
All right, so now it's just us four. We do got some super chats, so let's get through some of these. Let's see here. What we got? We have a question from Sin Vendetta. It says, does the panel pre-order the games they are excited about? If so, which games have you pre-ordered for this fall? Right now, I've got Starfield, City Skylines 2, Liza P, MGS Collection, and Lords of the Fallen pre-ordered. Forte, do you pre-order shit? Do you pre-order anything?
Yeah, I pre-order things that I know I can't wait for. Like, if I can't wait for it to come out, I'm pre-ordering like Diablo 4. I pre-ordered day one. When it came to Halo Infinite, I even pre-ordered that because I love Halo, even though it was going to be in Game Pass. So yeah, I always pre-order stuff that I know I can't wait for. Plus, I just like to support things that, you know, I love the most. And I'm in one of those unique situations where I get a lot of stuff for free. And I kind of have this capacity, if I don't buy it, I don't feel like it doesn't mean as much to me as a game that I actually put money down on. So I definitely still pre-order a lot of games. And right now I have Mortal Kombat pre-ordered. I have Starfield pre-ordered. And I also have Forza pre-ordered too.
Interesting.
I feel exactly the same way for it. Like sometimes, because like obviously, you know, for work or whatever, like even if I don't get a game from a company, I can invoice it. You know, we got a budget for expenses and stuff. So like, but there are some games where it's just like, I want to feel like I've purchased it because I love it, you know. So I purchased like Diablo 4 Collector's Edition, the statue, and the digital deluxe edition and the digital deluxe edition on PC as well, like an idiot. Because I wanted to play it on my Asus, but as for pre-orders, I've got Stalker 2 pre-ordered, and I pre-ordered that because I want to support the devs because they're going through things that no game dev could ever imagine right now. Well, most game devs probably can't imagine, hopefully. Awful things going on in Ukraine, of course. And then I've also pre-ordered Starfield as well. even though I'm doing the review, because God, Howard, you got to support.
Did
the
you
TOD.
pre-order the standard, or did you get the Constellation edition?
I didn't, because I don't really like watches. I don't like wearing watches. I'm weird like that. So I was like, if it was like I don't know, a helmet or something that I could put on my shelf,
Right.
I might have done it. Because I got the Mass Effect Legendary Edition with the helmet, which is
Yep,
awesome, by the
same.
way. But I didn't buy that. But even if I wanted to, like, it's sold out in like 30 seconds.
That's
I
the
probably
only
wouldn't have-
reason. That's the only reason I pre-ordered Starfield, because if it came down to me just getting a standard edition, I would say, well, it's coming to Game Pass, I'll play it there. But the fact that I was able to collect that Constellation edition is the reason I pre-ordered it.
Yeah. And but that's all I got pre-ordered at the minute, actually. I might pre-order Mortal Kombat. I might pre-order Metal Gear Solid as well. We'll see.
Gaz, you pre-order last? I know you game share with Colt.
Yeah, I rarely ever pre-order
Yeah.
because I don't really see the point. But this year I've actually changed a bit. So Diablo I pre-ordered because I just really want to play after the beta or whatever it was. I've got the Constellation version of Starfield pre-ordered, and I never buy that stuff because for me, and people will mostly disagree with me on this. I'm not a fan of all the like toy stuff and having not toy stuff. Oh God. Like the memorabilia stuff I'm more of a proponent of minimalist style in your room, in your studio and stuff. But Starfield is going to be an epic game. Like something in my opinion, I'm guessing that this game is going to be the Skyrim of this gen. But for me, especially because, it's just space. I love it. But also that collector's edition, man. I'm into watches. I'm not a massive collector or anything, but that looks beautiful. The case looks beautiful. I still don't know what I'm going to do with it. It's going to be probably one of those purchases that just sits collecting dust somewhere in a corner somewhere. I need a bigger studio.
It's really bad, actually. Like, I currently in my room, and I haven't found homes for them yet. I have the State of Decay 2 Collector's Edition completely unopened. I've got the Elden Ring Collector's Edition unopened. I've got the Fallout 76 build your own Pip-Boy kit, which is worth like $500 unopened, and the Diablo 4 Collector's Edition unopened.
Jeez.
And I'm just like, well, I buy all these things, and it's just like, I don't really have any space. So
it's kind of how it goes.
Yeah, that's the problem, man. Like, obviously, if it's a good motivation to. All right, let me get a bigger house. Well, I just bought this house, but let me just get a bigger studio, do an extension, and I can get a proper man cave and put this stuff there. But I mean, I already do that.
Your house,
bro. Come do it. I'll have a spare room. Come down.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
I buy a lot of games, but I don't pre-order them because I don't really see the value in pre-ordering digital games. At least, like, I'll pre-order a game maybe like 2 days before it comes out so I can have it downloaded and ready to go. I don't really see the value in pre-ordering a digital product a month before it comes out. I personally don't get it. Right?
Especially digital ones.
Yeah, because it's like, I'll just wait. Like, I'll just maybe other people, people have different reasons for it, but so I don't have anything pre-ordered. That's not saying I won't pre-order anything. Like, I won't eventually pre-order Mortal Kombat or Atlas Fallen or some of these other games that are coming out, or Alan Wake 2, for example. But if I do, it'll literally be like 2 days beforehand, so I can just download it and be ready to play right away. I don't pre-order stuff like a month in advance.
Yeah.
But maybe it's different for physical and stuff, right? So that's me. I don't pre-order anything. We have Hitman, who says, question, regarding day one on Game Pass Ultimate, it's been a lot of misses, in my opinion. And if Xbox is spending money on them, I'd rather have older indies and AA and AAA that are considered quality and just get rid of day ones. Non-first party opinions. Yeah, what do you think about that? It definitely seems like Microsoft has moved away from getting older AAA games, or even older AA games. Like, for example, like Dying Light 2 or Saints Row or some of the bigger games that have come out in recent months, or even going back to last year. And they're more focused on day one titles that are, indie sized And he's saying that he'd rather have them move away from day ones and actually go towards getting like the older AA's and AAA's. What do you guys think about that? Is that something that needs to happen? Or is this the shifting of priorities? You know, because there was a point where Microsoft did that, where it was a lot of older AAA games, the Tomb Raiders, like, you know, stuff like that would come in 3 to 6 months later. You could almost count your watch by it. But it hasn't happened in a long time. I'm struggling to think of the...
Specifically for Game Pass?
Yeah, it says Game Pass, yeah.
All right.
Well,
I suppose part of this is probably, again, to do the ABK deal. They're probably not going as hard on it because they don't want to get a big regulatory microscope on it. They're probably sort of... I do think they're holding back in some ways with regards to some of this stuff. It will be interesting to see how much harder Microsoft goes on everything, on every vertical, with regard to marketing, with regard to Game Pass deals and stuff like that. How much harder they're going to go once they don't have a judge looking over their shoulder anymore. So I would say wait and see on that. If they're still not coming, when there's no more acquisition going on, I think then maybe we can look at it again. But for now, I think probably ABK is probably holding some of that up. But I don't know if you guys think otherwise.
No, I like the day one stuff that they're doing with like some of the smaller titles. I think it's, you know, it's like a breath of fresh air with some of those. Like, those are titles that most people wouldn't have played or anything, or wouldn't have even known about. So I definitely like that they do that. I do understand the point of a lot, like how they were doing like with Scarlet Nexus and stuff like that, where it came out, you know, it released in August, and then the next thing you know, by October it was in Game Pass. You know, that's real beneficial. But when that did happen, just to be honest, I found myself like, do I buy this game or do I wait for this game?
Yeah.
And I don't want to be in that, because that's what happened with me with Scarlet Nexus. Like, I bought that game day one, and then literally 2 months later it was in Game Pass. And then I started questioning and looking at games like, do I buy this game or do I wait for this game? So I kind of want, if they are going to do stuff like that, I kind of want it to be more of the surprise, like 6-7 months later, those games do show up where, you know, it's more of a surprise versus it being like a cadence like they were doing before. I like having the value of the games that I buy and not feel like I need to wait for something, because that's like the worst thing in the world when you pay for something, then instantly 3 months later it shows up and you can just have waited.
Yeah, I bought Bramble. I bought Bramble because I heard about how good it was, and it was a game up my alley. And then 2 weeks later, it hit Game Pass. So I was like, all right, whatever. You know?
Yeah, right. Doesn't change the fact of you playing it. It doesn't change. I still don't think it changes the fact that you still want to buy and enjoy the games and stuff.
No, I mean,
but for a lot of people, it does put that seed in there. Like, you know, people already say like, well, Game Pass stops people from wanting to buy games and stuff. And I do think once you get to a certain cadence and you consistently release games like that, it does foster that type of thought.
But you see, even when if I want to play a game, I buy it. No
Just
questions
buy it,
asked.
yeah.
I don't think about it might be on sale in the future, because obviously everything goes on sale in the future. So all you got to do is wait at some point and it'll be on sale. I never think of like, oh, it'll be on Game Pass, whatever. However, I am a type of person where if the game's on Game Pass and that's how I'm playing it, I won't buy it, right?
Right.
So like Starfield's on Game Pass, and it has early access, and I'll probably go through it that way unless I get a review copy, but I doubt it. But if I do get it through Game Pass, I'm not buying the game, because what's the point? At least for me, personally, because as you guys know, I'm not necessarily one to replay stuff. So if I play Starfield for 100 hours and I beat it and I move on, I'll probably never go back to it. So to me, it's like, yeah, I could buy it for $100 or I could buy it for $60. But if I played it through Game Pass because I have that subscription, I'm not going to buy it if that's how I played it through it again.
Right.
But that's just me. It's like, I don't think if anything's going to come to a service later, if I want to play it, I'll buy it. But if I do play it through that service, like Wolong or Atomic Heart, I'm not buying that game, and I haven't bought a game like that. So that's just me.
Yeah, makes sense.
What else we got here? We go through a whole bunch of these because there are quite a bit, and we missed out. We got Kevin saying Marlon's chat is hurt about PlayStation future, so it begins. Marlins.
Oh, man.
Who's Marlins?
Modern Gaming Nation.
Oh, he's
It's
been
a wrap. It's a wrap.
He's been on your show before, right, Kaz?
Yeah,
Yeah.
a couple of times. I like him.
Yeah. Adam says you guys rock. Mech Lord. Phil only said under oath COD will be multiplat. That is true. That's the thing that the FTC was the one that they were focused on was Call of Duty. So, yeah, that's the only one that's for sure multiplat. The rest I think will be exclusive, and Jez will be surprised. Jay says, Jez, have you played Path of Exile? It's Diablo on steroids. It's hugely popular, and true fans of the genre goat the game amongst the best. Great show. I don't know. Have you talked at all about Path of the Exile?
Path of Exile. I've played it. I've got about maybe 30 or 40 hours in it. I don't like it.
Okay, well, that's.
I don't like the combat. I think the combat's flat, and I feel like it's complex for the sake of complex. Like that passive skill tree. I'm sorry, it's just not interesting. I don't care that I've got +1. Whatever, that's the passive skill tree. That's end game stuff, like the Paragon. Like that shouldn't be the whole game, and it also bugs me to hell having to gem skills into my armor and stuff. Like the UI is so granular and grit and bitty and stuff like that. And I get that's what bitty. I get that's a very British joke for
Yep.
no one else here is going to get that. It's I get that it was designed to appeal to Diablo 2 fans, but I don't really have nostalgia for Diablo 2. I barely played it as a kid, so just not a fan. I'm sad to say.
We've been running this poll the whole show. Is the Xbox ABK deal going to go through, or will it be blocked? It has 1.8 thousand votes, and it basically says yes, ABK is coming home. 91%. And no, I am with Jez, blocked 8%. So there you go. For anybody still wondering on the audio versions, 1.8 thousand votes, 91% agree that it will be coming home, and Jez is gonna.
Well, it's crazy because it's crazy how many people are going to be wrong, and they're all going to be like, man, Jez was right all along. I think I'm a genius.
Always
right?
Man,
we don't want
that's
Jez to be
crazy.
right on this one. Dead Planet says we're getting some Starfield marketing TV commercial. Does that mean there is a TV commercial playing now? I mean, I would imagine those would be starting soon, because the game comes out early September. Lord Firth says need an all-star cast of Colt, Forte, Gaz, Jez, Cog, Rand, Dealer D, Zalker, and Dreamcast Guy for a flawless victory next week. Wouldn't that be something?
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, wouldn't that be something? Voidlock says Lord Beefy Powder Ranger Cog. Man, I love that Lord Beefy meme that's going on with Cognito right now. Nintendo, Don the Otaku. Crazy how Lina Khan just threw her staff under the bus, but Phil showed how a true leader takes accountability, even when not fully at fault. I mean, bro, Gaz, you made the video about Lina Khan basically getting roasted. Were you shocked at how badly she just threw her employees or people under the bus about how they were always like, hey, do you take on cases? Like, where you just expect to, like, oh my Lord. I couldn't believe it.
I mean, I'm not surprised at all.
Man,
I wasn't surprised.
4, man.
4 for 4. The way they drilled it was beautiful. But do you know why I didn't like it? It's because why I'm not surprised. It's because people like that. She from the outset, it seemed like she was more intent on building her legacy than actually doing anything that would positively, because ultimately, and Xbox gamers may not see this now, but ultimately regulatory control, it's really important, man. You don't want big conglomerates and big trillion-dollar companies to completely have carte blanche in determining the market forces, really. Now with Microsoft on the balance of its case, it's not a market leader. It's squarely in third place, and in my opinion has been ridiculously generous with its concessions. The fact that the FTC and Lina Khan weren't even remotely having the mindset of sitting down and having a conversation was indicative to me of the FTC being run by a woman more concerned with her legacy, not really concerned with the goodwill of what the FTC is employed to do. It has been instructed to do. And that's really just this hearing was an absolute destruction of this woman down to her legal freaking credentials, blood. I don't think people realize how crazy it is that this woman is basically subject to, review by the bar. She hasn't paid her bar fees. She hasn't even come back and reported. And bro, like, as a lawyer, man, that is disgusting that you don't do that. That you completely, you're literally being set up for a review by the bar council because you haven't paid your fees, you haven't even bothered, and you're going to be put up for investigation. What is her retort to that point? And when the woman asked her,
she just smirked. I think
she smirked. She goes, "No," she gave a BS answer, man. They asked her, "What's going on here?" She goes, "Oh well, before I was appointed, the people, this council did their checks." I'm like, no. She's asking you about the specifics about what's happening here. You regard yourself as counsel. Are you licensed right now? You're in disrepute with the New York bar. You've got that coming in. You did not mention it for good reason. And she just sat there stunned, silent. And at the end of it, the lady said, like, well, that says a lot about your integrity. And honestly, it really does. Lina Khan may or not have some good positives that have landed her in that position, but owing to the way she's handled this case with Microsoft ABK, irrespective of my biases or whatever, just the manner in which they've dealt with it, no dialogue with Microsoft, and Microsoft have gone out there with their cap holding their up. Dude, the FTC basically was doing Sony's bidding. The whole case was geared as if Sony's lawyers were instructed when the FTC were there in the court hearing, and they got rebuked and they got destroyed. We always said it. If this case was going to be determined on the basis of the FTC's quality of arguments in the case and Microsoft, it would have been an absolute landslide. Ultimately, Judge Corley actually did view it that way. And so, I made fun of it. My thumbnail is me pointing at her as her head is stuck on a piece of roast chicken getting cooked, which is what I do for theatrical effect. Maybe I just have to roast PNG, and I got that image. But like ultimately, it belies the fact that this lady has really not done any favors for the FTC. She got a 4-0 record. She's really not even engaged in it. The absolute just. If she didn't appeal this, I thought maybe there's some avenue of this woman learning a lesson. But their defense or the basis upon their appeal is so utterly weak. They haven't really cited any fundamental legal flaws in the judge's reasoning. So they're just not doing it. And the CMA, what's Sarah Cardell and co, they're far more competent than the FTC. And if they had cloud concerns, that's fine. I gave him some credit. I said after the US, the Judge Corley voted against the FTC, it looked like they were about to engage in discussions. But the more we see it, the more I see the CMA looking like it's posturing to try and save face. The rest of the world pretty much has approved it. You need to kind of like calm yourself and realize that, hold on, we are out of touch with the rest of the world, including the primary region where this deal concerns, the United States. And you're still, potentially, we don't know. This is all based on what they're reporting. But if you're not going to go have this dialogue, then I can't respect these regulators. They're trying to jostle for power. And ultimately, there's a good aim there, but the regulators have screwed themselves. This is a good opportunity to establish yourselves as a good regulators who will try and look at big business for the betterment of competition. But the manner in which they've done it, more so the FTC than the CMA, I'm just not impressed. And yeah, so screw it. I was laughing at Lina Khan. I loved it. I loved her getting murked. I was laughing uncontrollably like a sad little child as they absolutely roasted her. And I'm allowed to feel that way. Does that make me a piece of shit? Maybe.
What's I find disappointing is that I've seen some traditional gaming websites, and some people say this, that, oh, it's just the FTC doing their job, and that if you disagree, you're just an Xbot or you're just alt-right. And I'm just like,
oh god,
what?
Alt-right? Oh man, I hate we had this in our own company. Like people were discussing how to cover the deal, and they were saying like, oh, they're only criticizing Lina Khan because she's all right and stuff. I hate the way America wants to politicize everything.
Everything, yeah.
It's like she can't be wrong because she's a Democrat, like or
Yeah.
something. And like I've seen
And
like,
all the senators that were grilling her or whatever were Republican, right? So it's like, oh, so if you're against this, that means you're Republican. Like, I am furthest the thing from a Republican that you can imagine, right?
exactly.
And it's like,
me too.
and yeah, okay, maybe I'm an Xbox. Of course, I want the deal to go through. But I mean, have you been paying attention to the deal? This isn't like Senator Warren, who knows nothing about it and is just like Microsoft bad, $1 trillion bad, right? It's like you watch that stuff and you realize like, I don't know. It's like Xbox isn't a monopoly and it won't be a monopoly, and this isn't bad. But it's just like, oh, if you disagree with this, that it's like you're just a Republican or an alt-right, and or an Xbox. It's like, excuse me, are we just? I don't know. I really don't like that. I hate how it all gets down to like labels, right?
Tribalism, yeah. And I think that's why like Elizabeth Warren was just tweeting out, "Oh yeah, this deal's automatically bad," because they're all just voting along party lines. I don't know if there's been any Democrats who've criticized the way the FTC's handled this, because it is political, and that comes back to like my pessimism, the fact that it is political, the fact that like they could see that they are trying to paint it with that brush, even though like Microsoft's like not exactly a favored company of the right wing. They're like, I've seen people call Microsoft woke and all this quote unquote whatever, all this BS stuff. But it's just but like I could totally see like some politicians in Washington being like, oh, we can't let the Republicans get this win. Let's have Biden do an executive order or something.
Yeah, that ain't
and
happening,
I don't know if that's like even a legal mechanic that can work. But I just don't know. It's what I'm talking about. There's so much political and so much ignorance, and that's why I'm not running around the block celebrating you. I think it's irresponsible to do so. I think you're irresponsible, Rand. You are irresponsible.
I'm irresponsible. Yeah. Shut up. We got a super chat here from Batnab, who says it's 110 degrees Fahrenheit, 43 degrees Celsius in Vegas, and 118 degrees Fahrenheit, 47 degrees Celsius on Sunday. God damn, that is hot.
That is crazy.
There's some really extreme heat going on right now in the country, so everybody make sure to stay safe because.
So
yeah.
Apparently, by the way, the courthouse where they're supposed to be having this hearing, it closes in 1 hour for the weekend.
Well, they're not really having a hearing. It's just
they're calling them up or something.
No, it's just, guys, how does this work? So it's like the ninth. So one of the judge can just issue something at like 9. I don't think there is a hearing for this. Like both the FTC and Microsoft have basically dropped their statements or whatever
submissions,
to the submissions to the Ninth Appeals Court, and the FTC wants an emergency stay. They want like an emergency temporary restraining order so Microsoft doesn't close really quickly. And I think all they need is one judge to actually kind of approve that and be like, okay, I'll give you emergency tro. But then the 3 judges would have to kind of talk about all this. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure how that necessarily works.
It's a jurisdiction, and generally I wouldn't know about the constitutional or administrative functions there. I'm not sure. I have no idea.
I don't think it matters.
My understanding is it's just going to be a submission submitted to the court.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be like a court hearing for this appeal. Now, if the Ninth Cert grants the appeal, there might be then another hearing or something. I don't know. That's why we have Tom Warren and people and Hogue Law out there educating people, because this is I have no idea. All I know is that
mergers and acquisitions is a very advanced area of law.
All I know is that I believe the temporary restraining order lifts at 11:59 p.m. Pacific time, and at that point, if there isn't an emergency stay by the Ninth Court, then Microsoft is free to close the deal.
Yep, starting at 3 a.m. Eastern time. Tonight.
Yeah. So, yeah, keep glued to your phone.
We think it's going to be Monday. Monday is when you.
Well,
can
yeah,
go
Monday
to
is when they remove Activision Blizzard from
from the ticker.
from the Nasdaq and stuff like that. So because they're still a publicly traded company, so that's when I think they if they're going to close it, it'll be that day probably. So we'll see, Jez. Maybe you'll get your wish. I don't know. Let's
Can
see.
you imagine the hate that's going to happen on this show if this happens?
I remember when the deal was originally announced last year. Jez said that Call of Duty was going to be multi-platform forever. Chat hated him. You remember that, Jez? Because at the time, everybody was so high. Everybody's like, COD's going to be exclusive. And Jez was like, no, multi-platform. Everybody else was like, nope, it's going to be...
Remember Special Nick? Special Nick was like, oh, bro, you don't realize it's only about Warzone. Shut the up, Special Nick, you piece of ass.
Special Nick was, yeah. Which, I don't know if he's I'm surprised he hasn't said anything about not being on the show. Because you know how Special Nick gets about that sort of stuff, right? Like, why...
Oh, he did on Twitter.
Oh, he did on Twitter? He said something about it? Okay.
Of
course. You know, he always wants to be involved, right? Hey, did they look through his gamer tag, Gaz? To see
I don't think they did because they know he plays on Nintendo.
Oh, that is true. He is a Nintendo and Nintendo lover with an host and an Xbox podcast. Nobody says, just to note, they fixed the servers with Xbox 360 Call of Duty servers and they work perfectly now. You can find games instantly.
We talked about that.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that suddenly it's fixed. I wonder why. Ralph Wiggum, what an amazing cash. Wish everyone a great weekend. Hope you have a great weekend too, Ralph. Commander Shepard, what's the new name for Jim crying, lying, no pants stance move, Saving Private Ryan with the deal being approved? We'll have to come up with something.
Yeah, maybe people can suggest new names for Jim Ryan if the deal closes.
Virus says all the COD servers are working again. I can find lobbies easily now. 58,000 active players on Modern Warfare 3, probably from all the hype from the Activision deal. That's a lot. That's probably more. There's more people playing Modern Warfare 3 than playing Halo Infinite. Probably.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
Did you see?
Did you see John Jonasak sent out a tweet, Jez?
Who?
John Jonasak,
the
343 guy.
The 343 dude. He sent out a tweet saying,
pronounce his name.
he sent out a tweet, said, quote this with quote, breaking Halo news and follow it up with wild declarations. Let's see who got the best theories and conspiracies.
I already followed up with Halo Infinite 2 is an Ouya exclusive. Breaking news.
Hey, I also did see that The Flash from Warner Brothers is going to be the first NFT movie. That was announced today.
Oh my god!
And I have no idea what that even means.
They're so desperate to make some money on it or something.
Yeah. We have some more super chats because there's a bunch. Nerds and Other Legends says, would Embracer Group be up for grabs? I mean, I don't know why anybody would want them. They got way too many studios with way too many employees with mediocre to terrible IP. There's only actually a few that would be worth it, like Gearbox for Borderlands or Crystal Dynamics and Eidos for, Tomb Raider and stuff like that. They're like some of the other
Remnant
ones absolutely
devs,
not.
Gunfire games.
Maybe like 4A for Metro and stuff like that, but yeah.
4A definitely, yeah.
Big Afro Man says when the ABK deal's done, they can finally focus back on Scalebound. Ugh. Hope not. Space says, hey Jez, is Game Pass Family Plan getting canned? Yeah, what's up with that? I did see that the Game Pass Family Plan is over.
The Game Fast Family
The Game Pass Family Plan. Shut up.
the Game Fast Frying Pan. But nah. Family Plan. So they've announced to the markets it was in, which I believe is Hungary, Colombia, Ireland. They've announced that they're winding the program down and ending it, and people that are on will get. People that are attached to a family plan right now will get Game Pass Ultimate for 3 months as a compensation or whatever. They've always said this was a preview and a test, and it wasn't going to be there forever or whatever. But I'm surprised to see them pull it all the way back and sort of just say we'll explore what rolling this out to worldwide in the future. We'll explore it. That doesn't sound very definitive, does it? I mean, one thing that someone at Microsoft did say to me during the early days of this was that it was an experiment to see if they could make it work from a financial perspective, and if user habits And they said to me, like, if like all of our new subscribers used all 5 plans and everyone was on it in its current form, the economically wouldn't work. So like this was kind of like the extreme incarnation of it, to see what user behavior would be like if they did offer something that was really generous. And it is really, really generous, the current version of it. So my guess is if it does come back, it will probably be less people, probably more restricted, maybe more expensive, but they probably analyzed how users behaved while they were attaching to Family Plan and probably thought, oh, if we roll this out to America, we're going to bankrupt ourselves. So maybe that's why. I would imagine it's the economics is why they've decided to pull it back rather than roll it out. But I do think it will come back in some form because it just makes so much sense and it's so much more convenient. And it's kind of lame to expect everyone in your household to either do the console sharing thing, because then one of your kids might get left out as well, and it creates this weird world where, you know, some people get it, some people don't, and all that kind of stuff. And also, like, it's impossible to police, like, are they in my household? You know, you can only really do it by region. So I do think it'll come back, but I think instead of 5 people, maybe it'll be 4 people or 3 people. Maybe it'll be a couple of dollars more expensive or something like that. But I don't know anything for now. I'm sure they're probably mostly focusing on the ABK deal. But yeah, we'll have to wait, find out. I hope it comes back for what it's worth.
Yeah, it'd be kind of suck if it didn't come back. Like, they announce it, they run it, and then it's like, oh, well, actually, no. You know? That would kind of suck. Corey says, by 2033, video games as we know them will be completely different. There's a possibility that what we are playing today will be Atari 2600 level by then. What, 10 years from now? I don't really see the jump being that drastic, so I would disagree.
Nah, we'll all be playing VR waifu gacha games on the Apple headset in 10 years.
Ugh. I won't be playing games at that point. Aramex says, I think Microsoft should reach out to Embracer and take some of their studios off their hands. I would love Call of Duty. I would love Crystal Dynamics and Eidos Montreal, but could be some other great gems they could get from Embracer at a good value. Possibly, yeah.
I think that's going to happen at some point.
I know, you've been saying that for a bit. Mr. 2 Opinionated. Buying majority share could be a solution instead of full ownership. Basically enough to be in Game Pass and never skip Xbox. That's what Tencent does. They buy, like, percentages in these companies, and they just rake in the money. They make more money than anybody. They make more money than PlayStation. They make more money than Xbox. They make more money than Nintendo. But I think if you even include mobile, doesn't Apple make more money than everybody? Like, Apple's just sitting back, just raking in billions off of their, you know, iOS
They'll
stuff.
have a single studio and make more money than everybody.
Stickfigure says, commiserations, ponies. Miami Magpie says, I might have missed this, but on the last stream, Rand, you said Jez didn't have your number. How was that possible after all this time? Well, I mean, because Jez is overseas, and it costs a lot of money to call people overseas, and me and Jez have always talked through DMs on Twitter. That's our normal kind of thing, and if we really needed to speak to each other, we just chopped into a Discord call, right? So he never asked for my number, and I never asked for his. It wasn't until this past week when the FTC was denied that Jez went to Cognito and was like, give me. Well, also, I wasn't on WhatsApp. There was this time where Gaz kept on trying to get me on WhatsApp, and I said no, and eventually I said sure. So, yeah, Jez then
You didn't have WhatsApp?
Not until recently, right, Gaz?
Yeah, I had to get you to get.
Yeah. It had to get me to get WhatsApp.
Like
so
3 months ago or something. Yeah.
Yeah. So now, you know, but even still, like, even now when me and Jez talk, it's through DMs on Twitter. Because Jez is always on Twitter, so if he wants to tell me something, it's just through that. And if we need to talk, we'll talk on Discord.
I'm over Threads now, bro.
I think everybody's over Threads.
Yeah, I think, Threads engagement and everything is just like...
Now that people are getting that sweet, sweet bag from Twitter.
Nah. It's all about that paper, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love Elon now. Elon's awesome. I'm going to buy a Tesla. Teslas are great. By the way, have you guys heard of SpaceX? It's awesome.
Is it?
Brilliant.
Spartan says, all you guys on one panel is amazing. Thank you. Bone Slave says, Sobo and Team Ninja are the best studios to acquire for Xbox, in my opinion. It's possible. You never know. JD Gamer, Forte, we talked about Square being a jilted lover, so I agree they definitely got left at the altar. That's why we don't have Final Fantasy on Xbox.
Yeah, we did have that conversation standing right in front of my store at my store.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's possible. Saint, thank you for the super chat, but no message. Dub, the only reason I'd like a Sega purchase over Capcom is Sega has a ton of IP that could potentially be revived, like Shining Force, Beyond Oasis, and others that may not be made otherwise. Wishful thinking, I know. Well, Cog's with you. He wants Sega. But Paris does not. Mr. Josar says, Echo the Dolphins sweep if MS acquires Sega. Spartan Ghost says, EE thing is BS because why pay double for xCloud in the UK? Well, I don't think it's
How's
BS.
that for consumer as well? It's like...
I don't think people have to play double. I think it might just be it'll become like EE cloud gaming or something, and it'll offer everything that Xbox cloud gaming offers, and then maybe EE can do some of its own deals as well. Kind of like how, like, in China, if you want to sell your products in China, you have to sell it through Tencent or at NetEase. So in China, World of Warcraft is by NetEase and Blizzard, So this will be like EE Game Pass or some bullshit. I don't know. Basically, the UK is a failed state, and this is some corruption shit going on, where like some bureaucrat thinks he's going to lose his job if he doesn't save some face. So he's been crying on the phone to Microsoft saying, "Please help me save face," and Microsoft's been like, "Well, we can only serve 5,000 people in the UK with Xbox Cloud Gaming anyway, so let's just get rid of it to EE for a little while. It'll come back to Microsoft eventually when EE realizes it's a load of bollocks anyway." So it's probably just going to be temporary, like pretty much everything like this is. And I think it'll come back to Microsoft eventually. But like for a couple of years or something, it's going to be EE streaming or some bullshit. I don't know. We'll see. It will work.
Yeah. We have Jack saying the CMA told Jez ABK's not happening. Doubtful. Yeah. Good old Collingwood says, when are you guys going to play Exo Primal? Probably not. I'm not really interested in that game. Have any of you guys played Exo Primal? It's on Game Pass.
No, I downloaded it. I played the demo. I really liked it. I'm going to download it. I've been playing Need for Speed, actually.
Breaking news. People are saying breaking news.
They're lying again.
Are they? But why would they do that again? Is this... Because I'm just going to look on Twitter, and I'm going to see...
I'm looking right now.
I don't see anything on Twitter.
There's nothing. I'm going to start banning everyone who says that. Bye. Bye.
Don't ban everybody, bro.
I'm banning everyone.
No.
Bye.
No, don't ban everybody. Give them a timeout if they do it. Don't ban them.
He's banned him.
I can have a timeout.
And that man just...
Thanos.
Don't do that.
Continue.
Someone just...
I tried to time you out, Rand, but then we didn't want to.
You can't time me out. Someone just DM'd me something.
Maybe some people think it's going to be denied because the place closes soon or something. I don't know.
It says here, oh, wait, I think it is denied. Someone just sent me the thing, filed today. The motion to file the district court's preliminary injunction opinion under seal is granted. The clerk will maintain a scenario. The motion for injunctive relief is denied.
What? No.
That
ain't true. Tom Warner be all over it. Tom
I don't
Warner
know.
Sleep.
I just got sent this from Kamana Tong.
Yeah, but it's midnight, so...
I don't know. I don't see anything on Twitter.
I seriously have to unban everyone now.
Let me go to this other Discord I'm in. Let me go into this Discord. What's going on here?
Oh, Zero Hedge just tweeted. Oh shit! It does appear to be true. I'm sorry for everyone I just banned.
Yeah, because I have the thing here. You better go unban everybody. But yeah, it looks like the motion for injunctive release is denied. So
unban people.
The motion to file district court's preliminary injunction opinion under seal is granted. I don't know what that means. But yeah, I don't know. So what is this? What does this mean? Where's Tom Warren to explain this to us on Twitter? What's going on? Remember I told you this would break live while we're doing the show, and it looks like it did. Told you it wouldn't.
Just after what?
I'm trying to find a credible source.
Raz says that's the
I don't trust anything.
Raz says that's the Corley denial, not the Ninth Circuit. I don't think so because it's dated today, and the other thing was yesterday, wasn't it? I don't know. What's going on here? I have no idea what's happening.
I have no idea. Just keep talking while I try and investigate this shit. It says United States Court of Appeal for the Ninth Circuit, July 14th. It could just be fake. Well, this is what I'm talking about.
But I mean, here I have the thing here. Here, I'll send it to you. Copy.
Yeah, I've got that too.
Oh shit, it is real. Yeah, I've got it as well.
I don't think it's real. I think it's fake. Rand, can you unban everyone that I banned, please?
Wait, hold on. Why am I not seeing on Twitter?
Yeah, I'm
Why
not
is
seeing
Tom
it on
Warren?
Twitter.
What? It's not doing his job. Where's
Hold
Tom
on.
bloody
I'll
Warren?
unban.
Come on, Tom.
Unhide.
Effort, because fucking Jez tried to
unhide.
You got it. Oh, you did it. Sorry for the bans. Love you.
Did I put user in timeout?
Taught as well. Taught.
I
know Taught was timed out.
Yeah.
Sorry. VG 24/7 reported it. But I don't know if it's real.
Yeah, thanks. I found the tweet. Found it. It's not fake. It's real. I'm gonna DM it to you now.
No fucking
the
way.
The FTC has denied the FTC's request for a further pause on Microsoft's Activision deal. The UK order is now the only one. We out here getting lit.
No
That's
way.
Right, FTC, Lina
No
Khan,
fucking way.
Lina Khan. We are getting lit. Yo, Lina Khan, what you saying, girl? Oh,
no fucking way. I don't believe it until Foss Patton
It's true. Let me send it to you.
Hang on, they just denied it.
Yes.
I
told
didn't even
you-
have a hearing.
They don't need to
denied
have
it?
a hearing though. That's the whole thing.
I thought they
Did
were
it?
going to be like, oh yeah, we'll look at it in the next few weeks. and
From
then they'll have to close
Bloomberg,
around
man,
it.
it's true. Leah Nyland has just literally.
Yeah,
tweeted it.
Bloomberg. Yeah. Ninth Circuit has denied the FTC's request for a further pause on Microsoft Activision deal. The UK order is now the only thing barring closing, and they're gonna.
Oh my god! Fucking hell!
I told you it would be live.
Two
I told
times
you.
You're gonna have 2 chips, bro. 2 hot chips, lad.
Oh.
Yo.
Where are you seeing this on
Lina
Bloomberg?
Khan.
It's
I just wanna
one of the reporters here.
you. It's true. It's true. It's done. It's done. The US is done. Lock off. The UK is the only splinter. It's a minor one. The deal's gonna get. The source is gonna be magnificent.
Let's go. Hit the like button. Subscribe. Next week is going to be huge because they're going to close that stuff on Monday. We might have to do Emergency Xbox 2 podcast on Monday, Jez, because I know you got doctors on Tuesday, and then we're going to have another huge thing on.
No. This might be someone. Nah, this might be someone manipulating the stock, man. It's probably fake.
The stock. What? On,
Shut the. Yeah.
I'm still not seeing a credible source, man.
Right, Bloomberg's woman.
Where's Tom
Don't even
Warren?
can try it.
Where's Tom Warren in all this?
Oh, everybody in chat! I want to
there's no
see
evidence.
some mad fire in the chat. This is
There's
the
no
time.
evidence.
I'm about to smash W in the chat. Oh,
There's no evidence. I'm not seeing the evidence.
oh shit!
But where? I can't find a good source.
There we go. Tom Warren finally tweeted. The Ninth Circuit
okay.
Court has denied the
Warren's not
FTC's
the
request for
authority now.
injunction relief.
I can't find a good source.
You just found it, Jez.
Oh, it's Tom.
We had it minutes ago. Kimona Tong DM'd me, and I had it, and I was just like, "What is this?" But yes,
Where's the actual link to the court document though?
I told you. I
Lads.
could hold on.
Why do you want to see the court things, bro? Tom Warren's
You
literally
lost,
tweeted
bro.
it.
You
What
lost,
if-
Jez.
what if- No. What if? Right? Someone just sent. Someone sent Tom Warren a fake picture, man. That's what it is. It's fake.
Nah, it's real, people. Chat. It's
Well,
happening.
anyway,
It's
Rand-
happening.
You lost, Jez.
It's time to celebrate.
Yeah, you better
down that drink.
you
right
better
now.
prepare that anus, bruh.
Dang.
No, dude.
This is crazy.
The bet is
go
that
down to
the
that
deal
drink.
has to close.
Sure, and it's closing on Monday, dude.
Lad, drink that.
So
thing
you're
right
gonna have
now.
like
If I was
two.
Yeah, but what if the CMA might enforce divestiture?
They're
So-
not.
That's
Okay,
crazy.
you got me the link now. Thank you very much.
We're good,
Okay,
bruh.
it is real.
Yeah.
It is real.
I kept on telling you the FTC would lose.
It's done. ABK belongs to Xbox. Yeah.
I see
yeah.
a judge from the Xbox Air Discord is like, "What am I listening to? This is my podcast, Judge. But what you're listening to is people going crazy because it was denied live on the show."
Oh my god, I can't believe it. I thought I didn't.
Judge,
think
you
they'd
better
deny it
better
today.
head on over to Reset Air and do some moderation because there's gonna be a lot of salty people there, bro. You better go over there, check it out.
Salty about what?
Reset Air is gonna be salty
Why?
because this was supposed to be stopped.
Oh right, yeah, that website. I can't believe it. I can't. I actually.
Oh
It hasn't sunk in yet. It hasn't sunk in. It's sinking in. It's sinking in. Oh fuck.
It's crazy.
It's too
bro.
bad. Hey, Cog, Cog,
shit.
jump back in here, bro. We're live. Jump back in here. Celebration. Celebration, bitches.
Oh.
Cold Eastwood, get back in here. Pears. Who wants to come in?
Oh,
Celebrate.
this is crazy. This is crazy.
I can picture, I know we're not on camera, but I can picture the shit-eating grin on Jez's face right now.
I've got my hand over my mouth, like with shock. And so I'm so sorry for banning you. I thought you were trolling.
I'm pretty sure I unbanned him.
Yeah, you did. He said, "Jez banned me." I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh my god.
I don't believe it. I'm trying to get.
Dude, you better prepare your stomach. Are you sure you want to do this? You sure you want to take? Because now this is real. You're gonna be eating that. You're eating that one of the chips.
Deal's not closed
No,
yet, Rand.
bro. But we had two bets. We had the
Dude,
one that you
The
lost.
UK could still block it, bro. The UK could still
No.
You
Hold on.
can't do
We had two
You,
bets.
you underestimate the power of Britain.
We had two,
got
but we had
Marmite.
dude. We had two bets. We had the bet about the Judge Corley. You said she was going to approve the injunction. I said she wouldn't. That was what the bet was all about. This was the other bet. So now,
No, the other bet is it closing.
no.
It hasn't closed yet.
We had two bets, bro. The other bet was you bet me the $100. The ninth appeal thing, whatever. Either way, you're still eating a MF and chip, bro.
Yes, I'm eating the chip.
All right, Mav.
Oh,
Mav, hop in.
not right now.
Mav,
Not right
hop
now.
into the voice. Go into like the green room in there, and I'll drag you in if you want to join.
Oh my god, this is.
It's time to
Yeah, in the-
party,
in the-
bastard.
In the Discord, there's
It's crazy.
Yeah.
man, it's so cool that happened
I
live.
didn't think they'd do a decision today.
Well, of course they had to though because
do the
the thing
decision
was
today.
ending tonight, so they had to do something. Or I guess maybe they didn't have to.
Oh my god. So there's
believe
it. The UK is the lone splinter in this
There-
whole deal. And that's
And
why
the
I
U-
think
the U-
Mav is a piece of
Oh, look who's back! Look who's back in here to celebrate, Lord Beefy himself.
Hold the line.
Yes,
Jez Corden.
tell him, Cog.
I need you to come to the front of the congregation.
Mm.
I knew what you were doing, Jez Corden, but I wasn't going to stop this glorious day.
I ain't ready to celebrate yet, man.
Oh,
Okay,
here we
no,
go.
no, seriously, I'm
Go on.
You're speechless.
He's speechless.
He doesn't know what to say.
um,
Cog speechless?
bro. I just want to hear Jez. I want to hear him process right now. Like,
I can't believe they just said no.
What would you expect them to do, bro?
It was always going to be a yes or no.
Yeah.
Bro,
So yeah,
we're here. We are here.
we gotta get lit.
Tim Dog is on fire on Twitter.
Of course
Tim
he
in here.
is.
Let Tim get his lap. Tim need his lap right now.
Spamming receipts.
It's gonna be, bro. I'm telling y'all right now, Zion from the Matrix is about to go down on Twitter. Everybody got their shirt off, they partying, the liquor's flowing. I'm telling you,
Oh
man,
my
it's a
God,
celebration. We've been here, we've seen how this thing goes, and
I
you know,
can't
from
believe
the Xbox perspective, it's interesting to me because a lot of people always say, like, you know, why are people cheering this on and all this other stuff? But for people who love this platform and seen it from the early days of the OG Xbox, and you saw the potential, right? We saw like the power, the Ethernet, Xbox Live, all this technical stuff. But people forget, and Rand, we've had this discussion about the 360 era. And when it became the zeitgeist, the de facto console, Xbox was taken extremely serious. They were extremely aggressive, and they literally brought the fight to PlayStation to make PlayStation have to adjust after PlayStation 3. So I think that's why there's such an excitement, because one, it shows that they're serious and committing to what their vision is as far as Game Pass and is how they're rewriting the rules, so to speak. But they care about gaming. And they're back into gaming, and with a seriousness, with a ferocity, and that's why I think there's an excitement here, and the party is gonna go on. There's a lot of people who had disingenuous takes, who for their own bias, you know, don't want to see this thing going. I don't believe everyone is all caring about the industry's consolidation as much as people would like you believe, but the reality is, there's people that been on this platform and wanted to succeed, and this is one of those moments that this could make things literally competitive and, more importantly, better for consumers. So, Jez, I had to come back for you because I was like, man, I want to see my man.
You're not the only one, Cog. Paris is back. Hargy Channy's here.
Look, Zion. Paris is Zion in the Matrix, man.
Hey,
Jay is here.
I was cleaning my shower and I got the notification, so I ran back down.
I was like, oh, they still live? I got the notification too.
Jez, you need to go back and listen. He did not want to believe it. He couldn't believe it.
Oh, I
I
got
was banning people in chat. I thought they were trolling. I thought they were trolling because people were trolling earlier, but then they're like, "Oh my god, it's been denied," and I was like, "Oh, I'm sick of these trolls. Just gonna ban," and then it's like, "Oh no, it's actually true. Sorry, backpedal." But it still ain't sunk in yet. I think it won't sink in until they've literally closed the deal. Like, I just can't help but think like something will go wrong somehow. Something has to go wrong. Something always goes wrong. Something will go wrong.
That old energy. I think what it is the Xbox One era has scarred a lot of people. Hey, remember the trade games? You know, I get it. I get it, man.
With Xbox, there's always a caveat. There's always a caveat, and maybe the caveat will be UK exclusive. Like, okay, you can close the deal, but you've got to divest all of Xbox in the UK or some bullshit. I don't know. There'll be some. I just can't accept that there won't be a caveat. You know, I'm so traumatized by Xbox and its caveats, but I don't know. It looks what this deal represents is Xbox's future.
Yeah.
That's what it represents. Is that Xbox? It was always like Xbox was sort of treading water, always playing catch up, struggling, fighting, desperate. And what this deal represents is consistency and sort of, I don't know, security. They'll have the mobile stuff. They'll have the nostalgic IP. They'll have all the stuff that they've always lacked. And after decades of mismanagement by Microsoft, it looks like finally, we can breathe easy.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Paris,
god.
what you thinking, brother?
Mav is
no,
here
I-
too.
I-
Jeez.
No,
Man, what's up, babe?
What's up, brother?
Cog, I want you to know the tweet I just sent one King David.
Oh.
I said, you need to be an absolute fool on Sunday. And I put the messy meme right below it because
Bro.
I need it. I
Yo,
need it
it's
in my
going down.
life.
It's going down, bro. Corporate Cog has been ordered to not show up. I gotta let this man get all his balls off.
Hey,
All the
even Mike
messages.
Ybarra on Twitter celebrating. You just posted the
Really?
Kirk Gibson like miracle homer.
Oh, the
gif.
home run.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's big.
Welcome back to Xbox, Mike.
Yeah, shout out, man. It's I'm curious about Mav. How's Mav feeling?
Matt,
How's Geet
yeah.
feeling?
Our
I'm
geek,
giddy,
Mav.
man.
Yeah.
I'm giddy, bro. It's
What's up?
over.
It's over.
Done.
Yep.
I
Welcome to
just wonder when
Xbox
we're
2
gonna
for the
get
first time,
benefits.
Mav, by the way.
I don't know, man. This is crazy. I have a little bit of imposter syndrome right here with all of these guys. I mean, you got Paris and Cog and of course you two and Gaz. You know.
Mention me at the
Yes,
end, you
but-
piece of after all the shit I've done for you.
No, this is amazing, dude. This is the time I honestly to celebrate as an Xbox gamer for all the investment that they've been putting in, and they've had to fight for a year and a half with not just all the regulators, all the naysayers in the community, even a lot of the games media still posting, why do people even care about this? Why is it good for consumers? Why do people want this done? And fighting all these regulators, you had 40 approvals now, and FTC has no say, like we said a long time ago. So that makes 41 countries approved. All that's left is the deal they got to work out with the CMA. But I think that's over with as well. This is going to be done by Monday, and ABK is part of Xbox, and we're going to get the benefits with Game Pass. More than that, but potentially cross-buy, cross-progression, cross-save, a lot of other features that I think is going to be good. And it's also good for PlayStation gamers. Now, people say, well, how? It increases competition. It forces pressure on them to step their game up a little bit. Maybe they start putting some of their games sooner on their subscription services. Maybe they do better with the cross-buy and all this kind of stuff like that as well, because they're going to keep pushing that PC front in the future. So I think this is a good thing, man. It's putting more pressure on competition. It's a good thing for Xbox, and I mean, this is awesome, dude. Diablo 4, when's it going to be in Game Pass?
Hargi, when do you think Diablo 4 hits Game Pass, bro?
Well, they could probably do it at Gamescom. They could do it earlier, but I would say wait till the big headache is PC, right? We don't know how they're gonna handle that piece. They have their own BattleNet, right? I think that's their PC store, and they could just enable Game Pass entitlement in that. But that takes a little bit of time, right? So that could be something that happens in the first quarter or so after the acquisition is done. Which is, I guess, this weekend. That's pretty much done now. But that's what I'm thinking. The Xbox side of it, they could do things immediately. But as far as the PC side of it, it's going to be a little bit of time before things start showing up. And it's a big deal to them. That Blizzard stuff is a huge deal to them. They need that PC growth. This is a major win. This is so crazy. Cog, hold the line. This Sunday's going to be crazy. Brother. It's going to be crazy and lit. It's going to be like 6 hours long. It is what it is.
You wish it's going to be 6 hours long. This podcast is probably going to be 6 hours long because there's still a whole bunch of super chats, and we got to do Patreon questions. We were still doing super chats because I missed, like you guys. It's like I didn't want to do it during the show, and it's like, all right.
I get you.
So it was like doing it, and then it happened, and then Jez was just like he crapped himself and started banning everybody in chat, and because he saw his future, and it involves like some chips, and and he couldn't believe it, and he still doesn't believe it. He's muted.
I was just slamming the keyboard. To make sure people covered the story.
So now they have
the
all
chat
these...
saying my volume is low. I don't know if it's still low or not, but
So now with all the shows that are coming up right now, I'm sure they had like an A and B, right? One with and one without, and now we're gonna get the one with. And I guess BlizzCon is also now an Xbox showcase. We'll see what that is, right? We'll see how that goes. I think this is just crazy, right? This is finally freaking done. And we can finally get this out of the way, and wait till next year when it starts all over again. But
it is crazy.
There is still the FTC, the administrative process.
Yes.
Normally in normal mode, after this they would usually drop it. Reality, this is not normal mode, so I wouldn't expect them to drop it. So you will see this continue for a little while until that administrative process eventually gets to a federal court. And they eventually get the same thing handed to them that, you don't have a case. So that's kind of where we are, unfortunately. But there is still New Zealand, which is supposedly coming up on Monday. And I assume based on the CMA's decision, they will kind of just do the same thing. Canada says they're kind of annoyed or whatever. We'll see what happens with that. I doubt they're really going to do anything either. But otherwise, yeah, we're good. Australia kind of just didn't do anything. So if they have anything to say, then they got like
Nobody
24
cares
hours.
about Australia and Special Nick.
It's too little, too
Right.
late for all
Yeah.
the rest, right?
Yeah, and look who joined. Zocker's here.
Hey, Zox.
Oh shit! What's going on, everybody? I'm unwrapping you, my lacadrea. I am sitting here, fucking unwrapping my StarCraft computer
you gotta,
chair right now.
this isn't dealers podcast. You got to control those f bombs, okay? You
I'm
use
sorry.
use your one. You don't get any
I'm
more to
sorry.
use.
Zealot.
He said,
Yeah, sorry. Start beeping me, guys. Do your job. What the? So yeah, no, I'm excited, man. I just got the info. Everybody's DMing me about it, and I was like, "This happened, didn't it? It got closed."
Well,
So
it's not
over.
closed
It's
yet.
over.
It's not
Well,
closed
they're
yet.
Well, they're at the finish line. So unless they trip on
Yep.
their toes, I'm just saying, like, let's be real. And so I'm excited, man. This is what since they announced this purchase, as everybody knows, Blizzard's my favorite developer of all time. My favorite publisher. I love them. I love StarCraft. I even messaged Jez earlier today because everybody's messaging me about him talking about some StarCraft IP, and I'm like, don't play with me, Jez. Don't do this. I was like, that's my baby. So I'm excited, man, and everybody here is excited. Gaming should be excited that we're going to see some of these games come to Game Pass. We're going to see Blizzard hopefully go to what it used to be. It's going to be different. That, to me, is what I want to see, is because I feel like Activision and Blizzard, more so than anything, needed a big change. They needed something to kind of mix it up there. They started not working on IPs, started not kind of almost innovating. And that's what we want to see from Blizzard. That's what we want to see from the people from Infinity Ward and all these big studios. And hopefully Xbox can bring that out of them. And only time will tell, though.
Well,
Oh man,
Crazy,
Gotta love it.
crazy. I mean,
I came.
we have
Dude,
like if you look at the actual YouTube feed, the entire thing is just filled up with people on the left hand side. It's kind of crazy.
I've had
What's the
pretty
most you've
sensible
ever had
tweets.
before?
I mean, this is obviously the most we've ever had.
Can I just say Paris's picture is the best one? It looks like he's taking a dump, bro. It looks like you're in the bathroom taking a Colt Eastwood video. Like, I don't know what you're doing there.
Cold Eastwood
But-
video.
No, Paris's
What-
face
what
matches Jim Ryan's face right now.
Ooh,
That's the look Jim Ryan has exactly right now.
Yeah, it is.
I love it. I love it. It's my favorite profile pic.
It's
So
a good
presumably
profile.
there'll never be a deal, right? I think he'll just let it go, and then they'll just do their normal publishing that they do, and there'll be no Call of Duty deal.
well, there's
Stop
even
like-
some rumors going around that he might just cancel the marketing agreement for this
wanted to do
Call of
that.
Duty game. I don't know.
But he would have to have that agreement come back from Microsoft, and maybe they do that. Maybe they all agree to that. But up to now, Microsoft has basically just honored all deals that were in place.
Except for
Why-
the
why
Disney
would he cancel
deal
it?
with Indiana Jones, they restructured that to make it
Yeah.
exclusive and in Game
Yeah.
Pass.
Why he would cancel it is because they make less right now, right? So they're giving more of the revenue share for each sale to Activision, right? And
Got it.
it's more beneficial to Sony at this point. Whether they have the marketing or not, this is way too big for people to not know that this is Microsoft now, right? So that ship has sailed. There's no point in them marketing anymore. So why not just dissolve it, get your 30% instead of
Get it.
20%?
Yeah, get it out. That's why I can see. I told people I wouldn't be surprised if they take a more aggressive approach in this situation. Rand, you got the legend.
I
Tom
would
Warren in the
expect it.
chat.
The what? I got the
You
legend.
got
of
the
what?
legend Tom Warren in the chat who broke the news. You got to get him in there. Tom
mean,
Warren's in the chat if you can.
Tom Warren. Tom, if you want to join, let me know.
Tom, man, you broke it, man.
Well, it's funny because we had it before Tom posted it, but Jez wouldn't believe it. I was like, "No, I have the link here." He's like, "I don't believe it. Where's Tom?" But yeah, but to be clear, this is just the emergency relief that has been denied. The appeal, this has anything to do with their appeal. This just has to do with the emergency relief. But in my opinion, there's no way the appeal's actually going to be
wait,
granted.
so we haven't won yet?
Well, no, but the
There
thing
you
is,
go.
but it doesn't matter if everyone won because
I
they
knew
can
it.
because they can close on Monday.
I knew it.
They can close. They can
So,
close the
Jez-
deal as soon as this is over, like
Just
at midnight tonight.
The appeal is for an injunction to stop them before they have the FTC administrative process, right? But that would be something they probably look at well after they've already merged and the administrative process has started. So there'd be no point in a preliminary injunction, right? So that's the point. So they've accepted that they will listen to them. They haven't told them when yet. At least I haven't seen that yet. But that could be like next year. So it would be irrelevant.
I think we should all thank Jez for being so pessimistic throughout all of this.
I mean, hang on a sec, guys. Right?
Here we go.
Doesn't this just mean the FTC could force a divestiture at a later date?
They could always do that.
They could do that.
Well, there you go.
But
there you go.
You know
That's
how incredibly difficult.
That's what's gonna happen next.
But that would be incredibly difficult to do.
Do you want to bet?
Yes, I'll bet you $5,000.
Because the only way they do that, they have to go through a federal court to do it.
Yeah, they're going to do it. They're going to go
and
for
one of the most friendly judges they could have had in Corley said no, you don't have a case. So
they are going to find a judge who is on their side. They're going to pay him.
So Jez, the way that works on our side is that Microsoft has every chance to appeal that all the way up before they have to divest.
All the way up to
so that would go all the way up to the Supreme Court, which is 6-3 Republican. Good luck.
They're going to slip through a little bit of money under the table.
It's not going to matter.
Yeah,
I know why Jez is doing this. He's trying to save his anus. I know what's going on.
I mean, wouldn't you be trying to?
Right through I would too. I feel it already. I feel kind of weird in my stomach. I'm like, I'm hearing all this chip thing that he's eating. Go look up Kid Smooth eating that chip, then tell me how you feel. I'm just saying, bro.
I watched Kid Smooth eating the chip. Someone linked it to me.
Oh, you better get some ice cream. Ready.
Yeah, he had milk and he had the ice cream. It wasn't pretty.
He needs some milk.
It wasn't a pretty video.
Shut up, guys.
We got to do it. We got to do it. So people in chat are saying I'm addicted to gambling. Yeah.
He's addicted to not.
I really dark there. I'm addicted to gambling.
I really wish you could just eat the chip right now. Like I'd give the option to turn the camera on, and you just would eat the chip, and we'd all just be here for
face reveal. I think we should do a face reveal with you two on there. Well, Jess has one, but Rand, will you do a face reveal for the anus ripping?
I don't have a camera, dude.
I mean, always face
camera.
We already know what he looks like.
What do I need
to
a camera
for? Don't you have
I
a
mean,
phone?
I have a phone, sure. What am I gonna do? Like hold it up like with my
hold
arm
it
so it's
down.
like, oh
yeah.
It's not like I don't have a stand for it or anything. So
Okay, why is this one chip challenge so difficult? I don't know. Now I'm gonna have to try it, I guess.
5 million Scoville.
Why would you volunteer for that?
Why not?
I mean,
have you done it already? Guys, have you done it already?
Listen. No disrespect, but we're brown people. It should be all right for us.
Unfortunately, that's probably true, right? I don't know. Like we're just used to eating hot food.
I say that. It's 2 million Scoville. So our anus might burn, but our biryanis might not be hot enough. So I don't want to touch it. In fact, you know what? I will do it for posterity. I'm gonna do it with you. I'm buying it now.
Are you serious?
It's solidarity. I'll do it.
Do you want to do it? Do you want to do it with me on Xbox? On Xbox 2 Ultimate.
I'll do it with you on Xbox Ultimate together.
Okay, we'll do it. Does anyone else want in? Does anyone else want in the one chip challenge on Xbox?
Hell no, I don't want in on that. Bro, I'm good, bro.
I'm good.
I got enough cashews.
It's coming today.
Yeah, I'll do it.
7 p.m.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Get buy the one chip, and this can be like a celebratory one chip challenge on Xbox 2.
This you by
you gotta
yourself.
have a camera though.
You know,
I better record a sauce video while doing it.
I bet you.
I did it 4 hot sauces, and it was crazy. I almost went to the hospital, but this one happened this time.
I bet you if you turn into other podcasts right now, it's probably a funeral.
Yeah, Mooch's podcast.
Or other podcast that's on Friday that's PlayStation related. It's probably like, what are we gonna do, man? We're gonna get nothing but live service games. What?
Rand,
they still think Call of Duty is gonna be exclusive, though.
Oh,
that's true. Rand,
what?
We need to do Patreon questions,
bro. I mean, we still have super chats to get through. This is gonna be like our longest show easily because it's already over 4 hours long.
It's 1 a.m, bro.
Bro, well, you can leave and I'll do it all myself. That's fine. I got nowhere to go.
Good night.
All right, later, Jess.
I'll stay for a bit.
Damn.
I'll stay for a bit, but I can't stay that long. But
I mean,
come on, let's go.
What do you mean? Dude? Let's go. You see how many people we have here?
Super
chats.
It's Cogs back. Mav's here for the first time. So Hargeet. So Zocker. I mean, Zocker. He took time out of playing these games on Steam to come join us.
I did. I totally did.
You
I
totally
turned off my
did.
Steam and came here. Yeah.
His Xbox
Hey, I
is
played-
looking at him like, when are you gonna turn me on?
Oh man.
It's fine. I mean, hey, you want to know the worst thing about it, Rand? I had more time on my Xbox last year than you did, and I still play.
That
on
is
Steam.
true, but not this year.
It's true.
Not this
But
year.
not
though.
this year. I don't know about this year. This year I haven't played any. Well, yeah. I
This
haven't
year
played
I've already beaten like 25 games this year, Zocker. You ain't got nothing on me.
shit.
And
I beat 40. I beat 43 last year.
And I ain't yeah, but that includes like Butterfly and Butterfly 2 and like Frog Zanus and stuff like that.
I don't want to hear it, Barbie. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, well that's Barbie from 2007, bro. Come on.
That was hot back then. I like it.
Yeah.
Are you gonna go watch the movie?
I'll probably rent it when it comes out. I don't think I'll go and see
Beautiful.
it. I don't think I'll go see it, bro. If this is Xbox 2 on a Friday after 4 hours, Cog, you're gonna be. Whew,
It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
ILP's gonna be like 7 hours,
It's a
bro.
wrap.
People are gonna be demanding to be let in, bro.
King is blowing up my DM right now.
Is he?
Like, bro, it's crazy
Dude,
right now.
Tell him to get in here.
Get a lot
I
of
don't know.
sleep.
Tell him to get a
Well,
little visit from
tonight.
the
He may be
king.
driving. He may be driving, but yeah, he was because he usually send me voice messages when you don't want to text. So I'm telling him right now, like, yo, Xbox 2 ain't here from you.
People in the chat were demanding king. It's like we got all these people. Where's King David?
No, you can't dilute the effect. He has to be there.
Oh, I'm not. He can just show up for just a minute. He doesn't have to dilute anything. He's gonna have props and I'm sure a whole bunch of stuff, right? You know how crazy it's actually gonna be.
I'm gonna be the most insufferable prick. Oh, actually, I'm already there.
I
I'll
was
be
about to say, what's the difference?
prick that I've ever been. Oh, it's gonna be wicked. Hey Paris, you love the console wars. Don't even pretend. I know you love it secretly. You masturbate to my shit.
What? What?
Wow.
Oh, we definitely
Pause.
now.
You definitely
I,
demonetized.
I have no response to that.
Pause.
Is it
Except
is it
affirmative.
because you're busy, or what's going on, Paris?
I have no response to that either.
Smart man. Smart man.
Smart man. Hey, also you told me to watch my mouth, and Gaz is out here doing that. Like, what the?
I mean, it's kind of. I can't control this. It's gone off the way. It's gone off the rails. It's uncontrollable.
You made too much money today, anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, it's all demonetized. It's all taken away, anyways.
And something for the viewers throwing in the super chats there.
Look
Yeah,
at
look
that.
at that. We got Hargeet. He threw
Oh
out
my
a
God.
code for Diablo 4 Ultimate Edition, as well as Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 Vault Edition.
Oh damn!
So if anybody gets those,
I
make
got
sure
both
to
of them.
make
Yeah,
sure.
you
I got
better get
both
those
of them.
codes out now because those games are going to be in Game Pass before we know it anyway, right?
Yeah, but not the upper editions, right? This is the full
Yeah,
edition.
yeah.
This is the
But
full.
either way,
All right. Well, I mean, I guess I'll go back to reading super chats. Like this whole thing just got ridiculous now, and I got to refresh this page.
Do your thing. Just went to crash.
No, you're leaving again.
You're good.
I see how it is, Cog. You just had to come in, you know,
I was
celebrate
just
a
here to
little
Baba
bit.
Jez.
I'm sure-
I was
I'm sure-
literally here to Baba Jez.
Paris, you leaving too? You just had to come in and say your little piece again. I guess not.
He's staying.
Yeah,
clean.
Paris is staying.
Yo,
He's
it's
got,
all
his, he's,
whatever.
got, he's got his laptop in the shower, bro. He's cleaning
I
it.
told you, I have no comment on any of that.
No comments.
What
Okay.
you gonna say before I head out? I heard you say something.
I was gonna say, man, it's good to hear from you. Hit me up later. Have a good
Yeah,
night,
we know.
man.
You already know.
Sleep well,
Mav,
brother.
salute.
Later.
Everybody. See
I
y'all
can't
again.
believe it.
yeah.
Take it, bro.
Later, brother.
Podcast is crazy.
No,
You know,
actually,
kick me outta here.
can
Ain't no way
can
I'm
I throw
leaving.
my 2 cents on
Sure,
this,
of
and then I'll
course.
probably
Of
dip
course.
out too?
Of course.
Go for it.
Go
Um,
ahead.
Yeah, I mean, again, sorry, Jez, but for all intents and purposes, this is a done deal at this point. There's no way that Microsoft is going to let this deal collapse
Mm-hmm.
at this juncture. You know, $70 billion deal. So now we can look ahead towards, all right, what does this mean for the gaming landscape? And yeah, it's going to, in the short term, nothing's really going to change. We'll probably see some of these games come in the Game Pass. We'll obviously see what Microsoft has to say about that. I'm actually curious now with Gamescom because we know there's a huge contingent of Xbox people that are going over there. Phil was already planning to go over there. It makes me wonder if they were kind of anticipating this deal closing, and maybe Gamescom is kind of like the place that they're going to make some big announcements about this. I am curious. So I just think, yeah, short term, I wouldn't expect too much. Clearly, Call of Duty, that, you know, there's contractual obligations on that. That's not going to be in Game Pass. But I do wonder about the marketing deal. how that's going to work, you would think Microsoft would want to take back the marketing for that as soon as they possibly can and not have it PlayStation branded. So that'll be interesting in the short term to see. The rest of the stuff, we will obviously just have to wait to see what they say. But I do think it's good for gamers and slightly bad, like we were talking about earlier before about the consolidation of the industry. I do think that is something we can't just ignore, but I do think a more competitive Microsoft is good for all of us, in my personal opinion. So
I agree.
We'll see.
I think the concerns about consolidation will peel back when you see how many studios and how many jobs are created with this money.
Right.
Like, yeah, Bobby Kotick's going to go off and buy a yacht or something. But like a lot of the higher execs who they'll cash in what stock they've got. They'll go and make new studios and make new indie studios. We've seen so many of Blizzard alumni go out and make new studios. We've seen, I can't remember the names off the top of my head, but there's a studio making a sort of StarCraft successor. There's a studio,
Frost Giant, all former StarCraft developers.
Yeah. I knew you'd know.
Of course I would.
Jeff Strain, for God's sake. Jeff Strain made World of Warcraft, and then he went off and made Undead Labs, who now employs hundreds of people. So, it's like the creative people in this industry, they're going to get a load of money from this, and they're going to go and make new studios, and they're going to start careers for people. And it's a vibrant industry. I think when it's creative and it requires a big team effort, I think it's still going to stay vibrant and stuff like that. It's not like telecoms where there's like only one company doing it, all pushing up prices and stuff. With games, it's like people move around, they make new studios, games come and go. Call of Duty's not going to be around forever, and then the next Minecraft will come along, probably made from a dude in his bedroom. You never know. But we'll see. I could be wrong.
Like
What I am not wrong about is... Wait, what was that?
You're always wrong about stuff.
Ugh.
I mean, you're not like special Nick level wrong, but you're wrong about stuff from time to time, especially your predictions.
We might tell Greek alone.
Especially your predictions,
Yeah, my predictions aren't great. But then again, I don't have inside sources like you, Rand.
I mean, I certainly don't.
Yeah, Mr. I'm just predicting things, and then it's always 100% accurate.
That wasn't the case. We can look at last year.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see. Jeez, I gotta scroll down this whole list. This is find out where it was lost. Let's see.
While you're doing that, I just gotta head out, boys. But thank you, man. It was good to be here on this momentous occasion.
Thank you for being here, guys.
Oh, yeah.
You were here the whole time too. So
yeah, no, it was lovely to hit up with everyone and be on this momentous occasion.
And you
ladies
can't,
and gentlemen,
bro.
Lina Khan, I'm just gonna fuck.
Jesus.
Sauce video coming. Yeah,
Unbelievable. And he doesn't even have his own show tomorrow. How isn't that crazy?
How convenient.
How convenient.
How inconvenient.
How inconvenient indeed. We have blah, 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 blah. Let's see. God, where am I at on this? Oh, here we are. Soul Reaper says, Jez, I know you like strategy games, so please tell me if you played Aliens Dark Descent. The game is absolutely fantastic and nails the alien universe in every way. I say I loved RTSs way more than Halo Wars. He loves this one.
I've got it installed. I haven't opened it yet, but it's something that's very high on my endless backlog. But yes, I will maybe play it this weekend, because this weekend I am free for the first time in weeks. Since LA, this is the first weekend I've been free to just do nothing. So I will play it this weekend and let you know. And I'll also record some footage and we'll have a vote for it on next week's show. But yeah, thanks for reminding me.
It's pretty fun. It's a pretty fun game.
I've heard good things, yeah.
Yeah. It's more micromanaging. Like if you ever did micros in StarCraft, where you have a certain amount of people and you have to find a way to win. That's the way that game is structured. It's pretty good, runs well, pretty well optimized from what I can play, and yeah, it's nice.
Oh, nice.
So enjoy that.
I'm not going to play that, but Simon says King David to replace Major Nelson. Jez is useless at predictions, but at least he was spot on about the CMA. I'm UK, so I feel his pain. Gaz, bring the sauce. I mean, King David is... I can't wait to see what he's going to say on Sunday. That's going to be... that's going to be something. Miami says, I might have missed this, but unless... Oh, I already answered that. Minnie says, showing up late to have all my favorite Xbox podcasts on one show. Hope everyone is having a good day. Well, this is an epic stream. And I don't even know. This might be 6 hours because it's already 4.5, and there's a whole bunch of these to read. And then there's questions, and then Jez is going to leave me, and I'll be by myself. So
No,
it might be a
I'll
while.
stay.
Wolf of Darkness says, congratulations, let's go. It's Reap says, no more holding the line. Charge. Jeremy says, the line has been held. Jack says, Jez, it's over, man. Just stop it. It's done. Mr. MDJ says, Jez's butt will be on fire. Feeling hot, 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 hot. Def Size says, hold the line, MFers. Jay Foley, Ninth Circuit just denied the FTC. Miami says, I wanted this deal as much as I wanted Jez to eat that chip. Hargeet, deal done. Here we go. Aramic, just donating more for Jez to get some Pepto suppositories because that ass is going to need them Monday. Oh, man, Jez. Wednesday is going to be pretty bad for you. Enigmatic Dreams, Lulu deserves a big bonus, and Sarah Bond. Aramic, or he said the same exact thing. Chief Gaming, joining the end of the show, so not sure if it was mentioned earlier, but saw that Major Nelson is leaving Xbox. Sad to see him go. We did talk about that at the beginning. Web Dave, Jez, wear sterile gloves before eating your chip. I have seen people say that, Jez. Don't get it in your eyes. Wear gloves.
Yeah. I will. I'll definitely will.
Simon says, Saltiest Gaming, Mooch, MBG, Dreamcast Guy, J-Dubs, Reforge, Red Dragon, Foxy Games UK. You guys took one hell of a beating. Ooh. Jelly, yeah, let's go. Eat that chip. Keep it up, guys. Thank you. Fan says, MS put that clause into the response to the appeals court that Jez was eating them chips. That's what made the difference. Gray Fox says, sharing a historical moment like this live is truly something special. Congrats, folks. Ralph Wiggum, I'll eat a chip with you, Jez, as celebration. Spartan, how many ponies are going to delete their social media profiles knowing that Khan, their savior, failed because they are so delusional and in denial? Dragon's Blood, all the old COD servers are on the 360 are fixed. BT Maverick says, wouldn't want to celebrate this with anyone else. Gaz, Bland, and Jez, you guys are my only friends. Oh, you're my friend.
Aww.
Thank you. Raymond,
You guys are my only friend.
Jez is the Lina Khan of gaming, taking on bets he knows he can't win. Oh, shit.
Wow.
That's I mean, that's true, isn't it?
Yikes.
Yeah, that was who said that? One of the senators. Yeah.
Yeah.
He said
And
that.
Spartan says, let us rejoice in the knowledge that we held the line. King inspired many that had shaky knees. The Xbox fans knew what we were going to have our day. So I think we are all caught up with all the super chats. Thank you for anybody that sent in a super chat. I did get to all of them. So thank you very much for always supporting the Xbox 2, me and Jez. And yeah, thank you for everybody for being on here. Like, it's kind of crazy. I never thought we'd have this many people on Xbox 2, like, in the chat. Like, not watching, but, like, in the actual call. Like, it's hard enough with just me. It's hard enough to do a podcast with just Jez. And then you add more people, it gets even more difficult. Because you're just you're a diva, bro.
I'm not a diva. What are you talking about?
Bro,
I'm so low maintenance.
Yeah, except when you DM me all the time about how the deal's is gonna end and how Microsoft will close once the deal gets blocked. Because I did see your tweet to Andy McNamara where you said if the deal doesn't go through, Xbox is over. What was that about?
You really are in the bushes.
Bushes. Well, I don't mean like completely shutting down, but I think we'd get to a point where they're just not competition for Sony at all. Like they'd either become a publisher or be PC only and focus on Windows or something like that. I think the idea of Xbox as it exists right now as a console manufacturer and platform holder, I think that model was in jeopardy without this deal. So like it's in effect, I think without this deal, they're not competitive. So you effectively just give Sony the keys to monopolize the market. I think without this deal, I genuinely believe that.
Mav, you have a big show tonight too, right?
Oh,
Xbox Ultimate.
Yeah, it's actually I just realized a little bit ago that this is the 3-year anniversary of Fun Speculation. So, yeah, that combined with ABK closing, we got a show at 10 p.m. Eastern time, and it's gonna be crazy, bro.
Who do you got on tonight?
It's gonna be crazy. It's just our regular panel.
Yeah, is Pong gonna be there? I hear He wanted to be in Lina Khan.
You got that clip?
Yeah.
He wanted to jump into Lina. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he
How
misspoke
honest.
and didn't realize it. He tried to blame it on me, and then we caught him in 4K and posted.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Hargeet, I think now this is the time for you to finally join Twitter and celebrate.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that, but
Why aren't you on Twitter? What's that about?
I hate social media, and
But
that's,
you're on Discord. You're on Discord right now. That's social
but
media.
that's not social media.
You're on YouTube,
YouTube is
live to
social
the
media.
world.
YouTube would probably be considered somewhat social media, right? That's probably the closest. But yeah, I don't. Twitter is just so. So here's the problem with Twitter, right? Somebody can put something very small, like take a small clip or something and put like small words. They put that in there, and somebody gets out of context that they think this person is all about that. And the whole point of social media is to amplify what is weird, right? So it's going to exaggerate things that are on the periphery, very far, and everybody thinks everybody is evil. And it's like that's not reality.
It's fun.
Like, but that's not reality, right? And it creates
why it's fun.
negativity across the world. I hate it. I can't stand social media. That's one of the reasons why I just am agnostic to
Bro, we all
But
hate
it's just
social
so-
media.
But
Nobody
then why
likes
do you
it.
participate? Get
Because
rid of it.
You have to, bro. You have to participate. It's like
No, you don't.
it's like
I'm here.
I don't know how can you describe it. It's like diet and exercise, man. No one likes doing it. You just kind of have to.
I actually
sometime.
kind of like running,
Nah, nobody likes running.
but either
That's
way.
Rand. Rand doesn't like running.
No,
You don't like running, do you, man?
I mean-
See, there you go.
I don't. But that's just me. That's
True.
just me. You know,
You also don't like.
Why does Hargate need a Twitter when he trends on Twitter more than anybody I know that doesn't have a Twitter?
Yeah,
I've seen
usually-
more clips
Kinda
of
funny,
Hargate everywhere. It's like, what the hell is going on?
he says something on like Game on Daily, and then just gets talked about for weeks. You know.
Yeah. I'm
Yep.
sure it's all in context and it's great. Yeah.
I'm surprised Everborn Saga's not around here. I told him like, hey, you might as well jump in. Like, where is Everborn? Right?
Yeah.
You know he'd be all over.
Where is
Sega right now.
Asante? Where's Boom? You know?
Well, Asante's out on vacation. So
Oh, wrong time to go on
unfortunately, so they
vacation.
can't do their. I know, right? So they won't have their podcast tomorrow. But yeah, so I don't know if Boom's gonna do something impromptu because he always does. But yeah,
I mean, it is late on a Friday,
podcast.
right? It is late on a
Yeah.
Friday. I mean, hell,
Yeah.
we should have been over a long time ago, but not today. Not today. And then just think, Monday when they close the deal, whoo!
Yep, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
I mean, can't they kind of get into the process of closing it like at midnight?
They could,
tonight?
but
They
ABK's still on the
CMA,
and
right?
still on like the Nasdaq and stuff, you know. And I think they want to because they're being removed on Monday, so I don't think they'll close it tonight or tomorrow or whatever. I think they'll wait till Monday because there's no emergency relief, and the appeal's not going to be. They're not going to make it a judgment on that appeal yet. So, and I mean they have something. Hargeet, they have something with the CMA, like a meeting with the CMA Monday morning, right?
Yeah, they're meeting with Kat to officially say, hey, we don't need to do this and do the actual trial there. And that presumes the only reason Microsoft would do that is because they actually have a deal already, right? So hopefully that's the case. They just can't announce it, right?
Yeah,
so,
what do you make of them saying they need to reinvestigate the whole thing and it could take like months or whatever? Like,
so if you're the
change.
CMA, right, you want to save face, right? So you're going to say, no, we were right, and we made Microsoft make changes, and that's how we're allowing this to happen, right? So whatever that is, they will reinvestigate whatever Microsoft comes up with and say, okay, based on this, we will allow it. So that's what I'm reading into it, and they can't really tell us anything until they're ready, right? There was some potential for conflict with the FTC, coming up with their appeal, so they wanted to get that out of the way before they actually announce what they've come up with. My guess is it's already done, and whatever deals they needed to have, they've already been working them. That was why they had the contingency plan in place. Right, so they were working those deals with whatever UK companies they need to make deals with, and the CMA is probably good to go, and we'll have that decision sometime late Monday. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, craziness. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna be paying attention on Monday, really early in the morning. All right, so time to head over to the Patreon, Xbox 2 Patreon members. You can sign up. You can get ask some questions at patreon.com/XB2. Links in the description for that. We are going to be doing an ultimate next week where Jez will be eating the chip live. So
with Gaz and Hargeet.
So
I'm good.
That'll be fun. Runs Wednesday, right? Right, Jez? Tentatively. Tentatively.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we got Xbox 2+1 later in the month. That should be very fun. But let's see. We have some questions here. I probably should refresh this to see if any more
Boom
were
wants
added.
a link.
Boom wants the link. Boom wants to come in. Okay, hold on. Let me get the.
Speaking of Boom.
Let me get.
Oh, and somebody tell me what I need
The
to
link
buy.
to
What is
the
this
Discord?
that I need to buy?
Yeah, I gotta give him the link to the Discord.
Discord.gg/XB2. There's no special link anymore.
Let's see. Here we go.
And Hargate, it's called. Just search on Amazon for one chip challenge. It's 16 quid for one chip.
One. Oh, there it is. Cool.
It's kind of expensive. I know Doritos are cheaper.
That is true.
They very much are.
There was a morning news presenter who did the one chip challenge on British TV, and he said he had to take the following day off work. So
it literally just comes with one chip. Is that it?
It's one chip.
Yep.
Covered in Carolina Reaper and Trinidad Scorpion chili powder.
Okay.
Sounds edible.
It sounds alright.
That sounds good.
Is there anything else to this? Like, are you allowed to have other things along with it?
Oh well, I'm definitely not eating it with an empty stomach.
Yeah.
So like it recommends like line your stomach, have some
Good.
milk,
That's what I'll do. Yep.
and then suffer.
And suffer.
And then you suffer again when it comes out the other end.
Can't-
So
I can't eat a chip that's darker than me.
Wow.
Shut up, Forte, you
I
idiot.
can't.
You stupid, bro.
I can't. I
oh,
can't.
God.
I love it.
All right, so
right, ordered.
I sent Boom the link to the Discord, and if when he shows up in the voice thing, I'll drag him over. So Patreon, let's see, we got where are the questions here? Here we go. Question number out of 20. There's 20 questions here, Jez, by the way.
Oh, nice.
So we have Lee Sanders, evening lads. Just wanted to thank you for the workload at the moment. Appreciate you both. So with the ABK deal near enough done, I'm quite interested in what Sony will do now that's looking like ABK is in the bag. Do you think, with the list of potential developers out in the wild from the trial that Xbox was eyeing up, that Sony might swoop in and take something like, say, a Crystal Dynamics off the table before Microsoft can react? What do you think they will do? So Zocker, what do you think Sony's going to do? What do you think Sony's response is going to be? I've seen PlayStation YouTubers being like, Take-Two's, and Square Enix are a done deal. What do you think's going to happen, bro?
I actually don't. I don't even think it's Sony. I think Sony has spent a lot of money. They've put a lot of money towards games as a service games. I've always said that the entire tech industry, gaming and tech in general, has been waiting for this deal to be over, because I've always said that the next publisher, the next big buyout is not going to be from Microsoft, and it's not going to be from Sony. It's going to be from someone else. I think it might be Amazon or even Tencent. Somebody's going to buy something big because now they have a guideline of how to do it. And so that's what I've always said. I said that on RDX, said that on Zealots of Gaming, I said it everywhere, where I don't think that people understand what this meant for the grander scheme of the tech industry. And as somebody that's in the tech industry, a lot of people have been waiting on this. I have people that I know that work at Ubisoft, that work at EA, that I've graduated with, that have talked about this deal, like just basically making things at a standstill almost. So you just got to wait and see what's going to happen. I think this is going to open the floodgates of purchases, right? Like, who was it, Special Nick or somebody that said that it's the acquisition season? Oh,
Yeah.
That's going to happen now once this is all said and done, because it sets a precedent that other studios or other gaming publishers can buy things out. It's all about the money. It's all about making sure. And Microsoft took all the lumps for every single studio or publisher after that. They did all the hard work, and now everybody else is going to start using that hard work and that guideline to get more publishers and more developers. That's what I think is going to happen.
All right.
Nice.
Mr. Boomstick, welcome to
What's
the
going on,
celebration.
everyone? This is amazing. First of all, I'm an old man. I was like, how do I even get into this whole Discord thing? Like, I don't know what was going on, but I had to jump in. Listen, obviously, Hargeet, you're smiling. I love. He has the best smile in the business, doesn't he? I mean, honestly.
He does.
Rand, and again, Jez, thank you for messaging me. You said that I don't have to pay your marker. I will say it live on the air, so you don't have to eat that chip. I will pay your $100 for you, sir, just so you don't have to get sick.
No.
Bet.
I really
That's
appreciate
how
it.
much I love you, brother. That's how much I love you.
Well, I got a bunch of messages saying like, "Oh, Boom said this," and I was like, "Oh man, what a great guy!" But I cannot. I must suffer.
Okay.
I got to
All right,
suffer
well,
for my manhood, and for the content.
Well, I will be there for you. But listen, thanks so much for letting me in for a hot minute. I got family over like you had a couple of weeks ago, Rand. But I just wanted to just jump in and celebrate with everyone because this is a really big deal. I mean, Rand, obviously I've been listening to you even before I was even a podcaster, and for the last couple of weeks, you and Jez on the Xbox 2 have been talking about how frivolous this case is and how hanging on a thread it was, and it's great to see justice prevail again, honestly. This is as a consumer, not an Xbox. I'm very excited because my Game Pass subscription value has tripled. It's because of what's going to be coming in now, tomorrow, and years from now.
I mean, you're right. You're absolutely. Oh, I think did my internet drop? Everybody just stopped talking.
No,
we had that scare
We're
earlier in
waiting
the
for you to
show where it was
respond,
like
Jez.
I was like,
Yeah.
oh, you know.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
you know,
listen,
like you're saying, they tripled. That's literally what happened, right? They have like 17,000 employees, and like Microsoft today, Xbox is like 5,000 ish, right, including
Yes.
Zenny. So
Yeah.
man, they literally are like triple, like gonna become 4 times the size they were before. So it's like it's pretty crazy.
So what do you think?
I was gonna say it's great to see that Lina Khan is a scam artist. I'm sorry to
Oh,
say.
jeez. All right.
All right.
Yeah, she's a scam artist.
Oh, my goodness.
The reason why has an open investigation for abuse of power is exactly what happened. They tried to sneak, and they're like a thief in the night, the FTC. And that's why they have no one that wants to work with them. That's why people left in droves, because she's so left wing that she will do anything to get a W, even cheat. And when I say cheat, not that she did anything illegal, at least, well, we don't think so, because there's still the collusion with the CMA situation that might be investigated. But just when you look at how this whole thing went down, and how, I mean, perfect example, she threw her entire staff under the bus on Capitol Hill when she said that it was my staff that wanted the appeal. I'm glad the senator said shame on you for saying that. Again, ultimately, this is such a big win for Microsoft, and I'm so happy for everyone over there that worked super hard on this. And as a diehard Xbox fan, I could not be happier.
Yeah, I mean
I think I wrote today that like, there's a lot of tripping over ideology here. I mean, like you're seeing it from different senators who they don't even know the deal. They don't know the deal. They don't know the industry, but they're siding because they think like, oh, I'm on this side, so I have to have this opinion. Like, and they're not really thinking. They don't really know about the deal and stuff. That's the kind of stuff that irritates me. It's like, and this is true of all American politics. It feels like you don't know what you're talking about. Don't pick a side. Just shut up. And that's why like. When I see some of the commentary about this, and also at the same time, it's like even when people who aren't on your side make a good point, it's like, oh, they're only saying that because they're not on my side or something like that. I don't know.
I wouldn't even put it.
Politics,
I wouldn't even put it on a political spectrum of like left or right, because a lot of the people that were appointed, including the judge, was appointed by Biden, all that. I would honestly say the biggest crime, or not crime, or the biggest thing that annoyed everybody on both sides, and including the public, like the gamers that saw, is that it was self-interest. This was somebody that was trying to create a platform for themselves and using taxpayers' dollars to do it. That, to me, is the problem with this whole thing. It wasn't because of the consumer and looking out for them. It was to further themselves 15 to 10 years down the road if they want a bigger position. That to me was what it was. And that's what yesterday was all about, basically going into that of using taxpayer dollars. It didn't matter about left or right because both sides or whatever side you're on, they were all against it. They were like, what the hell is going on over there? That is the biggest issue right there, is the self-interest in putting yourself on basically a pedestal, thinking like, I can use this platform to get better. That's what annoyed me the most.
Well, that's exactly what's happening in the UK as well. And I agree with you that it's not necessarily a political thing, but because the CMA in the UK, you know, we've had a conservative government in the UK for 13 years. You know, so even though the CMA is independent of the government, you know, it's not really like, it's not a political thing here, but it kind of is a political thing as well, because they're trying to score points by, you know, getting America on side. Britain always wants to curry favor with America, right? Especially after Brexit. Britain has no friends except America. So the CMA is probably like, oh, anything we can do to make America like us. And they're just thinking like, oh, the FTC is more important than us. We'll just defer to them on everything. I don't know. It's but this is why I get pessimistic, because there's so much ignorance and there's too much human stuff. You know, if we were going completely off the law and completely off the reality of things, and we had an AI or a robot making these decisions, then it'd be fine. But the problem is there's so much human element, there's so much room for error, there's so much room for cheating and corruption and ignorance. That's why I get pessimistic about these kind of decisions. But
yeah,
it looks like
it's more activism and like backroom dealing, right? It's funny that the EU was the one who did it cleanest, right? The EC got it right. They did everything.
But
that's the thing. The EU's quite robotic in that context.
We have to remember though, the legal system did work here, right?
Yeah, of course it did.
That's why I wasn't worried.
100%. Yeah,
I was
surprised
tried to get
about
that
it, right?
power, but they were shut down time and time again from the legal system. So regardless of the ideology that they had, it didn't work.
It didn't work in the UK though. That's the problem.
Yeah, the UK is
did it though? Because the cat was looking like it was very much saying, "Hey, yo," you know, I don't know. So,
I mean, I suppose we never got to see it play out all the way in the UK. The CAT might have come back down in the right direction, but you just can never tell these things. I don't know.
Hey, Code Eastwood's back. Cole?
Yeah. Oh man. I mean, how wrong can these people be time and time and time again and just not pay attention? I just don't understand it. But you know what? We'll have a nice, respectful victory lap over their face.
Over Jez as well,
move
right?
on from there. Yeah. Yeah.
Should I play that little clip? What do you think?
What's the clip?
The one I played for you guys last night that I made for the sauce.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you could. But yeah, I mean, it's just I don't know. I guess I wasn't surprised, but I don't know. Hopefully these I don't know. Whatever. I just think the CMA is going to fold. They're the only ones on the planet, and they were following the footsteps of the FTC, and the FTC was wrong. So they just have to kind of scurry into their hole and just pretend like this L is their win, I suppose. Which they kind of sort of did that when this first started going through. They kind of tried to make it look like they were on board with this, and so they're going to have to do the same thing. They're going to have to kind of say, well, we've made an agreement. We decide this is okay and this is good, and they'll make it look good for their constituents. And in the end, Xbox will, Call of Duty will come back home to Xbox, and there it is.
Now, guys, have you heard? Now, hey, Cole. First of all, it's Boom. What's up, brother? Long time, no time.
Boom.
How you feeling?
It's Boom. It's like, hey, it's Boom. Do you recognize me? Boom. Stop.
Just out of curiosity, is there any truth to the rumor that Jim Ryan was considering backing out of the remaining years of the Activision deal because he felt that now that Call of Duty is going to be associated with Xbox, not PlayStation, and they don't want to spend the money? Is there any? Because that's what's been floating around. I don't know if it's true.
He doesn't want to spend the money on what?
Yeah, I answered this already, Boom. And essentially, this was part of the trial. We actually saw that as part of the email exchange back and forth between Phil and Jim Ryan. And he wanted to dissolve it because, look, they're giving money to Activision, right? They get less commission, right? It's 80-20 instead of 70-30. And what would be the value there for them to... There's nobody on the planet in gaming that doesn't understand that Activision now is Microsoft, right? So what is this, like, marketing going to get them, right? There's no point. So they might as well just dissolve that and get their 10% extra anyway. What the heck, right? So that was their benefit. Obviously, the other benefit is if that's the case, then Game Pass is on, right? Now you can go ahead and put that game directly in Game Pass day and date. So there's certainly a benefit to Microsoft for doing it. I don't know if it's going to happen, though, because they have not come to the table with any agreement. That's the problem, right? So then this is Jim Ryan. Jim Ryan wants everything. He wants all the ZeniMax games. So I don't know if that's going to happen, right? It's up to them to come to the table now and negotiate if they want to. But I don't know. Like right now, it's whatever Microsoft usually just says. Hey, you have a deal in place. We're going to keep it. We'll honor the deal and go through it.
Really quickly, Jez, you got something to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say it's 1:15 in the morning here, so I'm going to bail and go to bed. But I just want to say it's been an absolute privilege and an honor to share the floor with all of you lovely people on this momentous occasion. This is kind of history making, and this is going to change the industry forever. Rand's going to carry on podcasting with any of you guys who want to stay and get through the Patreon stuff. I'm going to bail, and I'm also going to put Patreon link in the chat, and also once again shill for our good friends at HelloFresh.
I love it. Listen, have a good night. Listen, I'm also going to bounce Rand because I do have family staying over for the weekend.
Thank you for dropping by.
I really wanted to pop in for a while. I mean, just for a little while to kind of just give my piece. Listen, guys, I love you all. Be safe. Have a good weekend. And we'll be talking about this for quite some time. This is a big win. Enjoy it, everyone.
Yeah. When's your next show? Monday?
Yes, Xbox lunch break special at noon. If you'd like to join, Rand, I'll send you a link.
We might be doing. I mean, because the deal might go through, so there might be an emergency Xbox 2 podcast on Monday at some point. So you never know.
All right, well,
we'll see.
I mean, we usually go live at 12, which would be 11 a.m. by you. Which I think that would be 8 o'clock.
Yeah, we wouldn't go live until like 3 p.m. your time anyway.
Yeah, so we'll be done. But hey, listen, you can always send me a link and I can pop in and celebrate pop some more bottles.
That could be true, or we might just have it might be just me and Jez on Monday, and then maybe like a whole bunch of people on the Friday for like the regular Friday show. But either way, we'll figure it out.
Either way, brother.
Thank you for stopping by.
Guys. All right, guys. Take care.
Right. Later, Boom.
See you, Boom.
So, good night, guys.
Good night, Jez.
Jez. Thank you for the sacrifice of your anus. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you
come before it happens.
Nice cold water.
Bro, so now that Jez is gone, what do you guys want to talk about?
Let's talk about how wrong Jez was.
Oh wow!
Hey, the thing with Jez, that was all just planned. It was all a reverse jinx. It was.
I know.
He wanted Blizzard so bad that if he felt he came out and said the deal was going to close, that it would get blocked. So he had to take it upon himself to say it's going to get blocked.
That was me too. I wanted Blizzard so bad, and Colt was in the DMs. He's like, "It's getting blocked, bro," and I'm like, "Shut up." He's like, "It's just gonna get blocked. It just is what it is." And I'm like, I just wanted to reach through the internet and choke him. I'm like, "Just shut up, shut up."
Now that Jez is gone, man, what time's your show tonight, bro? It's gotta be getting close, right?
It's in almost 2 hours from now.
Jeez, 2 hours.
Yeah, 10 p.m. Eastern time. Everybody here's welcome.
Of course. All right, so I got a whole bunch of Patreon questions left to get through. Be doing this. So, I mean, does anybody else have anything they want to call? You got anything?
So Everborn is in Xbox Infinite. He's in Risket's podcast.
Oh, he's
right
in.
now.
Oh, they're oh yeah, that's right.
They just started. They just
started.
They go live. It's
they're probably like, God damn it, Xbox 2, Rand. Why are you still on here? Cole, so what were you doing when you left before you came back? Did you go
my kids and I were hanging out in the pool, the one that Microsoft bought me. Really nice.
With that check? And Zocker,
with that check, it's $600 Costco pool. Thanks, Microsoft. No, I'm just kidding.
Zocker, does Gabe send you some of that sweet Steam money?
Actually, since I've gone PC, I cashed my latest Xbox check and it bounced.
It bounced?
And then they told me to, and then they told me to F off in the emails.
Whoa!
What the hell's going on?
I think they rediverted your. Nice. I think they rediverted your funds to Dirk Riggedy.
They probably did. They probably did. But it's okay. I still love him. It's okay.
Because you're the token Greek guy, part of the Xbox.
Token Greek guy. That's
Xbox Illuminati, right?
Heroes for everyone. We're doing it.
Euros for everybody. Hey, how's the how's married life treating you, by the way? Congratulations, because I don't think I've talked to you since then. since you got married?
No. It's been very good, man. It's been very good. We're actually house hunting, and yeah, it's just going very well. Couldn't be happier, honestly.
Yeah.
She's my best friend, and she plays a bunch of games, and yeah, she has the Series X sitting there that she plays a lot of Odyssey on and a bunch of games on. So
And she's
we
the
have a
one.
good time.
She's the one in the family that plays on Xbox, right?
She's the only one in the family that plays on Xbox.
Wow.
How do you think I beat you in hours, bitch?
Oh yeah. I mean, you can hold that over me for the rest of the time that you played. But hey,
Yeah, I totally am. I
you
totally am.
will. You totally will. All right. So let's see Patreon questions. Silas, greetings. Hope all's well. Have you guys ever been mad at each other and had to act all nice and chummy during a podcast when in reality you wanted to strangle one another? That's an interesting question. Does that apply through any of you guys?
So during RDX, I was eating popcorn, but I didn't want to get my hands dirty, so I had a spoon, and it kept clinking against the bowl I had, and it was driving Colt insane. And he's like, "What's that clinking?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" So I just kept doing it. So that's the only time where Colt was trying to figure things out. It was great.
Actually, when I wanted to murder Dealer and Zocker was around 2019. Both of these low cash trash monkeys had both of them had their smoke detector batteries were going off.
I remember
during
that.
the show. So it was like
Wow.
beep, 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 and in the show I'm like, get a 9-volt battery, because we'd be in party chat and I'd have to hear it. Then we're still on the show and he's like, what? And Zucker's like, I don't hear it. I'm like, you've tuned it out. I will strangle you with an Xbox Series S cable that hasn't been invented yet. Yeah, that was one time.
You understand that me and Dealer would text each other, and he'd be like, "Is it in your room?" I'm like, "No, it's super down the hall." And then he's like, "Go walk there during the party chat." So I'd walk there, and it was like the loudest it could be. I'm like, I don't hear it. What do you mean, Colt?
Oh my gosh, I couldn't stand it.
I don't think I've ever been pissed off at Jez while doing the show. I don't think so. I don't think I've ever been pissed off on anybody doing the show.
That's a lie. Your last show, Dark Rand, came out hard.
I mean, yeah, but the question was about doing the show with somebody and being pissed off with somebody on the show. That was just being like, somebody was like, "Oh, Rand and Colt and all these other people are paid, and they just propped up out of nowhere. They haven't done any work to get where they are." And it's like, I take really, that it wouldn't have pissed me off, but I was just like, listen, dude, you're fucking loser. You suck. Colt would agree with me.
I mean, it's tough to say because we're all together in this community, and it can be really difficult to get past a certain point on channel growth. Like, I sat at 1,000 subs for a long time, but there's these guys who've been doing this for 8, 13 years, and they're still at a certain number, and they think, why am I not as popular as Rand or Dealer or something like that? And it's because, here it goes. You ready? Let me take a deep breath.
Okay.
It's because you're super boring. You don't bring anything to the table. You don't know what you're talking about. You have no knowledge of how the industry works. You have no compass that points you in the right direction of what is actually going to happen, or what should happen, or what could happen. You don't talk to anybody that actually knows anything that's going on in the industry. So you wonder why you get 20 people watching your show. It sounds super rude, but these are the people that say I came out of nowhere and that Microsoft money hatted my YouTube channel so I could get views. It's like, when I sit down and make a video, I pour over it for 6 hours. So hopefully it's decent enough for enough people to actually want to watch the video and maybe share it with a friend. It just gets frustrating. But normally I don't really get too upset about it. But that was my rant. It's just just shut the hell. Shut up.
Yeah, what that person say was nobody wants to watch losers. It's like,
yeah, they said, why would anybody want to watch a loser who's talking about the loser side of the console war?
But the thing is, he was so close to self-reflection of putting the mirror up to himself and being like, am I the loser? And the answer to that question
look at
is
this.
Yes,
look
you
at this.
are.
Instead of talking about me, because then it comes off as, I'll just hide the egotistical nature of it. But look at Jez and Rand, who have a podcast they've been doing for 6 years about the quote unquote losing team. And they pull 30 times to 300 times more views than that guy who is saying that he's talking about the losing team. So, I'm not going to tolerate that kind of behavior. And people make fun of me all the time. It's great because, my hairline's going away because I don't know what I'm talking about. It's like, okay, gotcha. All right, sweet. Love it. Yeah. I'm a handsome guy. I don't know what to do about it.
You could just be like me and always wear a hat, Colt. That's how I hide it.
I guess I could. Yeah.
Well,
I could wear a hat.
You got those killer Colt Eastwood.
But I mean,
hats.
And people are saying something about, we'll talk about the FTC thing. Like, pay attention. Like, I've been talking about 90% of the time, I've been talking about how this is going to pass through. I've had a few times where I said it's going to get blocked. I was doing some of that Jez energy, right? But like, I've been saying it's going to go through, and the FTC was going to get denied because I knew, logically speaking and objectively looking at the information and being around on planet Earth long enough to know how things probably should work, that the FTC would get smashed in this, and they did. And so who's the one who should be laughing? Like, we should be laughing at those guys because they're deleting their accounts. They're deleting their tweets. They're hiding from Twitter. They're not on Spaces right now or on podcasts right now.
Therapy sessions.
Tune of 40 people. That's rude. I apologize.
Imagine having your identity so tied to crapping on Xbox when this actually happened and it went through. You felt like you no longer have the right to exist on Twitter and delete your account.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It is
right?
crazy. His second question was for Jez. I'll read it, but actually no, I'll save this for next week because Jez isn't here. So we'll save that for next week. Tommy, how long until Xbox does something petty towards Jim Ryan or PlayStation? Also, what do you think it will be and when? Can't wait for a Master Chief COD Christmas skin. I don't know. Forte, do you think they're going to do anything petty towards PlayStation or anything? Or are they just going to try to do business as usual?
You know what? Who knows? Every once in a while, I look up and I'm like, "Who's running Xbox's social media?" And it's amazing and it's great. But then the rest of the time, I'm like, "Where's the sauce at?" So, I don't think it's going to happen this time around. It's going to be something that's going to happen later on in the year. It will happen at some point this year, but I don't think it's going to happen right away.
Yeah. I think it's going to happen sooner than we think.
Really? What do you think is going to happen?
What do you think? What do you think it's going to be?
I mean, they already posted the thing like, wow, look at all these games that you can play on Xbox after their show. Like, that was one of the most savage moments for like them going at each other. So I truly think that the Starfield is going to start it, and then they're just going to trickle down as it goes. Because Starfield was like a personal thing. I mean, we already know from the documents that Xbox pulled out of buying Square Enix, which is probably why their relationship is so screwed over now. They already pulled out from Square Enix to go buy Bethesda. Like that's a fact. That happened. So Xbox understands what Sony's trying to do. They're not playing nice. They're not friends. Like Jeff Keighley wanted them on that stage hanging out. Like, that's not what this is anymore. It's not that at all. They're not friends. They're going to do some petty shit. They're going to bring out skins. They're going to do stuff. They're going to make Warzone, like, have all this stuff on there, probably bring battle passes to Game Pass. It is going to be extremely, radically ruthless from here on out. That's what I'm expecting to see, because there's no going back after everything became public. All the fans, everybody knows that this is business, and it's all about killing each other now. That's all it is. That's what it is. It's not say anything about it. It's not do this. Jim Ryan said, no, I just want to kill this deal. That's what he said. So we'll see what happens. I think it's going to be a lot more petty, and I think so is Sony. They're going to try to lock things down too. It's going to be a war for years to come.
We'll see. That should be right.
That's just me. That's just me, man. I don't know if you guys don't agree with that, but after seeing all the public documentation, like, let's be fucking real, dude.
I do think once Starfield comes out, you will see the petty side of Microsoft comes out. I just don't think you're going to see it within the next 30 days. I think you're going to wait. I think because at this point, yeah, they're going to acquire ABK. The deal's going to go through, but that's just an acquisition. We still waiting for the games to come out, and I think once you start seeing the review scores for Starfield come out, and especially if they hitting those 9s, like a lot of people think they are, because Bethesda games, especially the self-published ones, do hit kind of high like that. That's when I think you'll start seeing those type of messages and stuff come out of Xbox. I just don't think it's that time for them to do it yet, but I think once that happens, it will.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do anything crazy because, look, this isn't the end. So they're going to be looking to buy more stuff, and they do not want to appear like they're going to be bad, right? So they might do things that are little jabs here and there, right? But they aren't going to go all out. That's just my opinion. I think that because I think they have a roadmap of still they're going to buy more stuff. And Satya Nadella said it, Phil said it, right? And you saw that list that they were looking at. They're definitely on the market to buy more. So. I don't think they're gonna go crazy right now. Maybe sometime down the road when they're done acquiring. But here's the problem: no matter what you do, the FTC could always come back and say, you know what, you're acting like assholes. We're gonna undo everything, right? So you kind of, especially if you're Microsoft, you just have to behave a certain way. They're always in competition with pretty much everybody because everybody has an agreement with them, right? Because everybody uses them for enterprise. So it is what it is. Even Sony's using Microsoft. It is what it is, right? So they kind of just deal with it. This is just the way it is. In some cases, they're going to get really sour, but they still have to work with people, right? They still work with Google. They still work with Apple. They have to do that, right? So, and yet they're fiercely competing with them. It is what it is. This is just the world that they're in, right? So, yeah, I don't think on Microsoft's side they will. I do think on the other side it'll keep happening. Right? They do.
What would be a petty thing though? Like what would be the pettiest thing?
The petty things that I think they would do is like they did already, right? Is hey, your showcase happened. Hey, these are all the games coming to Xbox. Thanks for showcasing all of them. Right? Okay, that's as far as they would go.
How about remove all of the planned Call of Duty content going forward and force it all to be Xbox themed skins, right? So every season is like, okay, Halo, and then like here's Gears of War theme, and then here's Banjo.
I doubt they will touch Call
rub
of
it
Duty.
in their face in an extreme way.
I don't think they will touch Call of Duty after all those in court. You know, I swear, blah. They're not touching that. They're gonna let that.
I think the next big one. I think the next one for them is going to be when Square finally announces those 30-day numbers for Final Fantasy, and then Xbox just randomly tweets out, "Shouldn't that skip PC and Xbox?"
Yeah, I could see something like that. Right? Nothing crazy, right?
That's what I think. That's the level of petty I think you will hear.
Yeah.
Square will come out, announce those numbers, and then just a random tweet from Xbox saying, "Shouldn't have skipped Xbox and PC?"
Yeah, and it may not even be that. It may be like, here are the sales numbers for some other game, right? That didn't like skip Xbox or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly. It will be something on the lines of that. That's like, I definitely don't think Call of Duty will be a part of it. But I do think they'll take some jab at some other IP that's on another system, or like I said, they'll just wait for Starfield to come out and then they'll just flex on that one.
Like Diablo came out in the same time frame, right? Diablo will not be owned by them. Just saying.
Sorry, guys, I need to head out. The wife came home. We're gonna get some dinner. Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Rand, for bringing me on here. Everybody, it was good talking to you. Let's go. Hopefully, we're celebrating on Monday.
When's the next Zealots, bro? Thursday or what?
We have to see. There's some things that changed in life that I have to see. Career-wise, things are going very well.
Are you slammed at work?
It is insane. I talked to Hargeet and Shady about it. There's a lot of things that are happening that work has kind of been going well. It's not bad. That's the point. And there might need to be some I need to reprioritize certain things and see if I can do certain times. That's what's happening.
Well, thanks for chopping by, bro.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Chat. We all love you guys, man. Thank you guys so much. And go Blizzard, baby. Let's get it.
Yeah.
Soccer.
I saw this tweet, which I thought was hilarious and also very, very true. Like, Steven Totillo says, in 2022, the most downloaded PS5 game in the U.S. was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. The most downloaded PS4 game was also Modern Warfare 2. The third most downloaded PS4 game, Minecraft. Microsoft is now on the verge of becoming PlayStation's most important third party.
Yep.
And that's got to scare the living shit out of them. Well, I mean, obviously it didn't, because Jim Ryan was very like, Call of Duty's not going to be taken away from us. But when he tried to pressure Phil and being like, we want all your games, and Phil's like, nah. Then it was like, I just want to block your merger. And guess what? It looks like you failed, Jim. So, yeah. How you like them apples?
Supposedly Schreier just tweeted something because people are sharing it in the DMs, but I can't see it because I'm blocked. So I'm really
about what?
Let's see.
I don't know. I can't see it, but people are starting to share it with me.
Is it about like Canada blocking the deal?
I don't know.
No. It's after an 18-month saga. It's looking like by Tuesday, Activision Blizzard will be part of Microsoft unless Canada steps in. So that's what it said.
Unless Canada steps.
I think he's kind of being a little.
He's holding out hope.
No, I think he's kind of being a little funny on that last part.
Yeah.
Because even if you read the reply, someone goes, Canada apparently can't now. The deadline passed. And Jason goes, you never know when it comes to Canada. They're crafty. So I think he's kind of being a little tongue-in-cheek with that. But either way, we have some more questions to get to. There's a lot. Jeez, this is going to be like a 6-hour show. Unbelievable. Jay Foley says, do you think Xbox announces Fallout 4 Series X and S versions at Gamescom? Also, you guys should try to get Phil or Sarabon on the show. Use those Jez connections. I don't know when they're going to announce the Fallout stuff. Maybe it's more tied to what do you think? More tied to like the Fallout TV show? Maybe whenever that's supposed to release. What do we know when the Fallout TV show is supposed to be coming out?
I don't remember anything.
I don't think
about
so,
it,
right?
Yeah.
That's when I would expect it, sometime around then. I would love to have Phil or Sarah Bond on the show. Well, we'll see how that happens, if that ever will. Jasper Shep, Jez, I'm going to see Roddenberry, blah, 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 in a few weeks. Could you recommend to do or see? Well, Jez isn't here, so DM him. Laser Wolf, hey guys, in the past 3.5 years, Activision has published 3 non-Call of Duty games. What do you think the number of non-Call of Duty games per year will be under Microsoft? That's a good question. Do you think they go back to publishing more, making more non-Call of Duty games, Hargeet? Or is it still just going to be a Call of Duty factory for a while before they can maybe get in there and change some stuff?
That's difficult, right? So first thing that's going to change is they have to incorporate the Microsoft standards, right? So the current standard allows for a lot of crunch, which allows them to actually make a Call of Duty every year. That may not be viable going forward. So, it's corporate dictate. You can't have crunch. That might slow things down right there. I don't know if they're going to like expand to cover the gap there, or if it's even viable to do that. So from my perspective, the best thing would be to have Call of Duty kind of skip the campaign every year, just keep the multiplayer going. And that way you could potentially have some of the studios put out other games, right, to actually start working on other games. Now, Phil said he was going to go talk to all the studios and find out what they want to do, right, and see where things go. So if that's the case, hopefully they do come back and say, I don't want to just make Call of Duty and I want to put out other games. So I would say yes, but understand everything's kind of locked for years, right? We do have some games that are potentially in the works, but it takes years to make new games. So it may be a while before we see a lot of different games coming from them. But that I hope that is the case. I hope they do, create more variety and allow those studios that have become just Call of Duty support studios to go back to making their own games. That would be kind of cool, right? And then we'll see how that plays out with Microsoft, because obviously they also want the money, right? The revenue is a big deal, right? So we'll see how that plays out. But I think so. But you'll be waiting. You'll be waiting a few years before anything really materializes from that.
I just saw a tweet from Florian Mueller who says the TRO entered by the district court, Judge Davila helping out while Judge Corley was out of the country, and modified by Judge Corley this week, will expire in 24 minutes. I woke up in time to still see it in force, as it's going to be gone for good then. So is he saying that Microsoft can close the deal in literally at the top of the hour?
I think it's 24 minutes. I thought it was Pacific time, not Eastern time.
I don't know. I mean,
So-
like I said, I just saw the tweet, and
I think he's off by a few hours, but yes, it is going to expire. So they could theoretically close, but they still have the CMA issue to deal with. They still potentially have New Zealand, which I don't know if they
he then
care.
says he doesn't know whether Microsoft or Activision will close then or on Monday morning. There's no risk in the United States. I believe Monday morning by U.S. time now makes sense, enabling the CMA to take another procedural step.
Yep, I think that's what's going to happen. I just want to hopefully get that note out that the CMA is good.
Wouldn't that be funny if this thing went through while we were live, if we're still live in 24 minutes, and they just
Then you have like everybody come back in.
and everybody comes back, Cole comes back, Paris comes back, Cock comes back, Jez comes back, everybody's back. Wouldn't that would be like ridiculous, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, Perry says Floss is confused about time zones. I think he might be too.
Yeah.
He might just be well, no, it's even time zones, because that wouldn't even be.
Yeah, it was supposed to be midnight in Pacific. It was
Yeah.
supposed to be midnight Pacific time, yeah.
So, Tooper says, or Laser Wolf says, also, what is your favorite kind of sandwich? I like, I like
grilled
turkey and
cheese.
cheese. You know, if I order out, maybe I get like a roast beef sandwich from Portillo's or something. I don't know.
We're about to get a Portillo's here.
Ooh, that they're really
Yeah.
good, bro.
They are. There's literally one that's 2 minutes from my house.
I love
It's
Portillo's.
just-
I'm a sucker for hot dogs too.
How many
though.
times have you eaten that chocolate cake milkshake?
Oh, the chocolate cake shake. Oh my, like
Man.
literally a cake and a shake. Dude, they have this like a limited time one where it's lemon cake. It's like the greatest thing I've ever had, bro. Seriously. It is incredible.
I had that thing one time and I was like, no.
Yeah.
That thing is so sweet.
Tooper says, what do you think will be more successful counter to PS5 Pro, a Series X Pro or a Series S Portable? Well, I mean, in that case scenario, it's got to be a Series X Pro.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think a handheld would be really much of a competition to a mid-gen PS5. But that's just me. He also
Then
says,
again, ROG Ally is running games better than some systems.
he has a question for Jez, but Jez isn't here. So I'll move on from that one. Saucy Mod says, when starting up the MLB The Show, you're greeted with the PS logo. Do you think when Microsoft owns Activision that Sony will throw a fit about an Xbox splash screen when launching Call of Duty? Or do you think they won't include an Xbox splash screen?
Is there one for Minecraft?
Yeah, Minecraft.
I think so. I think they'll have one.
I think there is one for
There's
Minecraft.
one. I think there's one for Minecraft Legends and Minecraft Dungeons, but there's
What
not.
about Elder Scrolls?
No, there's not any for
Online?
any of the Bethesda games.
So
Those
without
games
the
are already out.
Yeah.
Skyrim Anniversary.
No, because those are published by Bethesda, so that's the whole thing.
Right.
It's like they're published by Bethesda, they're not Xbox. Whereas like Minecraft is the Xbox Game Studios. So Activision Blizzard, we already know that they're keeping them separate, just like Bethesda. So it'll just be Activision or Blizzard. I don't think it'll have anything Xbox related in there. Let's see. Andrew, first question: pickles or no pickles on your burgers? No pickles. Absolutely not. Hate pickles. Second question: with both the SAG-AFTRA and the WGA and strike, how do you feel that could affect game development for the next few months? Could we be looking at a lot more delays for 2024 than we think? I was thinking that last night, but I'm not sure. Because, like, imagine if you had, I don't know, like, the rumors that they're going to be starting up production, motion, and filming for, like, Last of Us Part 3, for example. Right? Are the people who's doing the motion capture and stuff, like, are they part of SAG? And if so, can they work on that game? Like, if Xbox is doing Fable and they have an actor doing, voice readings, but they're striking, does that apply to the games? And if so, are a lot of games then going to get delayed? I don't have the answer to that question. Do any of you guys, have an insight to it?
I know with movies before, I remember, what was it, the second or third Transformers movie or whatever, and they had the writer's strike and they just released the movie anyway, but they just made up the plot on the fly, So maybe it wouldn't necessarily cause delays. Maybe it would just potentially cause worse stories in the games. I don't know. It's just a thought.
Well, I'm just saying, if you got
voices from though.
yeah, say you got Ryan Reynolds to voice somebody in a game. You he can't work in the movies right now. So isn't the Deadpool 3 production shut down because they're on strike?
It is.
They can't film it. But I'm saying if say Ryan Reynolds was a voice in Fable and he was set to do voiceover work next month, could he do that voiceover work? Is that part of the SAG stuff? I don't know.
No clue.
Yeah, I would probably guess not. I think they're probably two different entities, but I mean, that's just
I don't know. So I
don't know. No one really knows.
Yeah.
I mean, could they just go and get somebody else in that case if they had to? You know what I mean?
Maybe, but I just don't know enough to really say either way. So maybe it could. I don't know. Raj says he says something about Jez eating the chip. So Jez will have to look at that. Kraken, hey guys, first question is: do you think Xbox's next acquisition is a publisher or an individual studio? I think it's the later. They will do a couple of these before grabbing Sega. Second question is, do you think Xbox will make some of its bigger games besides Call of Duty exclusive, like the Blizzard survival game, next Diablo, and Infinity Ward's new RPG? They changed the platforms for Starfield, so could they do the same for Blizzard's survival game? I guess, yeah, do that quickly. Hargeet, what do you think? What's next? They Small studio.
I'm hoping
studio,
smaller
or-
studios.
Yeah,
I'm hoping smaller studios because they can get some that don't require any regulatory approval, right? So just get some smaller
would agree.
things under the 100 million.
I'd agree
mark,
with
right?
individual studio. Forte, Mav,
Yeah.
do you disagree? Do you think it'd be publisher related? Because I think it's going to be individual studios next.
No,
Go ahead, Forte.
I was gonna say no. I agree 100%. I think it's gonna be individual studios. Just go ahead and make a Sobo first party for God's sake.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
under
they
the limit. I don't know why they haven't done that one. It's
I mean, I know why people are gonna say they say, well, they're already getting all the benefits of having them. Why make them? I just feel like at a certain point, you don't want to risk a chance of someone else swooping in and getting them. I mean, they just like with BioWare, they had BioWare right there back in 2006, 2007, and EA came in and got it. So you don't want to really play with the things that kind of help you on the back end.
I think they go and do some smaller studios first. But when we say smaller, I'm not the tiniest, like IO Interactive, right? It came out during the court documents. I think that game, the Project Dragon, is going to be a Microsoft, Xbox exclusive game, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So there's that. I think they need to get Certain Affinity. If Certain
They
Affinity is
do.
open to be acquired, because if Sony was to try and make a move to support all their live service multiplayer games are doing, and knowing that they have a history with Bungie in the past and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, with Xbox especially owning ABK, Certain Affinity has also worked on Call of Duty. They worked on Halo. They've worked on Doom multiplayer in the past. Plus, they also have this other project they're working on. And they're doing the battle royale stuff. If they were to potentially get acquired by Sony, that would be very harmful for Microsoft. So I think they should try and approach Certain Affinity and see if they can maybe make an acquisition there. Besides
and
that,
they don't have any IP, right? Man, I think they're all just like development.
No, they
So it should
don't.
be relatively
Well,
cheap.
They're supposedly creating their own project as well right now.
Oh.
So whatever that is, they would own, but it's not a thing that's anybody wouldn't even know about. And publisher-wise, I think we do still see another publisher, but I think it'll be maybe after a few of these smaller ones. Let the smoke die down a little bit from this, and then get somebody in the East, one of these other publishers that they've been talking to.
Yeah.
Remember, Phil said they're not done yet. He said that while this was
While
all
this was going on,
ongoing. In an interview, a very public interview, he said, no, they're not done yet. They're still going to be very aggressive after this and get some more acquisitions. And he said, especially in other parts of the world. So that's what I'm expecting.
Yeah, and as far as like exclusives, like Call of Duty's not, but I could see new IPs being exclusive or stuff that's not multiplayer. I mean, Jez says Jez thinks the survival game from Blizzard's multiplat. I'm just gonna go with the exclusive because Jez is terrible at predictions. So I think there will be. I don't know how fast they will come. Like obviously games take a long time in development, and we don't know what they're working on, but there definitely will be. So.
What about StarCraft 3? That one was just revealed that it's actually supposed to be in the works.
I could see
And it's never-
StarCraft 3 being PC only.
I said,
Yeah,
what about PC,
I was
Xbox? Because they made a point to bring
I could
age.
see them being like, we're going to make it for PC first, and then it
Right.
comes out on PC only,
Yeah.
and then like with what they've done with Age and stuff, then maybe they add in a controller support, and then it comes out on console.
Yeah.
But
That'll be a big deal. StarCraft 3 is going to be a massive deal when that
yeah, when that eventually comes back. And we're speaking of like acquisitions, Lee says he gives here. He says he got 3 developers that he wants, and if any he's like Platonic, he wants Crystal Dynamics, and Poncle, the people that make Vampire Survivors dev. Personally, I would like a Sobo. You guys have all mentioned. I think you need them. Certain Affinity, I think, for the Halo stuff, and IO Interactive.
That's a big one though. It's like
It is.
600-ish million. So that would definitely go through the regulatory stuff.
It would go through the
Oh, it's
regulatory stuff,
smaller.
but I mean, I don't think anybody would block. Hey, you can't get IO Interactive because I mean, you can't live without
exactly.
Hitman. So those are the ones I would personally kind of want. I'm not like everybody's all Sega, and I'm just like I don't know. Tricks are for Trey says, do you think we will see anything new for Gamescom? Also, I wish the FTC would stop wasting money on this. Well, the appeal that got blocked, but I don't know what we'll see at Gamescom. We could potentially see a whole bunch of ABK games hit games like during like a Gamescom thing.
It's Game Pass, right? Yeah.
Maybe I don't think they'll have like a conference or something, but maybe they could. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe this opens up a whole lot of different things, I guess.
They did a Bethesda roundtable like about a month or so after that acquisition, right? Where they
I think it was a
with,
week. I think they did it the week after.
Yeah, it was like a couple
Weeks?
of days. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was
It was a
very
week later.
close. Yeah,
But there was no real contest with that, so they had more time to prepare, So I don't know. It would be interesting around Gamescom. They got plenty of time if they wanted to do a roundtable around that time with some of the ABK teams.
I would want them to do a roundtable so they can kind of lay out the vision of what they're going to do and stuff. And it's also more content to make and talk about. But at Gamescom's always been on the lower tier priority for Xbox recently. So maybe they announce like the Age of Empires 4 console version, or maybe they reveal the release date for what's that other game? Our History Untold, or Age of Myth, because those are kind of like Europe loves RTSs. So maybe that's the venue you kind of re-reveal those on and stuff. But I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what happens. Parker Griffith says, "Hey guys, love you both, and you guys always make Friday great." He has a question for Jez. We'll have to ask next week. And he says, "Rand, how and why did you get your start on YouTube?" Basically, Tim Dog pushed me to make my YouTube channel. I had been doing a whole bunch of podcasts. I had been on TXR. I had been on Xbox Nation. I had been on Crossfire. And I've been, doing the rounds in the Xbox at the time, like podcast community. And I would stream on Twitch from time to time. And then Tim was just like, just start a YouTube channel. And he kept on pushing me, so I did. Started a YouTube channel, started like reviewing indie games and stuff. And then eventually started to make more videos about what Xbox was doing. And then me and Jez started the podcast in April of 2017. So yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for Tim pushing me to do it, I don't know if I would have done it. Because I was kind of like, I don't want to do YouTube, and now it's like YouTube's changed my life. So, yeah, it's kind of just a weird sort of a little decision. It was just like, I don't know, nobody's going to care. And then here we are 7 years later, almost at 100,000. I never thought this would happen. So it's kind of crazy when you think about it. Luke says, with Antstream Arcade being announced for Xbox, do you think this could open the way for other game streaming services to find a way into the Xbox ecosystem? What's this? Mav, do you know anything about this? Antstream Arcade?
Some a cloud service that has a lot of arcade games or something like that.
Okay.
1,400 arcade games or something. I have seen very little about this, but it's a new thing. So yeah, I'll probably check it out.
I haven't even heard of it. But so that's like on Xbox, you can like use that to stream arcade games, I guess.
My wife actually showed it to me earlier, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool," but I didn't ever go and click on it, so I don't really know everything that's involved with it right now. But I think it's a cloud service that you can sign up for, where you get to play a bunch of arcade games, like classic arcade games.
Interesting.
I have it right here. Okay, major news: we are coming to Xbox. For the first time ever, PS1 and Nintendo will be officially playable with the biggest content drop in Xbox history. Play over 1,300 retro games effortlessly from your gamepad.
Yeah, people in chat are saying that they stream retro games legally. Kevin says 1,300 old school games, including PS1 and Nintendo stuff. Really? That's
interesting.
How's that possible to get Nintendo stuff? Well, is it Nintendo?
Maybe expired licenses that they got the rights to.
Yeah, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not like first party Nintendo stuff. Like I wouldn't expect to play, Super Mario or something, right?
Earthworm Jim is on the cover. You got Sub-Zero on the cover, and I don't know if that's a Contra guy or something on the cover there. But
Caitlin in chat says no. Now he finally gives a damn to read what I showed him.
No, it would look cool. I just didn't know it was PS1 and.
So it's $80 for a lifetime sub.
Yep.
Okay.
So they got SNES. What is that? ZX Spectre, DOS, Game Boy, C60, Commander 64 Lynx, Amstrad games, Amiga, Genesis, NES, MSX, Game Boy Color, Atari 5200, Jaguar, arcade games, Atari 2600, Atari 7800, PS1, and Atari 8-bit.
Interesting. Oh, I'll have to check that out. He also wants to know, would either of you consider living in each other's countries? No, I have no interest in living in the UK at all whatsoever.
No, not at all.
Absolutely not. So I don't know if Jez would want to live here, but I'm definitely don't want to live in the UK. Saucy,
I got sent a gift of a bunch of sweets and candy from the UK, and it was all like just not sweet enough, and it was like weird. It's like toned down candy. I couldn't imagine what the food tastes like.
It's all the same. It's toned down.
No, can't do it.
Saucy Mod says, second question, Rand, do you throw away the seasonings that the HelloFresh meals come with? If they come with seasonings, and if I look at it and I don't like it if it's spicy, I usually don't use them. So it really depends. It also really depends who makes the food. When my brother, and his wife were here, they would, use it. So personally, I don't. Radimus says, hello, Blandel Thor Pessimist. Oops, autocorrect. I hope you guys are doing all right and that Jez can survive the challenge. I saw that Jez was talking about a second challenge on Twitter. First question, I think this asked before, but I can't remember. If you could be the main character in a game, what kind of game would it be? What would be your role, and what name would you recommend from the game or character? For example, like Jack Black in Brutal Legends or Norman Reedus in Death Stranding. God, what would I want to be in? These kind of questions always kind of trip me up. I would be in Mass Effect. Commander Matthew. Or something. Like some sci-fi setting. You know what I mean? That'd be me. Second question, if you had the opportunity to use your face or a drawing of your face in a non-gaming product, what kind of product would it be? You can choose a real brand or a general product. No mayo, beans, or shrimp allowed for Jez because that would be too easy. My recommendation for Rand is the non-seasoning sauce. Good luck and thank you for always having a great podcast. Edit ABK is coming home, baby. Yeah. A non-gaming product, I would want my face on a cover of a fantasy or sci-fi novel as the main character. How cool would that be? You look at like the latest Brandon Sanderson novel, and there's my face as like the main character. That'd be cool, like on the cover of a book or something. We got two more. Omen, do you think Phil was honest when he said that Elder Scrolls 6 exclusivity hadn't been determined yet? Perhaps they're waiting on Starfield sales to decide. And do you truly believe that Xbox will let the COD studios work on non-COD projects, or is that money that COD makes just too much to change drastically? Well, you got to assume Phil's being honest because he was under oath, right? If not, then he's perjured himself. And I think that game's so far out that maybe they haven't even talked about platforms yet. So I could see that being true. But we all know it's Xbox only, right? Unless something drastically changes between now and then, it's probably Xbox only, but it's probably not like written down anywhere officially or something. And
yeah, I mean, you're right in that at that point you're probably looking at the next generation, right? So we don't even know what those consoles are going to look like. So yeah, that's the problem, right? We don't know.
Will other platforms at that time potentially be able to play Xbox games on the cloud?
Yeah. Well, 10 years. I mean, the ABK stuff for 10 years, and that would cover that stuff. So like Nvidia, right? So I don't think Phil was lying. I just don't think it's really written down in stone about where that game is going to be yet. But yeah. I think we know it's going to be. It's not even Xbox exclusive really, because it's on PC, right?
Exactly.
So I don't think it'll be on PlayStation. And will they let COD studios work on non-COD projects? It depends. If they continue to be like, if they come and say we want COD every year, then no, because they won't be able to make anything other than COD. And we already know getting the three studio way they're doing it now with releasing a game once every year doesn't work, right? They have to crunch. Some of the games end up being bad, like Vanguard and maybe even this year's one, because Sledgehammer had to turn around really quickly. If they do it where it's like every other year, I could see them being like, yeah, you might be able to make another game if the pitch is really good. So I guess it really depends on what their strategy is for COD moving forward.
Yeah, and I don't know if these contracts lock them into anything. That would also kind of suck. So I don't know if they're like required to then make a COD every year. The other part that I'm kind of like looking at is the last few games they had outside of Vanguard have all been remakes. So I don't know that they actually have any ideas, and maybe it is time to kind of let the campaigns kind of slide for a bit so that they can come up with something new and let them make something outside of COD. But it is an interesting question, and I don't know, like there's a whole bunch of legalities into this now, so we'll see. They also want the money, right?
I mean, that's a lot of money to give up if you're moving from COD every year to every other year. That's a lot of money, and we already know from the trial they want the deal to make money from year one, right?
Yep, and potentially they could say, hey, we have, like they do with, it was Black Ops 4, I think, right? No campaign, but we'll have a new mode, set for the multiplayer, and that's generally where most players are anyway. So maybe that's what they can do. I don't know. We'll have to see how they play that out, right? So, but we'll see.
Yeah, and we only got a couple super chats left to read, and then this epic show will be over. Because I got to go to the bathroom. I've been holding in for hours now, and I am starving. So, Spartan says the Super Chats are going to hold ILP hostage on Sunday. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They are, for sure. Will it be longer than this episode? I don't know, because this episode right now is 5 hours and 49 minutes long.
Yep,
will ILP be longer than this episode?
It will be.
You think so?
Yep.
I mean, that'd be crazy if it was. We have Parker Petrov saying Lina Khan is the Eddie Guerrero of the FTC, the whole lie, cheat, and steal. Mr. Nichols says Sony fanboys on Twitter are hanging up. Lauren says here, in celebration of the FTC's loss. Mr. Nichols also says now we have to fight against the biased reviewers. RRD says Ninth Circuit denied FTC. And Rich says, why is no one talking about the game everywhere from ex-Rockstar writers? What game is that?
I think it's like an NFT game or something.
An NFT? Well, there you know. Now you know why people aren't talking about it, right?
I'm not 100% on that, but
yeah, I think that that brings it up to the end. Almost a 6-hour podcast. We had so many people live, but right now we have Forte with us. Thank you for joining pretty much almost the entire show, for hopping in.
Yeah, everything but the first 40 minutes. I believe.
Yeah, then when he sent that super chat, it was like, get in. Little did you know you'd be here 5 hours later, huh?
Man, I've just been sitting here editing stuff for the podcast while I was doing it. So it was you got to multitask, do something while you're doing it. But no, it's great, man. Days like today is always good. It's always good to be around the people that you are the most fondest of, and everybody that was in this chat today, everybody that was basically contribute to this show is, I consider y'all all friends, and I love the energy and the atmosphere, and I'm always happy to be around you, Rand, and really appreciate the invite as always, man.
Yeah, it's great to have you on. I love your insight and everything. So, Hargeet, first time, Xbox 2, no social. Thanks for dropping by.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I'm on like the granddaddy of Xbox podcasts.
I don't know about that.
Thanks.
Got podcast unlocked and kind of funny out there. But
yeah,
we do okay. We do okay.
I suppose. Well, the kind of funny one was just recent though, right? They didn't have XCast for.
Well, true. Kind of. XCast has been around for a little bit, but
for like a year and a half, something.
And I mean,
right?
hey, this is the culmination of basically the last how many months has it been now? So, 19 months. So it's
of the ABK deal. Oh my god, yeah,
right.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times have you talked about ABK in the past 19 months on podcasts?
God, a lot.
Yeah.
It's like a constant topic. I think like almost every week I've talked about it at least 4 or 5 times. It's like ridiculous. But yeah, it's finally coming to an end. Here's the fun part. Now we have all the what are they gonna do with that thing?
Yeah, what are they gonna do? And just wait until if they release a bad, like if Call of Duty's bad this year, which I think it might be.
Oh my goodness!
Xbox ruin it, right? Because it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it'll always be that, right? So, but yeah. So thanks for having me on. This is a momentous day for Xbox fans, right? So
and we still have next week to look forward to when it actually closes. Will be pretty big.
Yeah. So hopefully fun stuff to come next week. But yeah, thanks for having me on. And yeah, it was great to be on a panel with all these people sharing this great moment.
Yeah, and we have fun speculation. Mav, first time here in the Xbox 2. Thank you so much for coming on and staying as long as you have, because I know you got a podcast to run in an hour. So everybody, if you want to continue the celebration, make sure you follow Mav on Twitter and then head on over to his YouTube channel. So thanks for coming, Mav.
Yeah, man. Thanks for letting me hop in here, bro. It's awesome. Xbox 2 is an amazing show, and all the people, like Forte said, that came through, just look up to for sure. And Forte, man, you're awesome, dude. Hargeet, anybody who wants to come through tonight, y'all are more than welcome to. Also on Xbox Ultimate, if y'all aren't podcasted out, because we're gonna have a blast. The party will continue in an hour over on Fun Speculation. And this is also, like I said earlier, I had realized this is the 3-year anniversary of our channel. So it's that combined with the ABK thing is just going to be some crazy energy, I think, tonight. And I'm looking forward to it, bro. But Rand, it's a pleasure, man. And can't wait to maybe do this again sometime.
Yeah. And I want to thank everybody who has been here throughout the whole day. We had Gaz here. We had Colt here twice. We had Cognito and Paris here twice because they left and came back. Zocker was here as well. Am I missing anybody? Boom was here. Like, I'm trying to think. We had so many people live during the show. It's crazy. Like, how many? I think that's it.
Yeah.
But this was just planned to be a regular show with just, Gaz, Cog, and Colt, and myself and Jez, and then it turned into this thing because it broke live, which was, I was kind of hoping for it. I planned it. It was like, oh, okay, cool. Maybe it's actually going to break that it was denied on Friday, and we can have this huge thing, and it actually did happen. So it's kind of crazy it happened the way it did, because then everybody came back, and it just went on, and here we are at 6 hours, longest Xbox 2 ever, and I doubt anything will ever reach this length again. But thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart for being with me today, for all the support and the super chats and channel memberships, and anybody that hit that like button today or subscribe to the channel. It means a lot. We're gonna have a lot more content coming, maybe some more videos tomorrow, podcast next week, talking about the future and all these sort of things. So thank you guys, keep it gaming, and love you all. Later, everybody.
Peace out.